Han Yu, even though Lu Xianyao is your fiancé, the one she truly loves is me, Tang Chun, daring to lay a finger on my woman. You've just signed your own death warrant. Han Yu, even if my mother was a demon, she never harmed a single soul in her life. Your Han family murdered my parents back then. Today, I will exterminate your entire bloodline. Boom! A flood of memories surged into Han Yu's mind. He jolted upright in bed, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I've reincarnated. God damn it. I've reincarnated again. This is the 10th freaking time. Han Yu clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with frustration. He was just an ordinary novel reader who had stayed up all night binge-reading a popular urban high martial arts web novel by a top-tier author. The novel was riddled with clichés and brainless tropes, but damn if it wasn't fun to read. The author had written 5 installments in the series, and Han Yu had devoured all 5 in one go, reading and mocking them the entire time. The idiotic antagonists had Han Yu cursing non-stop, especially the guy from Book 1 who shared his exact name. That moron kept feeding the protagonist free experience points like his life's purpose was to be a punching bag. Han Yu even ranted that a damn dog chained in place could probably kill the protagonist more effectively. Who would have thought that after falling asleep, he'd wake up as that very same cannon fodder villain from Yuanwu Continent. Book 1. Oh, so that's how we're playing. Huh. At first, Han Yu wasn't worried at all, because his villainous background was ridiculously overpowered. The Han family was one of Dragon Xia's oldest aristocratic clans, with a millennium-old legacy. The nation currently held its own against extraterrestrial invaders in the void battlefield, controlling hundreds of resource-rich planets. All thanks to the Han family's martial saint, Han Xiaotian, and their 1 million-strong elite army. Not to mention the Han family possessed 10 martial emperors, 30-plus martial sovereigns, over 100 martial kings, nearly 1,000 martial marquises. In terms of influence and raw power, how could they not crush a nobody like Tang Chun? Initially, Han Yu was pumped for battle, but he sorely underestimated plot armor. No matter what strategy he used, no matter how many elite reinforcements he called, the protagonist simply would not die. Tang Chun kept narrowly escaping death, and every single time he faced a crisis, his cultivation skyrocketed like he had cheats enabled. If Han Yu accidentally killed one of Tang Chen's loved ones, game over. The protagonist's combat power would explode like it had been injected with steroids. The closer the emotional bond, the stronger the buff. Han Yu exhausted every possible method, yet he kept getting slaughtered over and over. After experiencing firsthand just how bullshit protagonist Halo was, Han Yu swore he'd never trash-talk villains in novels again. No matter how strong your background was, you couldn't fight a cheater. But if he, a villain, was up against a protagonist with cheat abilities, wouldn't he need his own cheats to balance the scales? So where's mine? You tossed me into this world. Without hacks. What's even the point? Ding. Host's 9-life punching bag condition fulfilled. Side effect transfer system activated. System description. By consuming enemies' malice toward the host, transfer personal side effects to them. Hearing the system's voice, Han Yu nearly wept with joy. 9 times. Do you know how I died those 9 times? But at least, better late than never. After reviewing the system's functions, Han Yu knew exactly how to use it. Trolling. Hardcore trolling. Oh, you think you're unkillable, protagonist? Well, I'll dump all my side effects on you. Let's see whose hacks is stronger. Han Yu glanced at the system's malice rankings. 1. Lu Xianyao Malice. 10,086. Hatred 70%. Killing intent 20%. Resentment 5%. Other 5%. 2. Tang Chun Malice. 8,888. Envy 40%. Disgust 30%. Hatred 20%. Killing intent 5%. Other 5%. Seeing the rankings, Han Yu froze. He hadn't expected Lu Xianyao, his own fiancée, to top the list. The original Han Yu was a filthy rich second-generation heir. Yet he chose to simp for this woman like a desperate loser. He denied himself food and clothing, funneling every resource to Lu Xianyao. Yet in the end, The one who hated him the most turned out to be the so-called fiancé of his. Pathetic beyond belief. With a derisive snort, Han Yu paid no heed to Lu Xinyao's contempt. He promptly made a call. Soon after, a Han family guard entered and laid out several jade vials in a row. Young Master Yu, these are the pills acquired as per your instructions. Ha? Who the hell can eat this little? If the neighboring clans see us, they'll think we're broke. Keep buying. The worse the side effects, the better. As you command. The guard retreated uneasily. Before stepping out, however, his eyes caught a glimpse of something and widened in shock. Han Yu was downing an entire bottle of boiling blood pills like they were mere candied beans. The guard shuddered and bolted out the door without hesitation. If young Master Yu wanted to court death, he wasn't about to stick around for the fallout. Swallowing that many boiling blood pills? His blood would boil over in no time. Run faster. If you dies in here and the Han elders find out, I'll be in for a world of pain. Meanwhile, within Han Yu, ding, you have consumed 10 mortal-grade boiling blood pills. Transferring all side effects requires 1,000 malice value. Please select a target. Start with the first one. Ding. You have chosen to redirect all side effects to Lu Xinyao. Select immediate or delayed feedback. Immediate. Now, right thing now. Han Yu silently commanded. Simultaneously, at the Lu Manor, Lu Xinyao, the Lu family's young mistress, was sparring with a blue-robed youth. Their exchanged glances and movements resembled flirtation far more than combat. Chunji, have you broken through again? Lu Xinyao asked sweetly. Tang Qin feigned modesty. Just advanced to 6-star warrior. A fluke, really? So impressive. You rose from poverty to reach this level at 18. Utterly outclassing those worthless heirs. Recalling Han Yu's fawning behavior compared to Tang Chen's composed demeanor, Lu Xinyao sighed inwardly. What a waste. Despite his status as the Han family's heir and drowning in resources, Han Yu remained a mere 5-star warrior. Chunji, how about I call Han Yu? Let's drag another batch of resources out of him. Maybe push you to 7-star warrior. Ah, would that be appropriate? Tang Chun rubbed his hands, resisting no further. TCH, why not? His family's filthy rich anyway, hardly a dent in their vaults. Besides, he'd just squander those resources. Far better for you to use them. Chunji, strengthen yourself to defend the nation. Just as she reached for her communication bead, a scorching surge erupted within her. Her blood turned boiling. Her body felt moments from combustion. Xinyao, what's wrong? Tang Chun lunged to support her, then recoiled in horror as blood erupted from every orifice of her body like a geyser. HHH. Xinyao? Stumbling back, Tang Chin gagged at the metallic flood now staining his robes and clogging his throat. I don't. Was it poisoned? Those pills this morning? Lu Xinyao's voice faltered, her face ghostly pale. Poison? Tang Chen's face drained of color. He clawed at his tongue, retching. If her blood was toxic, swallowing it meant. Chinji, don't worry. I'll just order Han Yu to deliver antidotes and healing pills. Weak but determined, she activated her communication bead. The moment Han Yu answered, her tone turned glacial. Han Yu, I'm injured, likely poisoned. Deliver high-grade antidotes and medicines. Not that garbage tier stuff. True grade only. Oh, and my cultivation resources are spent. Bring more, last batch was trash. Higher quality this time. Understood. A pause. Then, a voice like a blade scraped over ice. Why don't you go die in a ditch? Freeloading off me like I'm your dead parents' grave. Spit out the offerings already, you leech. As the sound of angry curses echoed through the phone, Lu Xinyao froze in place before her beautiful eyes blazed with fury. Han Yu, have you lost your mind? How dare you yell at me? How dare you? All I asked for was a few resources. Look at how stingy you are. Couldn't you at least show some gentlemanly manners? Ugh, disgusting man. A man like you isn't even worthy of marrying me. Lu Xinyao, go to hell. She viciously hung up the call. Beside her, Tang Chen's eyes flickered with disappointment. Damn it, I didn't expect Han Yu, that pushover, to actually refuse to give resources now. Looks like breaking through to 7-star martial artist will take even longer. Thinking this, he snorted coldly. Xinyao, forget about a man like that. Once I achieve breakthroughs in my cultivation, I'll buy you as many resources as you want. Lu Xinyao's face softened with touched emotion. You're so much better than Han Yu, Brother Chen. That guy has money but acts so petty. But don't worry. Once I leave him hanging for a few days, he'll come crawling back. To think he actually dared to curse at me. Humph. Unless he gets on his knees and begs for forgiveness. I, Lu Xinyao, will never accept another scrap of his resources. Tang Chun inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, recalling Han Yu's past spineless devotion. If this idiot stops sending Xinyao resources, how else am I supposed to benefit? Brother Chun, without resources these next few days, your training might be tougher. Lu Xinyao gazed at him with concern. But Tang Chin just laughed casually. It's fine. I'm used to hardship. Hearing this, Lu Xinyao's heart ached even more for him. Yet the next moment, she wasn't just heartbroken. Her liver hurt, her lungs hurt, her kidneys hurt. Every single part of her body burned with excruciating pain, as if countless ants were gnawing at her flesh. Ah, it hurts. Why does it hurt so much? She writhed on the floor in agony. Tang Chen panicked when he saw this and immediately yelled, "Someone call a doctor now." He instinctively reached to help her up, then hesitated. What if she was poisoned? He quickly pulled back. Xinyao, hold on, the doctor's coming. Soon, a physician rushed in. After a quick examination, his face twisted in confusion. Miss Lu, did you overdose on body-enhancing elixirs? These symptoms resemble the side effects of excessive consumption. I only took one body-refining pill last week. How could this be an overdose? Those side effects shouldn't be this extreme. Lu Xinyao panted weakly, until suddenly, her fair skin bulged with grotesquely swollen veins, as if they were about to burst. The horrifying sight made the doctor recoil in shock. What in the... This looks like the backlash from too many tendon-strengthening pills. As a physician, he was well-versed in the side effects of cultivation aids and had treated many martial artists suffering from pill misuse. But this severity he had never seen before. How many pills must she have taken at once? Who the hell treats cultivation elixirs like fucking snacks? Medicine is toxic in excess. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you binge them for fun. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head. Miss Lu, this isn't poisoning, just severe side effects. I can't safely administer any medication here. You'll just have to endure it. In the future, it's best to limit your pill intake. The rapid benefits aren't worth such backlash. Lu Xinyao gritted her teeth. I told you. I only took one pill. Days ago. The doctor could only exhale in resignation. Right, whatever you say. This Miss Lu is truly stubborn. With decades of medical experience, do you think I'd misdiagnose something I've never seen before? The doctor shook his head and sighed. Lu Xinyao had no choice but to endure the waves of side effects, leaving her battered and bloodied, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, she was a 7-star martial practitioner. If she were an ordinary person, she would have been long dead by now. Meanwhile, at the Han residence, ding, you have consumed 10 mortal-grade blood boil pills. The blood energy in your body surges like molten lava. After enduring the agony of burning lungs and a scorched heart, your blood energy and physique have been tempered. Your cultivation has advanced to 6-star martial practitioner. Ding, you have consumed 10 mortal-grade body-fortifying pills. Your organs feel as though they've been hacked and chiseled. After suffering excruciating refinement, your physique has been greatly enhanced. Your cultivation has risen to 7-star martial practitioner. Ding, you have consumed 10 mortal-grade meridian-strengthening pills. Your meridians feel as if they've been stretched and torn apart. After enduring full-body explosive pain, your meridians have been vastly reinforced. Your cultivation has reached 8-star martial practitioner. Han Yu swallowed nearly 100 pills in one go, exhausting all of Lu Xinyao's malice points, soaring straight from 5-star to 9-star martial practitioner in a single leap. This cultivation speed was downright unimaginable. Cheating really made a difference. Han Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. With this level of strength, dealing with Tang Chun now shouldn't be a problem. But this guy is like a cockroach that refuses to die. Every time he's on the verge of death, his protagonist halo activates, summoning allies one after another. To truly crush them, this level of power still isn't quite enough. Thinking this, the corners of Han Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he picked up a bottle of kidney burst pills and poured them into his mouth without hesitation. Side effect transfer. Target, Tang Chun. At the Lu estate, Xinyao. Seeing you in so much pain is worse than killing me. If heaven wills it, I would gladly suffer in your place. Tang Chun spoke with utmost sincerity. On the sickbed, Lu Xinyao managed a faint smile, warmth filling her heart. Brother Chun was so kind, always offering her emotional comfort. Not like that Han Yu who only showered her with gifts and cultivation resources. Xinyao, do you not believe me? I swear to the heavens, if I could spare you this torment, I, Tang Chun, would pay any price. His impassioned declaration stirred Lu Xinyao, but just as she was about to respond, she suddenly noticed something bulging on Tang Chun's body. Her face instantly paled. Brother Chun, your pants. Huh? My pants. Tang Chun looked down. Boom! An explosion of blood and shattering flesh. Aha! My cultivation foundation. How? How could this happen? His eyes widened in horror, filled with utter despair. Since the fall of the previous dynasty, the Xia Empire had no more eunuchs. Yet now, Tang Chun had unknowingly ascended as the first eunuch of Xia. Meanwhile, back with Han Yu, ding! You have consumed 30 mortal-grade kidney burst pills. You feel boundless primal energy surging within your body, all blazing heat converging at your vital foundation as if trying to tear it apart. After undergoing soul-rending torment, your vitality, energy, and spirit have undergone a qualitative transformation. You have successfully broken through the barrier of mortal martial practitioner, condensing your blood energy into true essence. You have become a true martial practitioner. Good. All my effort in swallowing those pills wasn't in vain. I've finally broken through to the true martial artist realm. Moreover, ordinary martial artists rely solely on relentless training to cultivate their strength, making their foundation too steady and brittle. But my power was forged through relentless suffering, tempered by countless side effects. Every muscle, bone, and organ in my body is far more robust than that of any martial artist at my level. Han Yu was pleased with his efforts. Reaching this level of cultivation was mainly due to his tireless hard work, and just a tiny bit of help from the system. The martial artist ranks were divided into 10 stages. Mortal martial artist, true martial artist, mystic martial artist, earth martial artist, heaven martial artist, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, and martial saint. Han Yu had just turned 18 and was only a freshman at the martial academy, yet he had already reached the true martial artist realm. By all accounts, he was a prodigy. But was this really enough? My strength is still too weak. I'm still terrified. I don't feel safe at all. Han Yu glanced at the remaining malice value from Tang Chun. There were still over 5,000 points left. The side effects of a single mortal-grade pill can be offset by about 100 malice value points. But for a true-grade pill, it takes around 1,000 points, 10 times more. Let's see how this works. Without hesitation, Han Yu took out 3 true-grade kidney burst pills and tossed them into his mouth. Kidney burst pills were a common type of pill, especially favored by male martial artists for certain effects. Those who know. However, most martial artists dared to take only 1 pill at a time. Someone like Han Yu, who recklessly swallowed 3 at once, clearly didn't care about little Han Yu's well-being. Any martial artist who saw this spectacle would surely gasp in horror. Meanwhile, at the Lu family estate, "Brother! My brother!" Tang Chun wailed in agony. Fortunately, the old doctor hadn't left yet. When the medic saw the bloody scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. Young man, you must learn moderation. No pill should be abused like this. Doctor, will my brother ever recover? Tang-chan ignored his own pain, his eyes filled with desperate hope. The old doctor adjusted his glasses. With current medical technology, if cleaned properly, it might still be usable. Good. Thank you, doctor. You're my savior. Enough talk. Lie down on the bed quickly. The weather's hot, and we don't want it rotting before we fix it. The doctor's skills were superb, and he barely managed to reattach the bloodied organ. Don't take so many kidney burst pills in the future, or even a miracle worker like me won't be able to save you. Doctor, I didn't take that many. I only took one a few days ago, just for normal cultivation. Sure. Whatever you say. As a doctor, he had seen all kinds of patients. People who shoved beer bottles up their rear ends and claimed they sat on them by accident, refusing to admit the truth. He didn't expect this guy to confess either. Tang Chen's eyes brimmed with grievance. He had genuinely only taken one pill, and its side effects should have already passed. The doctor didn't believe him, but Lu Xinyao was convinced otherwise. Brother Chun, I believe you. Heaven must have heard your words earlier and transferred my pain to you instead. I'm so sorry. Tang Chen's lips twitched, stunned by her sheer stupidity. Xinyao, do you think it's possible that the cultivation pills we took before were tampered with? Brother Chun, those cultivation resources were all given to us by Han Yu. Are you saying he deliberately poisoned us? Her eyes burned with hatred. The more she thought about it, the more it made sense. That damn Han Yu must have laced our pills with poison. That ungrateful bastard. How dare he treat me like this after I graciously accepted his resources for my cultivation? Don't worry, Xinyao. He's not worth your anger. Once we recover, we'll make him pay. A dense killing intent flickered in Tang Chen's eyes. Daring to harm my little brother? This grievance is irreconcilable. Han Yu, you've brought death upon yourself. Thankfully, mine is still salvageable. Otherwise, I'd massacre your entire family. The thought hadn't even settled. Boom! Feathers flew, eggs shattered. Blood gushed forth. Ah, little bro. Little bro. Tang Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his heart filled with hatred and unbearable agony. The old doctor, who had just left, rushed back in. Seeing the mess of pulverized flesh, he scolded in frustration. I just finished fixing you, and you're already throwing your life away again? Disgraceful. This time, it's probably beyond repair. Either I install a faucet for you or graft one from a pig or a dog. Take your pick. Wah. Doc. I choose the latter. Tang Chen's dream was to rule the world awake and rest upon a beauty's lap while drunk. If he really became a eunuch, he'd rather die. Fine. But I'll warn you. This is your last chance. If it happens again, I'm done with you. As he spoke, the old doctor pulled out a small cryostasis pod from his coat, revealing a frosty little bird inside. Under the stunned gazes of those nearby, the doctor said sternly, a veteran doctor carrying around some frozen organs. Perfectly reasonable, no? Sure, that's what he said, but everyone knew he probably had special spatial equipment crafted by a spatial attribute martial artist. This doctor was famous in the Southwest base city, commanding hundreds of thousands per consultation. Affording spatial gear wasn't unusual for him. After finishing Tang Chen's repairs, the old doctor prepared to leave again. But before he could take more than a few steps, wah-ah! Another anguished howl echoed from the medical ward. Disgraceful! Why won't today's youth ever listen? The old doctor fumed. Meanwhile, over on Han Yu's side, he had originally planned to hold back, saving some malice points as a reserve for emergencies like poisoning. Yet the very next second, you have received hatred plus 666 from Lu Xinyao, killing intent plus 888. You have received killing intent plus 999 from Tang Chun, hatred plus 999. In just seconds, thousands of malice points poured in. Holy hell, this is just outrageous. Seems like I'm not allowed to slack. Without hesitation, Han Yu immediately began massively downing pills. Boom, boom, boom. The system log kept updating. You have consumed 3 true-grade kidney-bursting pills. Your cultivation has broken through to true martial artist 2-star. You have consumed 50 mortal-grade pills. Your physique toughens. Your true essence condenses. Your cultivation reaches true martial artist 3-star. By the time he had nearly drained both their malice reserves, Han Yu's cultivation surged all the way to true martial artist 5-star. Feeling the explosive power surging through his body, every movement capable of cracking the air, Han Yu gulped hard. Damn, isn't this cheat a little too broken? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Xinyao and Tang Chen lay drenched in blood, their condition beyond horrifying. Even the old doctor was numb. In all his years, he'd never seen 2 people so stubbornly reckless, refusing to listen, swallowing pills like candy, and then, bam! Disgraceful. You 2 brats. Are you trying to ruin this old man's flawless medical reputation? Over on Han Yu's side, after a long time without seeing any malice points being credited, he couldn't help but sigh. Did I accidentally play those 2 to death? Lu Xinyao might be possible, but Tang Chen, that guy's like a cockroach. He probably isn't dead. In fact, he might have even stumbled onto some kind of opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, Han Yu suddenly recalled that in the original novel, Tang Chen had encountered one in the school's secret realm. He could just swoop in and steal it. As a villain, hijacking the protagonist's opportunities was practically standard procedure. Ugh, what a hassle. The protagonist just has to lie there and take whatever I dish out. But I, the villain, have to plan 5 steps ahead. After his lament, Han Yu made a call, and the Han family guards promptly prepared a car to take him to Tianfu Martial Arts Academy. The Dragonxia Nation was divided into 4 major war zones: the Northern Great Wall War Zone, the Eastern Panglai War Zone, the Western Kunlun War Zone, and the Southern Kangwu War Zone. Tianfu Martial Arts Academy was the best martial arts university in the Kangwu War Zone, divided into an outer and inner academy. Outer academy students followed the standard freshman to senior progression. Those who met certain benchmarks and passed the assessments before graduation could advance to the inner academy. Tianfu Academy, Secret Realm Plaza. Virum. A fiery red luxury car sped over, drawing the gaze of countless students. Holy crap! The Flame Qilin Chariot. That's a high-end ride even money can't buy easily. Who the hell is this VIP? How many families in our Southwest base city even have the status to own a car like that? Must be some big-shot leader coming for inspection. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the driver opened the door. A young man in a red, ancient-style combat uniform stepped out slowly. His eyes were sharp like cold stars, undeniably Han Yu. The moment the onlookers recognized him, their faces twisted with disdain. Oh, it's just simp young Master Han. Shoo, keep it down. He might be a simp, but he's not stupid. With his background, we can't afford to mess with him. I don't care if he's rich or powerful. A simp's still a simp. Clearly, Han Yu's reputation as a hopeless simp had spread far and wide, not just within Tianfu Academy, but across the entire Southwest base city. Simps were common, but a rich and influential one? Now that was a rare breed of clown. Han Yu turned his gaze toward the Secret Realm Plaza. Rows of spatial teleportation arrays stood there. Humanity in this world had mastered short-range spatial jumping technology. Teleportation arrays, large and small, connected many base cities, secret realms, and even some planets. When the protagonist was still a 1-star true martial artist, he endured a thunderstorm baptism in the Thunderstorm secret realm and acquired the S-grade talent, Mystic Thunderwings. That thing was OP, could even be upgraded later. The protagonist relied on it to repeatedly punch above his weight class, escaping death every damn time. Humph. Too bad it's mine now. With that thought, Han Yu strode toward the Thunderstorm secret realm's teleportation array, until a long-legged figure blocked his path. Han Yu frowned and turned his chilling glare onto whoever dared stand in his way. It was Zhu Yuding, Lu Xinyao's best friend. Not bad-looking, high ponytail, long legs, one half of the freshman duo famously dubbed the twin flowers alongside Lu Xinyao. Han Yu? Zhu Yuding snapped, arms crossed over her chest, her voice dripping with frost. Xinyao told me you poisoned the cultivation resources you gave her. How could you stoop so low? You're going to send her healing pills right now. Real pills, not that trash you handed over last time. And you'll bring 2 portions. Tang Chun was poisoned too. Hurry up and quit dawdling. If anything happens to them, I swear I won't let you get away with it. Han Yu narrowed his eyes, a mocking smirk curling his lips. Tell me, does your brain just store pure shit? Never mind whether I poisoned the cultivation resources or not. Even if I did, they were my resources. If a dog ate my stuff and got poisoned, what the hell does that have to do with me? You absolute moron. Who do you think you are? Trash like you daring to say you won't let me off. Hearing Han Yu's furious insults, Zhu Yuding froze. The surrounding students were equally stunned. No one had expected Han Yu to speak to Zhu Yuding like this. As Lu Xinyao's best friend, Zhu Yuding had often enjoyed Han Yu's groveling whenever he fawned over Xinyao. What had gotten into Han Yu today? Han Yu, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you talk to me like this? Zhu Yuding clenched her teeth, her long legs stomping the ground in rage. I was doing you a favor, giving you a chance to apologize to Xinyao. How dare you reject kindness? She's your fiancé. What's wrong with her taking a bit of your cultivation resources? You're a man, yet you're so petty and stingy. Han Yu shot her a cold glance. This woman, Lu Xinyao's lackey, was also a member of Tang Chen's harem, conquered in less than 100 chapters. Most of the protagonist's women were idiots anyway, and Han Yu had no patience for her nonsense. He sneered, brain-dead bitch. Get the hell out of my sight. Zhu Yuding stiffened once more, fury blazing in her eyes as she shrieked. Han Yu, you've got some nerve. A useless, worthless playboy like you, daring to speak to me like this. I'll say it one last time. Take healing pills and go apologize to Xinyao, and bring 2 portions. If you skimp, you'll make up for it double. Han Yu had enough. I'll make up your damn face. Before the words finished, his hand shot out, clamping onto Zhu Yuding's forehead before slamming her viciously into the ground. Boom! Her pretty face smashed against the stone pavement, spiderweb cracks radiating across the shattered tiles. Everyone froze. Hate plus 999 from Zhu Yuding. Killing intent plus 999. Han Yu, I won't let you get away with this. Zhu Yuding never imagined Han Yu would strike first. Her blood chi surged as she prepared to unleash her 7th-level martial warrior strength. Crash. A heavy boot stomped on her skull, snapping her hair tie and sending her locks sprawling across the ground. Her brain rattled violently, as if stirred by the sheer force. What kind of trash are you, to dare say you won't let me off? Han Yu yanked her up by the hair, fist tightening before crashing into her bloodied face. Thud. Her body flew backward, crashing into the crowd. The once elegant beauty now lay nearly unrecognizable. The onlookers gulped, staring at Han Yu with sheer terror. This monster, truly inhuman, beating up a beauty, and beating her this brutally. Han Yu ignored the onlookers' shock and stepped into the teleportation array of the Thunderstorm's secret realm, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a young man rushed over in a frenzy. At the sight of Zhu Yuding, battered beyond recognition, he let out a roar of fury. Yuding. My Yuding. That bastard Han Yu dared to beat you like this. Lu Mao won't let him get away with it. Lu Mao's aura surged, 2nd star true martial artist, startling the bystanders. That's Lu Mao, a senior from the 3rd year. I heard he's Zhu Yuding's fiancé. Fiancé? More like another one of Zhu Yuding's simps, same as Han Yu. Honestly, why are white knights fighting white knights? Yeah, exactly. Zhu Yuding and Lu Xinyao both love hanging around Tangqin. These 2 losers should join forces instead of killing each other. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Lu Mao glared with murderous intent. Shut the hell up, all of you. Wales, Tang Chun was just sparring with Yuding. But that bastard Han Yu did this to her. I couldn't even bear to ride my own bicycle. And now that asshole's peddling it standing up. This humiliation was beyond endurance. Revenge was a must. Lu Mao fed Zhu Yuding a restorative pill, and she slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Lu Mao holding her, she immediately scowled in disgust. Get away from me. Yuding, I only touched your hand, but Han Yu touched your whole body. Lu Mao protested bitterly. The mere mention of Han Yu rekindled the hatred in Zhu Yuding's eyes. Lu Mao, I want you to kill Han Yu for me. Murder him. I can't. That guy seems to have powerful connections. Killing him might bring serious trouble. I don't care. What kind of man are you? Your fiancée gets beaten half to death, and you won't even avenge her. Zhu Yuding snarled. If you're too weak, I'll find someone else. No, I can do it. Of course I can do it. Just wait, Yuding. I'll settle the score with him right now. I'll kill that bastard. Lu Mao immediately set off, entering the thunderstorm's secret realm. A man could never admit to being weak. Dark clouds loomed overhead, forks of lightning crackling within, occasionally striking the ground and reducing trees to charred husks. The thunderstorm's secret realm was an artificially formed territory in Yun province of the Kangwu war zone, said to be the resting place of a 7th-rank demon king. Before its death, the monarch's conceptual force altered the landscape and climate for miles, creating this everlasting storm. For thunder element martial artists, this was the ultimate training ground. But even true martial artists dared not venture into the storm's core, only skirting the edges to absorb its energy. Han Yu observed the terrain, mapping a path toward the core. The novel skipped over the details, saying Tang Chun was chased by a true martial artist, panicked, and accidentally stumbled into the core, narrowly dodging countless lightning strikes. Nobody's chasing me right now, so the conditions aren't met. Guess I'll just have to force my way in. Just as he prepared to charge forward, an enraged shout echoed from the teleportation array behind him. Han Yu, get your ass over here. You beat up my girl. Got a death wish or what? Hearing Lu Mao, Han Yu's brow relaxed. Oh, the idiot minor antagonist from the novel. Han Yu, are you fucking deaf? Get over here. Lu Mao recognized Han Yu, infamous as another loser, though Lu Mao considered himself slightly superior. At least Lu Xinyao had taken Tang Chen home. Zhu Yuding hadn't gone that far. Han Yu slowly walked toward Lu Mao, who sneered. You come when I call? What, are you a dog? Boom. Before Lu Mao could finish speaking, a rock-hard fist slammed into his face, crushing his nose with a sickening crunch. Ah, my goddamn nose. Han Yu, you bastard. I'm a true martial artist. How dare you hit me? I'll cripple you. Lu Mao howled in pain, his murderous intent surging as his true essence erupted violently from within. The surrounding students gasped, sensing the overwhelming power. But Han Yu ignored it all and lunged at him again. A true martial artist? Who isn't? Boom! The two collided, and Lu Mao's protective true essence shattered instantly, dispersing into fragments of energy. Han Yu's fist plowed into his chest and abdomen. Ribs snapped like bamboo, breaking one after another. No! How are you this strong? How? Didn't you just say you were going to cripple me? Han Yu dug a finger in his ear and slowly walked toward Lu Mao. What are you doing? Stay back. Exactly what I said. Crippling you. Han Yu stomped down, and Lu Mao's leg bone exploded. A pig-like squeal tore from his throat. Ah, I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family. We have a martial king backing us. If anything happens to me, they'll hunt you down. Martial king? A martial king is worthless. Han Yu sneered and stomped again. Lu Mao's other leg shattered. For a minor villain like this, he had no reservations. He could beat him to death without a second thought. What kind of trash dares compare himself to me, the ultimate villain who dominates the early and mid-story? Oh, you're the protagonist's experience fodder? Good. Now you're mine. Dragging Lu Mao like a dead dog, Han Yu charged deeper into the thunderstorm. The brainless minor villain still hadn't grasped the severity of his situation. Spewing curses and threats, his hatred and killing intent undisguised. Meanwhile, Han Yu's system notifications flooded in. Ding. Hostile emotions detected from Lu Mao. Hatred plus 2,333. Killing intent plus 6,666. Rage plus. The higher the cultivation level, the more malice points per harvest. Makes sense. Han Yu smirked just as a bolt of lightning struck him directly. Crackling arcs of electricity danced over his body, tempering every inch of his flesh, bones, and even refining his true essence. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. You lunatic. Get me out of here. Now. Even as a true martial artist, Lu Mao couldn't withstand the lightning's fury, screaming in agony. But Han Yu remained unfazed, charging straight into the heart of the storm. With each thunderbolt that struck, his cultivation surged higher. Ding! Through the baptism of lightning tearing through your body, your realm has broken through to true martial artist 6 stars. Han Yu felt no pain because he had transferred all the backlash to Lu Mao. And so, Han Yu sprinted onward, plunging into a pool of liquid lightning. Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage of thunder, Lu Mao's body finally gave out, exploding into ash, annihilated beyond recognition. Moments later, a figure shot out from the lightning pool. Cloaked in raging black thunder, a pair of wings unfurled behind him. With a single flap, thunder roared in response. This was the protagonist Tang Chen's innate talent, the S-Class Profound Thunder Wings. And now, they belong to Han Yu. Talents and abilities are divided into 2 types: innate and acquired. Innate talents are those one is born with or those that remain latent within the body, only to be awakened during cultivation. Acquired talents, on the other hand, are altered through external influences just like Han Yu's. On his back was a pair of black wing tattoos, from which lightning crackled, forming a pair of black thunder wings that looked supremely majestic. A single S-rank talent is far from enough. Han Yu curled his lips into a wicked smirk. If the side effects can be transferred, then I can practice any forbidden technique that consumes my vitality to activate an acquired ability. But before that, let me enjoy all the opportunities this secret realm has to offer. With a flap of his black thunder wings, Han Yu transformed into a streak of dark lightning and soared into the stormy clouds above. The lightning that had once seared his flesh with unbearable pain now felt like a gentle breeze, so soothing that he couldn't suppress a pleased groan. After a long while, ding! Under the baptism of the thunder providence left behind by the Demon King, your cultivation is skyrocketing. Ding! You have reached true martial artist, 7 stars. Ding! You have reached true martial artist, 8 stars. Ding! You have reached true martial artist, 9 stars. Leveling up? Isn't it as easy as eating or drinking? Seems like hard work does pay off. I guess this is what they call heaven rewards the diligent. A faint smile played on Han Yu's lips. Then, with a mighty flap of his wings, he flew out of the secret realm. Square public training grounds. Zhu Yuding rubbed her still-aching face, her gaze fixed on the teleportation array. Xinyao, don't worry. Lu Mao will avenge us. Once he drags that bastard Han Yu out, we'll make sure he pays. Beside her, Lu Xinyao was wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, her eyes brimming with cold fury. That bastard Han Yu dared to poison our cultivation resources and even ruined Brother Tang Chen down there. I'll make him pay in blood. When Zhu Yuding heard this, her expression shifted immediately. Wait, Tang Chen's junk is broken? Oh my God! Her face twisted with disappointment. She used to admire Tang Chen, but now that he was practically a eunuch, well, might as well be sisters from now on. Before Lu Xinyao could speak further, a figure in red emerged from the teleportation array. Seeing Han Yu walk out unharmed, Zhu Yuding blurted out in shock. Han Yu, how are you still alive? Where's Lu Mao? Dead. Han Yu's answer was blunt. With his unmatched backing, there was no need for subtlety. To him, the typical protagonist trope of hiding one's identity was just plain stupid. He was the villain, and villains did whatever the hell they wanted. Anyone who messed with him, crushed. Zhu Yuding scoffed in disbelief. Bullshit. Lu Mao was a true martial artist. If even you survived, how could he be dead? Even if he took over a dozen thunderbolts head-on in the Thunderstorm's secret realm, he wouldn't die. Han Yu nodded in agreement. True, Lu Mao was tough. It took over 30 thunderbolts before he was finally reduced to ashes. Han Yu, you're still spewing lies, always making excuses for your own incompetence. This is exactly why I despise you. Lu Xinyao let out a mocking laugh. Han Yu frowned at her. And just what the hell are you supposed to be? Since when does a bitch like you matter enough for me to care about your opinion? You bastard. I'm Lu Xinyao. How dare you talk to me like that? She assumed the bandages had hidden her identity, but Han Yu sneered. Oh, I recognize you, used goods. Keep barking, and I'll send you flying. Used goods. You're calling me that. Lu Xinyao felt the ultimate insult. She was about to angrily rebuke Han Yu when a figure in blue strode over. Han Yu, you shameless scum. Not only did you poison mine and Xinyao's cultivation resources, but now you even dare to humiliate a girl like this? Are you even human? The newcomer was Tang Chun. At this moment, his aura surged wildly. After awakening his S-grade bloodline, his cultivation had soared 3 levels, reaching the 9th star of the mortal warrior realm. With such an unbelievable rate of improvement, who could compare? Dealing with a pathetic loser like Han Yu would be as easy as crushing an ant. Chen Gij. Tears glistened in Lu Xinyao's beautiful eyes, her expression full of grievance. Yet Tang Chun only responded with a gentle smile. I'm sorry, Xinyao. I arrived late and let that bastard humiliate you. It's all right, Chen Gij. The one who should be apologizing is that scum, Han Yu. Lu Xinyao turned her gaze toward Han Yu, her eyes turning icy. Han Yu, since you poisoned me and Chen Gij, I demand that you kneel and beg for forgiveness, and compensate us financially. Exactly. You caused irreversible physical and psychological damage to Xinyao and me. Besides kneeling and compensation, I also demand you castrate yourself as atonement. Tang Chen added. 2 fucking idiots. I'll compensate your damned mother. Han Yu roared and suddenly lunged, his massive hands shooting toward the two. Ha ha ha, you fool. Since you refuse to repent and dare strike first, don't blame me for what happens next. Tang Chen never expected Han Yu to actually attack within the Martial Academy grounds. But this played right into his hands. Soon, he would cripple this bastard and avenge his brother. But before he could even finish the thought, Han Yu's figure abruptly accelerated, instantly closing the distance. Impossible! How is he so fast? Tang Chen's breath hitched. He wanted to dodge, but it was far too late. Han Yu's hands clamped down like iron vices onto Lu Xinyao's and Tang Chen's skulls before slamming them violently into the ground. Boom! 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 Their bodies crashed into the earth like ragged sacks, sending debris flying, dust billowing, and screams echoing endlessly. A continuous stream of hatred, malice, and negativity flowed into Han Yu, and he couldn't help but grin in delight. The surrounding students were stunned beyond words. To attack at the slightest provocation. What a ruthless madman. How is he this strong? I awakened an S-grade bloodline. I reached the 9th star of the mortal warrior realm. Tang Chen's mind was filled with confusion and fury, yet Han Yu's grip was like an unbreakable shackle. He couldn't resist in the slightest. Like a mangy dog, he could only endure Han Yu's relentless torment. Stop! Han Yu! This is the Martial Academy. How dare you commit violence here? You beast! Zhu Yuding trembled in fear, but despite having a brain smaller than a peanut, she still had the gall to threaten him. Han Yu snapped his head toward her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Brainless bitch. Guess I was so busy beating them up that I forgot about you. Boom! Lu Xinyao's body was hurled violently, crashing into Zhu Yuding and sending them both flying. Their spines felt as if they'd been snapped in half, their agonized shrieks piercing the air. Now free of the two fools, Han Yu seized Tang Chen's throat. The latter's face twisted into an expression of pure hatred. Han Yu, if you have the guts, Kill me. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire family. Hearing this, Han Yu sneered. Typical stupid protagonist. Instead of playing smart, all he does is stubbornly provoke me. If not for the protagonist's plot armor, Han Yu would have killed him 10,000 times over by now. Kill you? Ha! Of course I will. With that, Han Yu threw a punch, unleashing a torrent of primal energy, directly piercing through Tang Chen's chest. Tang Chen's eyes widened in horror. He hadn't imagined that Han Yu would actually dare strike to kill. The watching students stood frozen in shock. Then, an enraged bellow thundered through the air. Audacious! How dare you commit murder in the martial academy? Seeking death. As Han Yu was about to execute the protagonist, yet another unexpected turn of events occurred. Something he was already accustomed to. At this point, someone showing up to interfere wasn't surprising to Han Yu. Even something as absurd as a sudden meteor shower smashing his hired help to death. He had experienced plenty of those before. The frustration in his heart at such moments was no less than what he had felt in his previous life. Hearing the legendary tale of the time-traveling Wang Mang fighting the Dimension's Chosen One, Lu Xiu. No matter how hard Wang Mang schemed, no matter what countermeasures he devised, nothing worked. It was the same for Han Yu. On the surface, he was opposing the protagonist, but in truth, he was contending against the heavenly Tao of this world. As the child of destiny, the heavenly Tao would never allow him to die so easily. In the past, Han Yu might have found this utterly infuriating. But now, he only felt excitement. Hey, calling for reinforcements. Huh? Come one. Come all. I'll crush every last one of them. Today, he'd use this protagonist as bait and indulge in a little entrapment. With this thought in mind, Han Yu turned his gaze toward the newcomer. A group clad in martial academy uniforms, led by a generously endowed woman of ample charms. Han Yu recognized her. She was another member of the protagonist's harem, a senior from Tianfu Martial Academy, Chu Yenran. She also happened to be the captain of the academy's disciplinary squad, responsible for upholding school rules and conduct. Chu Yenran's jet-black hair was tied up in a bun, giving her an air of both youthful purity and mature allure. She wore a fitted white blouse, a pair of hot pants, and glossy black stockings that clung to her long legs. Gasps erupted from the crowd upon her arrival. It's Senior Chu Yenran. She's here. Thank goodness. Senior Chu is a mid-rank true martial artist, already at the 5-star level. There's no way that brute Han Yu can keep acting so arrogantly now. This bastard is ruthless. He nearly killed Tang Chun. Fine. But he even took down Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, those two delicate beauties. As Chu Yenran approached, her beautiful eyes darkened with fury when she saw Tang Chun, whose abdomen had been torn open, his intestines spilling out in a gruesome display. Han Yu, you bastard. This was your own classmate. How could you be so cruel? Do you even have a conscience? Conscience? Heh, I do have a black heart here. Want to take a look? Han Yu sneered at her accusation. Trying to guilt-trip him? Sorry, but after 9 reincarnations, Han Yu had long shed any moral restraints. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Chu Yenran froze for a moment before anger flushed her delicate face. Unbelievable! To think Tianfu Martial Academy would have scum like you. If someone like you were allowed to grow stronger, you'd just become a parasite to society, a blight upon humanity. Bitch, who the hell are you barking at? If you've got a problem, come at me. Try and kill me. Han Yu grinned viciously, his gaze fixed on Chu Yenran as if she were mere plaything. If you won't come for me, then I'll come for you. Before his words even faded, Han Yu blurred into motion, closing the distance in an instant. Chu Yenran's expression changed abruptly as she immediately channeled her inner energy and activated a defensive martial technique. Boom! Han Yu threw a single, brutally simple punch. The defensive technique shattered instantly, and even the white blouse beneath it tore open, revealing glimpses of delicate skin beneath. So strong! Chu Yenran's heart trembled, her flawless eyes flashing with fear for the first time. In her vision, Han Yu's massive hand clamped down, pressing mercilessly against her face. Thud! Her body went limp before crashing heavily to the ground, forced onto her knees before Hanyu. Looking up, she saw Hanyu's handsome yet sinister face, his lips curled into a devilish smirk. "And here I thought you'd be something special. Turns out you're just trash. What gives a weakling like you the right to lecture me on morality?" Humiliation burned fiercely in Chu Yenran's chest. Stubbornly lifting her head, her eyes brimming with hatred, she clenched her teeth and spat out 2 words. "Scum." "Scum? Ha! What a beautiful title." Hanyu's grin widened before he delivered a brutal slap, leaving 5 deep finger marks across Chu Yenran's delicate cheek. From the ground, where he lay barely clinging to life, Tang Chen's eyes blazed with murderous intent. His S-ranked undying bloodline granted him immense vitality. At its peak, he could even regenerate from a single drop of blood. Clenching his fists until his nails pierced his own flesh, oblivious to the pain, Tang Chun roared inwardly. "Hanyu, how dare you humiliate Senior Yenran like this? I swear I'll slaughter your entire family." Though Tang Chun had only met Chu Yenran a handful of times, he had long considered her his forbidden fruit. Anyone who dared lay a finger on her was courting death. For Hanyu to disgrace Chu Yenran like this was worse than killing him. But for now, that bastard held too much power, so Tang Chun couldn't act recklessly. He would have to endure for the time being. A gentleman waits 10 years for vengeance. He would make Hanyu pay in blood someday. That was Tang Chen's resolve. Meanwhile, over on Hanyu's side, even though Chu Yenran's hatred toward him kept rising, what truly delighted him was the sudden surge in hostility from the protagonist. His system was practically overflowing with malice points. Perfect. Humiliating the protagonist's loved ones yielded double malice points. 2 birds with 1 stone. What a thrill. With that thought in mind, Hanyu smirked at Chu Yenran, whose defiant gaze burned with pure loathing, and slapped her again. "Who gave you the right to look at me like that?" Chu Yenran turned her face away, her crimson lips stained with blood, too afraid to meet his eyes. But Hanyu grabbed her chin and forcibly yanked her gaze back to him. "You were so loud earlier, and now you can't even look at me? Look at me, bitch." Tears welled in Chu Yenran's beautiful eyes. Never in her life had she suffered such indignity. "What do you even want from me?" she snapped. Her defiance earned her another slap, this one sending her sprawling to the ground. Her hairpin shattered, her ink-black hair spilling loose. Every witness gulped in fear. The student council members stood frozen, too terrified to interfere with this monster Han you had become. Disappointed, Hanyu scoffed at the crowd. "Pathetic cowards. You won't even step up when your precious goddess is being treated like this." The male students flushed with shame, their eyes burning with hatred. But they weren't fools. If Hanyu could crush Chu Yenran so effortlessly, they stood no chance against him. Satisfied with the flood of malice points, Hanyu strode back to Chu Yenran, gripping her chin and hauling her up. Seeing her disheveled, weeping face, more like a resentful concubine than the proud beauty she once was, he lost interest and tossed her aside like a broken toy. Ice laced his voice. "Tie your hair up." Chu Yenran froze in confusion, only to flinch when Hanyu barked again. "I said, tie it up." Clenching her teeth, she dared not disobey. She gathered her hair with a fallen branch, twisting it back into place. "Good. Very obedient." Hanyu patted her cheek mockingly. Though her eyes burned with shame and fury, she remained compliant. She understood provoking a brute like him would only invite worse torment. For now, she had to endure. Chu Yenran could swallow her pride, but Tang Chun couldn't. Watching the woman he had claimed as his own, the untouchable senior he admired, now reduced to a docile mutt under Hanyu's tyranny, his chest tightened with rage. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt like a crushing weight pressed on his back, as if a tortoise shell had grown there, while his head stung with the phantom sensation of a cuckold's horns. Hanyu's actions weren't just humiliation. They were public cuckolding. Boiling with fury, Tang Chun finally roared. "Hanyu, I'll kill you." Thud. A size 44 shoe slammed into his face, grinding his cheek into the dirt. Hanyu smirked down at him, eyes dripping with contempt. Tang Chun, you look just like a dog. Feeling powerless? Like a worthless piece of trash? You're right. You are a coward. You are garbage. Hate me. Despise me. Then live on like the pathetic worm you are. Trash. Hanyu's every word struck like a dagger, each sentence piercing straight into Tang Chen's heart. Endless humiliation churned within him. This feeling was worse than death itself. Tang Chun gritted his teeth, his hands clawing at the ground so fiercely that deep scratches marred the concrete slab, a testament to the sheer fury raging inside him. Hanyu, you'd sooner bully an old man than a young man in poverty. The humiliation I suffer today, Tang Chun, will remember it, and one day I will repay it tenfold. With venomous determination, Tang Chun spat out these impassioned words, stirring the onlookers with their fervor. Yet Hanyu only sneered before slamming his foot down onto Tang Chen's face again. Still barking like a dog? Gathering all his strength, he reared back to stomp Tang Chen's skull, fully intending to crush it. As expected, right then, a sharp, feminine shout pierced the air. Outrageous! Assault is one thing, but now you dare to kill? Have you no fear of the Academy's rules, of the law itself? With her words came a surge of chi, hurtling toward Hanyu. If it landed, given his current strength, he'd be grievously wounded. Realizing this, lightning crackled behind Hanyu, coalescing into obsidian black wings. With a thunderous boom, he shot skyward, hovering high above as he glared down at his challenger. The woman was voluptuous, a beautiful woman in her early 30s. Though young, her cultivation had already reached the heavenly martial realm. Hanyu recognized her. This was Zhao Yutong, an inner court instructor of Tianfu Martial Academy, and Tang Chen's future mentor. Tang Chun, that shameless disciple, naturally made her part of his harem too. Seeing Hanyu take flight, Zhao Yutong's eyes flashed with surprise. Such formidable energy! Could he possess an S-grade talent as well? What a waste, to see such gifts bestowed upon a man of such vile character. She made no effort to hide her contempt, her voice ringing loud enough for all to hear. Many in the crowd immediately echoed her, launching into a verbal assault against Hanyu, who merely scoffed. Big breasts, no brains, what an idiot! No one expected Hanyu to insult Zhao Yutong so brazenly. Her face darkened with rage, her ample chest heaving with fury. You little brat! Do you have a death wish? The pressure of a heavenly martial artist erupted from her, suffocating everyone nearby. In the cultivation hierarchy, heaven, earth, mystic, true, mortal, collectively called the lower 5 realms. A heavenly martial expert stood at the pinnacle. Here in Longxia Nation's rear territories, such a figure was virtually untouchable. Those who ascended to the upper 5 realms typically garrisoned the perilous resource planets, rarely lingering on Earth for long. Yet despite this, Hanyu dared provoke Zhao Yutong so openly. Did he truly believe his family's influence granted him the right to such arrogance? Few knew, but Zhao Yutong's own background was no small matter. Rumor had it her family was backed by a martial emperor. Unfazed by her threat, Hanyu smirked coldly. Bitch, if you so much as scratch a hair on my head, I'll pluck every last one off your body. In this world, aside from the bug-like protagonists, he could bully anyone with impunity, shielded by his family's power. So why fear a damn thing? Zhao Yutong trembled with rage, fists clenched so tight her nails nearly drew blood. She longed to crush him outright, but his blatant arrogance signaled his backing was no mere posturing. Though her own lineage was formidable, the southwest base city was jointly funded by noble clans across multiple provinces. A den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere martial emperor's family meant little here. Hanyu, you bastard! No matter how powerful your background, it will never outweigh Tianfu Martial Academy's authority. Today, for assaulting fellow students, you will answer to the Academy's laws. As an inner court instructor, I order you to apologize to every injured student and compensate them tenfold for all damages. She tried to continue, but Hanyu cut her off. Enough. Shut your mouth, hag. I don't care about your rules. My rules are the rules. Today, I can forgive everyone else, but you, Zhao Yutong, must kneel and apologize to me. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Holy shit, this is some audacity. Who the hell is this guy? I've never seen someone this arrogant in my life. No one had expected Han Yu to turn the tables like this. After beating so many people himself, he now demanded Zhao Yutong kneel and apologize. Zhao Yutong sneered in response. Fine, Han Yu. You've got guts. I wonder if your family can withstand the wrath of Tianfu Martial Academy. You've got it backwards. Han Yu chuckled lightly. What you should be considering is whether Tianfu Martial Academy can withstand my wrath. With a snap of his fingers, he called out, Han family guards, step forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures emerged from the crowd, stepping effortlessly through the air as if walking on solid ground. The sight sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Treading on air, soaring through the skies, this was one of the defining traits of a celestial martial artist. Yet these seemingly ordinary men, dressed in standard black suits like mere bodyguards, were all celestial martial artists. And these celestial martial artists were nothing more than Han Yu's personal guards. The guards swiftly gathered behind Han Yu, bowing in unison as they shouted, Young Master Yu. Good. Did you all hear what I just said? We did. Han Yu looked down at Zhao Yutong with icy disdain. Professor Zhao kneel. Zhao Yutong's expression twisted into panic. In all her years, she had never faced a situation like this. Han Yu, what do you mean by this? You really expect me to kneel to you? I'm still your teacher, no matter what. Han Yu didn't answer. Instead, he simply waved his hand. The celestial martial artist guards immediately rushed forward, surrounding Zhao Yutong. With sheer numbers and overwhelming power, they quickly subdued her. That wave wasn't an apology. It was a, you've still got a lot to learn, sweetheart. Zhao Yutong's arms were twisted behind her back, forcing her to kneel before Han Yu. Her beautiful eyes burned with humiliation and hatred. Nearby, Tang Chun watched the scene unfold, his hatred for Han Yu deepening. The reason was simple: Zhao Yutong was also on his list of conquests. Han Yu, you dare humiliate my beloved teacher like this? You've signed your own death warrant. Don't bully the young and poor. I, Tang Chun, will have my revenge. But under the circumstances, Tang Chun could only roar these words silently in his heart. Han Yu, is this enough? Zhao Yutong gritted her teeth, her delicate face flushed with shame. She looked like a young wife publicly humiliated, radiating a heartbreaking fragility, similar to Chu Yenran earlier, though with a more mature air. Enough? Oh, Professor Zhao. This is just the beginning. Han Yu retracted his thunder wings and slowly descended before her, gripping her chin with one hand. Zhao Yutong's eyes widened in fear as countless thoughts raced through her mind. A deep dread welled up inside her. What is this demon going to do to me in front of all these people? What are you doing? Zhao Yutong widened her beautiful eyes, glaring at Han Yu, who gripped her chin with a sinister smirk. What am I doing? Heh, of course, smacking you. Hearing this, Zhao Yutong trembled, her face filled with terror. This pervert, is he really planning to humiliate her like this in front of everyone? Her heavenly aura erupted within her as she struggled against the restraints of the two Han family guards. But no matter how hard she fought, it was futile. She could only watch helplessly as Han Yu rubbed his hands together before suddenly lunging at her. Smack! 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 Han Yu struck left and right, slapping Zhao Yutong's delicate cheeks repeatedly. He wasn't some lust-crazed beast. His smacking was purely about brutalizing her with bare-handed strikes. Her face burned red, partly from the slaps, partly from humiliation. She never expected Han Yu's smacking to mean this, but even so, for a proud heavenly warrior like her to be treated this way was beyond disgraceful. Hatred and killing intent surged violently in her heart. Watching the flood of malice points steadily rising, Han Yu was immensely satisfied. The onlookers seethed with fury, witnessing Han Yu's shameless audacity in tormenting their beloved instructor. After harvesting a substantial amount of malice, Han Yu finally left content, his victims bruised and battered in his wake. Zhao Yutong's once neat instructor uniform was now disheveled. As she stared at Han Yu's departing figure, her eyes burned crimson with rage. Tang Chen's murderous glare was even more chilling. His battered body was drenched in blood, teetering on the verge of death. Yet Han Yu didn't stay to finish him off. The same reason as before, if the protagonist were so easy to kill, Han Yu would have succeeded in his past 9 lives. For now, Han Yu relied on his heavenly warrior guards to flaunt his arrogance. But if he truly insisted on killing Tang Chun, some martial marquis would inevitably intervene, whether from the Celestial Martial Academy or somewhere in the southwest base city. So Han Yu wisely withdrew, saving the malice he'd gathered to refine later. There'd be plenty of time to settle scores. Once Han Yu left, Zhao Yutong wiped the blood from her lips. Retrieving healing pills from her spatial ring, she took one herself and distributed the rest to Tang Chen and the others. Under the potent medicinal effects, their injuries rapidly healed. Lu Xinyao clenched her teeth, viciously glaring in the direction Han Yu had vanished. "Brother Tang Chen, don't worry. That bastard Han Yu will pay for what he's done. I'll tell my father, and he'll make sure this scum gets what he deserves." Tang Chen nodded faintly. Lu Xinyao's father was a martial marquis, more than capable of crushing Han Yu effortlessly. But suddenly a thought struck him. That guy has so many heavenly warrior guards. It means his family background is anything but ordinary. There might even be a martial emperor backing him. For now, we should endure this humiliation. Wait until we grow stronger before seeking revenge. Zhao Yutong nodded in approval. Tang Chun is right. As warriors, we must treat suffering as tempering. Turn resentment into the fuel for growth. That bastard flaunts his lineage like it's some kind of accomplishment. But true strength comes from one's own power. All 4 of you train under me from now on. Once your skills reach their peak, defeating him openly will be the ultimate disgrace. Then, even his family won't dare shield him. Inspired by her words, their spirits blazed with determination. Tang Chen, Lu Xinyao, Zhu Yuding, and Chu Yenran initially did not meet the standards for becoming inner court disciples. However, given Zhao Yutong's status and influence, her words carried enough weight to grant them special admission into the inner court for cultivation. Zhao Yutong led the 4 into the inner court of Tianfu Martial Academy. Contrary to expectations, the inner court was not located in the same area as the outer court. Instead, it required passage through a teleportation array to reach. The inner court spanned vast mountainous terrain, dotted with towering peaks and saturated with dense primal chi from heaven and earth. Training here promised tremendous benefits, with cultivation speeds estimated to be dozens of times faster than outside. The 4 were visibly excited. Zhao Yutong escorted them to her personal mountain peak, where she intended to subject them to specialized training. Truthfully, among the 4, she valued only Tang Chun. The others were merely incidental additions. Zhao Yutong had discerned that Tang Chun possessed an awakened S-rank bloodline, and a rare one at that, the Undying bloodline. This lineage was exceptionally resilient, making him ideal for brutal training regimens, as it accelerated his growth exponentially. Without delay, Zhao Yutong threw all 4 into a gravity chamber, activating its formation. Boom! 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 Instantly, they felt as though an immense weight of thousands of pounds pressed down on them, making even the simplest movements agonizingly difficult. Training in this gravity chamber will significantly enhance your body's absorption rate of heavenly and earthly chi, Zhao Yutong explained. Apart from Yenran, the rest of you are merely mortal martial warriors. If you can quickly adapt to stronger gravity, you'll soon generate true essence within your bodies and advance into the true martial warrior realm. The base gravity level here is 10-fold. The closer you move toward the center, the higher the multiplier becomes. At the very center, it reaches 100-fold gravity. Once you've adapted to it, I'll take you to another location for further training. Following Zhao Yutong's instructions, the quartet began circulating their techniques, assuming various martial stances to absorb primal chi and temper their bodies. Zhao Yutong guided them meticulously, periodically administering elixirs to accelerate their progress. Among them, Tang Chen progressed the fastest. Soon, he adapted to tenfold gravity and began gradually advancing toward the center, enduring ever-increasing pressure. 20-fold, 30-fold, even as his internal organs compressed under the crushing weight and his bones creaked alarmingly. He gritted his teeth and persevered. His undying bloodline activated, ensuring that despite the excruciating pain, he could endure extreme training without fatal consequences. In just a few hours, Tang Chen managed to break through, officially stepping into the true martial warrior realm. Witnessing this, Zhao Yutong was thrilled. Truly befitting an S-rank bloodline, she thought. His cultivation speed is extraordinary. Excellent, Tang Chen, she praised. Maintain this pace, and I'll ensure you receive full support. Soon, you'll surpass that Han Yu. Encouraged by her words, Tang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a fiercer fighting spirit surged within him. He swore to train relentlessly, to grind Han Yu beneath his heel, and to erase the humiliation of their past encounters once and for all. Meanwhile, as the protagonists trained, Han Yu himself had also begun his cultivation regimen. Perusing the forbidden manuals his subordinates had gathered, Han Yu felt a chill as he read the descriptions of the inhuman training methods documented within. However, a glance at his system panel, brimming with ample malice value, made him smirk. Without further hesitation, he began cultivating based on the manual's instructions. Go ahead, train. The backlash won't affect me anyway. I'll master these in silence. Ding! You have begun consuming refined steel, using molten iron to temper your body, initiating cultivation of the golden body art. Ding! The steel pellets melt within your stomach, circulating through your organs and meridians via the technique's guidance. An agony like shattered bones and searing flesh engulfs your entire being as the molten iron scorches your skin, wave after wave of indescribable torment assailing you. Ding! After enduring sufferings beyond mortal limits, you have perfected the golden body art. You have awakened and acquired S-rank talent, iron hide and steel bones. Han Yu didn't expect that the golden body technique could actually stimulate the body to awaken innate talents. However, when he saw the amount of malice value consumed, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Ding! During your cultivation of the golden body technique, a total of 500,000 malice value has been consumed. All side effects have been transferred. Previously, after brutally tormenting Tang Chen and the others, Han Yu had only gained just over 600,000 malice value, most of which came from Zhao Yutong, who had the highest cultivation level. It seemed the amount of malice value harvested was related to the target's cultivation. The higher their cultivation, the more malice value they generated per instance. With so many side effects, I wonder if they can handle it? Han Yu thought to himself before shaking his head. Whether they can handle it or not is none of my concern. All I need to do is focus on my cultivation. If they survive, they live. If they don't, then they can just die. He had no sympathy for the main cast. Birds of a feather flock together. If the protagonist was trash, what kind of decent people could his friends possibly be? With that thought, Han Yu wasted no time and grabbed the pills his subordinates had procured, shoving them all into his mouth. Meanwhile, just moments before, while Han Yu was immersed in his cultivation, Tianfu Martial Academy Gravity Chamber. Under the pressure of the gravity array and with the support of Zhao Yutong's resources, Tang Chen's cultivation skyrocketed. Even after breaking through to true martial artist, his advancement showed no signs of slowing down. True martial artist, 2-star. True martial artist, 3-star. True martial artist, 4-star. Within just a few hours, Tang Chen's cultivation had surged by several levels. Witnessing this, Zhao Yutong was utterly shocked before bursting into joy. Good. It seems your talent is even greater than I imagined. Perhaps your near-death experience earlier unlocked your potential. Tang Chen was also ecstatic, a smirk curling on his lips. Han Yu, you never expected me to grow this fast, did you? What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. The humiliation you inflicted, the way you trampled over me, all of it has fueled my growth. At this rate, within 10 days at most, I'll crush you beneath my feet." His spirits soared, brimming with confidence. He felt as though the torment Han Yu had put him through had unblocked something in his body, allowing his cultivation to progress effortlessly, without the slightest stagnation. The future was bright in his eyes. With renewed determination, he channeled his energy, stepping further toward the center of the gravity chamber. 60-fold gravity. 70-fold gravity. The closer he got to the center, the heavier the pressure became, yet it only seemed to further ignite his latent potential. His body felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption, power surging through every fiber of his being. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in his ears, the blissful sound of a cultivation bottleneck shattering. Hhhrr. Before Tang Chun could even revel in his triumph, a series of screams tore through the air behind him. Frowning in irritation, he turned, wondering what the hell they were shrieking about, ruining his transcendent moment. "Tang Chun, why you? You're exploding." Chu Yenran's beautiful eyes were wide with terror as she pointed at his chest. The other girls were equally horrified, frozen in speechless dread. Tang Chen's brow furrowed deeper. He lowered his gaze, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. A massive hole had blown open in his torso, his innards spilling grotesquely onto the floor in a gruesome display. And yet, despite the horrifying injury, he felt absolutely no pain. Why is this happening? The question had barely formed in Tang Chen's mind when an excruciating, literal heart-rending pain tore through his entire body. His internal organs felt as though they had been pierced through by steel, riddled with countless holes, no longer functioning properly. With a blood-curdling scream, he collapsed, unconscious. "Brother Chun." Lu Xinyao's eyes filled with anguish. "What's going on? What the hell is happening?" "Instructor Zhao, turn off the gravity array now." Zhao Yutong quickly deactivated the gravity chamber's formation, and the group rushed to Han Yu's side, their faces etched with concern. "Don't worry. Tang Chun has an S-grade immortal bloodline. He can endure these injuries." At Zhao Yutong's words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. "But these injuries don't seem to be caused by the gravity array's pressure. This is too strange." Zhao Yutong frowned deeply, pondering the cause of Tang Chen's condition. Lu Xinyao suddenly gasped as if remembering something. "It must be Han Yu. That bastard must have poisoned Brother Chun again. What a despicable coward." She recounted everything that had happened in detail, and Zhao Yutong's frown deepened. "From what you've described, it doesn't sound like poisoning. It seems more like some kind of curse." While curses were rare among ordinary human martial artists, they were a common power among the otherworldly races. As a heavenly martial artist, Zhao Yutong had far more experience and had witnessed many cases of people suddenly dying from curses, their eyes and mouths bleeding, their organs ruptured. Her words sent a wave of terror through the group. "Oh no! What if that bastard cursed us too?" Chu Yenran blurted out. The moment she spoke, everyone's expressions darkened further. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a series of violent explosions erupted from Lu Xinyao's chest and abdomen. Just like Tang Chun, her internal organs burst apart. "Ah!" Zhu Yuting stumbled back in horror. But before she could retreat more than a few steps, she too felt a churning in her chest and abdomen, her intestines and organs tearing apart. Chu Yenran's face paled as she clutched her stomach, but it was futile. The next moment, unbearable agony racked her body. Seeing the three women in such a horrific state, Zhao Yutong swallowed hard. Han Yu is only a true martial artist. Surely he can't curse me, right? The thought had barely formed when a searing pain twisted through her organs. However, unlike the other three women, her organs didn't explode. Instead, it felt as though molten iron had been poured into her body, the agony relentless. Even as a heavenly martial artist, with her heavenly aura energy surging wildly, she couldn't withstand the pain and passed out from sheer torment. At least she wasn't in mortal danger, but the other 3 women were already on the brink of death. "Brother Chen, I'm dying." Lu Xinyao crawled weakly toward Tang Chun, who seemed to sense something and slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the 3 women near death, Tang Chun shuddered violently. These were the women he cherished. How could they be dying like this? An overwhelming grief surged through him, and his bloodline power churned violently. His horrific injuries began healing at an astonishing rate. This was the power of his demonic bloodline. Tang Chun immediately channeled his immortal bloodline energy into Lu Xinyao's body, and her fading life force began to revive. Seeing that it worked, Tang Chen's face lit up with hope. Without hesitation, he extended the same healing power to Chu Yanran and Zhu Yuding. All 3 women had been moments from death, but under Tang Chen's treatment, they gradually stabilized. Witnessing this miracle, Tang Chen's heart swelled with emotion, and he roared triumphantly, "Rise again, my beloveds!" Under Tang Chen's treatment, the 3 women gradually regained consciousness, and even their absurdly severe injuries began to heal at a rapid pace. If Han Yu had been there, he would have cursed in outrage. Their intestines were literally spilled out, and now they're being revived? How the hell is that even possible? The protagonist's plot armor is beyond ridiculous. Upon waking and realizing Tang Chun had saved them, the women were overcome with gratitude. Lu Xinyao was practically ready to bear his children on the spot. Zhu Yuding, however, sighed inwardly. What a shame. If Tang Chen's equipment hadn't been ruined, she wouldn't have minded becoming his woman. But now, no matter how grateful she was for his life-saving grace, they could only remain close friends. Tang Chun inwardly swelled with pride under their adoring gazes. This was the power of his charisma, something Han Yu could never hope to match. Zhao Yutong also slowly regained consciousness. Though she had suffered the most severe backlash, her high cultivation level meant she had already recovered most of her strength even without Tang Chen's intervention. Still, her internal organs ached, and a full recovery would require some time to rest. Relieved to see Tang Chen and the others out of danger, she suddenly erupted in fury. That Han Yu is utterly despicable. I, Zhao Yutong, have never encountered such scum. Daring to curse us like that. If given the chance, I swear I'll purge this disgrace from humanity myself. Her rage and murderous intent boiled uncontrollably. The other 3 women, who had been tortured half to death, now revived and equally furious, joined in. Teacher Zhao is right. That trash deserves death. He's a stain on our race. Let's report him together and have the Martial Prohibition Bureau deal with this bastard. I've already messaged my family elders, but given how brazen he is, his background must be formidable. Reporting him might not even work. As they vented, their anger grew, each wishing they could skin Han Yu alive. Zhao Yutong interjected gravely. Don't worry, I've already reported his actions to the higher-ups at the Martial Academy. Once they receive the news, they'll return to deliver justice. Moreover, I've received word from other instructors. That audacious bastard actually dared to kill Lu Mao in the Thunderstorm's secret realm. The Lu family's experts have been alerted and are rushing back from off-world. Rumor has it they've even dispatched a martial marquis. Han Yu won't escape unscathed. Her words elated everyone, but their jubilation was short-lived. Suddenly, agonizing pain racked their bodies. Ah, what's happening? It hurts. It hurts so much. Brother Chun, save me. Help! No and oh! Before Tang Chun could react to his beloved women's suffering, the same torment seized him. The cause, of course, was Han Yu currently devouring pills in rapid succession. System notifications. You are continuously consuming mystic tier body-burning pills. Each pill's side effects require 10,000 malice points to redirect, now evenly distributed among your enemies. With every pill ingested, your muscles, blood, bones, and organs ignite like tinder, refining your primal energy with agonizing intensity. The pain of this bodily combustion is indescribable, far beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Yet through this near-fatal ordeal, your primal energy begins its metamorphosis. Your primal energy is transforming into mystic force. Every strand of this newfound power surges through your limbs, brimming with inconceivable might. A truly miraculous strength. You have shattered the barrier of the true martial realm, ascending to mystic martial mastery. Pill after pill vanished into Han Yu's stomach, his body tempered by their mystic power. None of the side effects touched him. His cultivation continued to skyrocket. Black Tortoise 1 star. Black Tortoise 2 star. Black Tortoise 6 star. Black Tortoise 7 star. Hundreds of thousands of malice points were consumed, and Han Yu's cultivation soared straight to the late-stage Black Tortoise realm. With his original malice points completely depleted, Han Yu could only sigh in regret. Cultivation is too slow. I thought I could reach Black Tortoise 9 star. Ah, I still need to work harder. If others heard his words, they would likely slap him silly. How long has it even been? His cultivation skyrocketed by several stars in one go, and he still thinks it's too slow. Han Yu glanced at the dozen or so body-burning pills on the table, feeling unsatisfied. The rush of taking these pills was simply too exhilarating. He couldn't stop. Too bad his malice points were still insufficient. Just as Han Yu was sighing, a massive wave of malice points flooded in. Ding! You have received murderous intent plus 999, hatred plus 999. From Lu Xinyao, you have received murderous intent plus 2333. From Zhao Yutong, you have received murderous intent. From Tang Chun, the protagonist group's malice toward Han Yu kept refreshing. In just a few minutes, it had skyrocketed by over 200,000. Han Yu couldn't suppress the smirk on his lips. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. He never expected being loathed could feel so satisfying. He even started worrying whether these people would have enough time to hate him properly. So, while swallowing more pills, he opted for delayed side effect feedback. Ding! You have chosen to delay the side effects. These effects will accumulate until they reach the target's current tolerance threshold, then erupt instantly. Hearing this, Han Yu's lips curled into a grin. Even if I can't kill that little bastard Tang Chun, the people around him won't be able to take it. Han Yu decided to go all out, delay all side effects, then recklessly gulp down more pills. As the protagonist group's malice kept refreshing, Han Yu continued his pill-popping frenzy. Only when their malice stopped increasing did Han Yu finally halt his consumption. During this time, his cultivation surged even further. Black Tortoise 8 star. Black Tortoise 9 star. Stuck at the peak of the Black Tortoise bottleneck for a long time, Han Yu swallowed several mystic-grade pills but still couldn't break through. So he decided to go for broke. Ding! You have consumed an Earth-grade life-severing pill. Transferring the side effects will cost 100,000 malice points. At this moment, your life seems to teeter on the edge of ruin. All the power in your body converges into one final, desperate strike to reach a higher realm. Failure means death. Success means rebirth. Ding! The mystic energy within you transforms endlessly, coalescing into vast terrestrial might, propelling you to a higher realm. Your mystic energy has evolved into Earth Fiend power. You have become an earthly martial artist. Feeling the immense power within him, Han Yu couldn't contain his excitement and sighed with emotion. Who says hard work is pointless? Isn't this the heavens' rewarding diligence? My current cultivation is entirely due to my own perseverance. Well, with a little negligible help from the system. Han Yu smirked smugly. Unfortunately, the system lacked human emotions. Otherwise, hearing such shameless words would surely have earned him a flood of malice points. While Han Yu was busy recklessly consuming pills, the protagonist group had no time left to resent him. The side effects came crashing down, and with their weak cultivation, they couldn't withstand them. After all, Han Yu had swallowed mystic-grade pills. Normally, only Mystic Realm martial artists could endure their backlash, and even then, not in large quantities at once. But Han Yu had taken them like candy. Even just the accumulated side effects were deadly. The backlash from the body-burning pills hit the protagonist group hard. Zhao Yutong, being the strongest, suffered the least, just a scorching sensation in her organs and limbs. But Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, the weakest, couldn't endure it any longer. They let out agonized screams as their bodies burst into flames. No, Brother Chun. It hurts. It hurts so much, Lu Xinyao wailed. Tang Chen panicked, immediately activating his immortal bloodline to try and heal her. But even he was in dire straits. His skin scorched in searing pain, his body rapidly dehydrating. Zhao Yutong reacted first, throwing open the training chamber doors and grabbing Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding before rushing outside. As a heaven realm martial artist, her speed was breathtaking. Mere breaths later, she was already outside. She soared into the air, stopping above a small mountain peak, and shouted, "Teacher Li Shui, come quick! Students are self-combusting." Her cry drew gasps from teachers and students training nearby. When they saw Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding burning alive, cries of shock erupted. What the hell? Why are they on fire? No idea. Did they awaken some kind of fire affinity? This is way hotter than bel canto. Li Shui, a heaven realm instructor, stepped through the air to Zhao Yutong. Without hesitation, she channeled her cultivation. Icy celestial energy surged forth. Crack, crack. Moisture in the air crystallized into falling snowflakes. Soon, Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding were completely frozen, transformed into ice sculptures, eerily beautiful yet precarious. Teacher Zhao, what happened? Li Shui demanded. Zhao Yutong answered curtly, probably some kind of curse. At that, Li Shui's expression darkened. She pressed a hand against the icy figures. Damn it! If it's a curse, freezing them won't stop their life force from draining. These two aren't going to make it. Zhao Yutong paled. She had never imagined that two of her newly recruited students would die so soon. Grief and rage welled up inside her, her hatred for Han Yu boiling over. That scumbag Han Yu, over some petty grudge he'd resort to killing? He's not even human, she spat. Then she added urgently, Teacher Li, 2 more students are cursed. Please help. Understood. With that, Zhao Yutong and Li Shui flew back, the frozen statues in tow. Meanwhile, Chu Yenran and Tang Chun staggered into the courtyard, their skin cracked like sun-baked earth in a pitiful state. Seeing this, Li Shui promptly transferred her cultivation energy into them. As the icy power flowed through their bodies, the two visibly stabilized, their agony easing slightly. Tang Chun recovered the fastest. With his undying bloodline, as long as he wasn't obliterated entirely in a single strike, he was like an unkillable cockroach, so it was natural for him to heal quickly. As for Chu Yenran, the reason she didn't suffer a fatal threat like Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding was twofold. First, her cultivation was higher, granting her greater resilience, and second, her hatred for Han Yu wasn't as intense as the other two's. Thus, the backlash from the curse's reversal wasn't as severe. Teacher Zhao, are Xinyao and Yuding going to be all right? Tang Chen asked, his voice trembling as he stared at the 2 ice sculptures. Zhao Yutong let out a mournful sigh. The curse's corruption has taken root too deeply in them. There's no saving them now. Hearing this, Tang Chun threw his head back and let out a grieved roar. No, no! Both women had been treasures within his grasp, untasted yet already lost. How could he bear this? His sorrow was indescribable, and his hatred for Han Yu surged uncontrollably. Han Yu, I'll kill you. I'll slaughter your entire family. Xinyao Yuding, I will avenge you. Tang Chun reached out with trembling hands, touching the icy statues. The murderous rage in his eyes was so palpable it seemed to solidify. Chu Yenran gazed at the 2 women encased in ice, her heart heavy with sorrow. But she no longer dared to harbor hatred toward Han Yu. Instead, fear took its place. Terrified of meeting the same fate, she recalled Han Yu's strikingly handsome yet sinister face. Her body shuddered uncontrollably, her jade-like legs clamping together tightly. Had she not already been drained of all bodily fluids, she might have wet herself in terror. Zhao Yutong wasn't overly grieved by the girls' deaths. The only one she truly cared about was Tang Chen. Even if all 3 female students had perished, her sorrow would have been minimal. Still, she offered consolation. Xiao Chen, don't worry. I'll report this to the Martial Academy and demand justice for you. Tang Chun, however, ignored her. Instead, he muttered incessantly, his curses unrelenting. "I'll kill Han Yu. I'll slaughter his entire family." In his overwhelming fury, a surge of dense life energy erupted from within him. The foliage on the small mountain peak trembled violently as strands of verdant life force converged into Tang Chen's body, mending his injuries and tempering his physique. Zhao Yutong and Li Shui were stunned, then overjoyed. A new talent. Neither had expected him to gain such a windfall from misfortune, awakening yet another innate ability. With its emergence, Tang Chen's cultivation skyrocketed, soaring unstoppably until it reached true martial ninth star. "Tang Chun, what talent did you awaken? It's given you such an immense boost," Zhao Yutong exclaimed in astonishment. Regaining his composure, Tang Chen's eyes flashed with delight. Even he hadn't anticipated awakening a new innate talent in his moment of extreme fury. After a brief internal assessment, he declared solemnly, "It's an S-rank talent, Sovereign of Verdure, a wood affinity ability. Had Han Yu been present, he would have cursed aloud. This bastard is the protagonist, isn't he? Sacrifice your loved ones, gain limitless power. What kind of bullshit is this? If not for his own cheats, how the hell was anyone supposed to compete with this?" Zhao Yutong and the others marveled at Tang Chen's description of Sovereign of Verdure. With 2 S-rank talents, he likely could overpower even a mystic martial artist. Fueled by arrogance, Tang Chen growled fiercely. "Teacher Zhao, I don't care what influence the Han family wields. In the name of the Martial Academy, help me deliver a duel challenge to Han Yu. I demand a fight to the death." Upon hearing Tang Chen's words, Zhao Yutong pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Xiao Chen, Han Yu's current cultivation is likely at the peak of true martial artist 9 stars. While your chances of defeating him are high, they aren't 100%. You should take some time to consolidate your strength first. With your 2 S-rank talents, your cultivation speed far surpasses that of ordinary people. Given enough time, you'll undoubtedly leave Han Yu far behind." Tang Chun contemplated her words and found them reasonable. However, when his gaze fell upon Lu Exanyao and Zhu Yuding, now frozen into ice sculptures beside him, his anger flared up again. He spoke in a solemn tone. "Teacher Zhao, within 3 days, I'm confident I can break through to the profound martial artist realm. Please deliver a challenge to Han Yu for me. Tell him that in 3 days it will be a fight to the death." Seeing Tang Chen's stubborn determination, Zhao Yutong had no choice but to agree. A warrior's path required a clear heart and unobstructed will to advance smoothly. With Tang Chun witnessing his 2 friends lose their lives because of Han Yu, hatred had undoubtedly taken root in his heart. If left unresolved, it would inevitably hinder his future cultivation. "Very well, I'll arrange the challenge for you. With 2 S-rank talents, if you reach Profound Martial Artist 1 star, even a mid-stage Profound Martial Artist shouldn't be your match." Zhao Yutong knew that S-rank talents were inherently powerful, and having 2 would amplify each other's effects far beyond mere addition. With that, she provided Tang Chun with some cultivation resources, allowing him to focus solely on his training, while she herself went to the Han family. Meanwhile, Han Yu, after frantically consuming elixirs to break through to the Earth martial artist realm, had stopped cultivating. He realized that while his cultivation foundation was solid, his control over his newfound power was extremely weak, especially since he had leapt directly from true martial artist to Earth martial artist. The true energy in his body had barely transformed into profound force before swiftly evolving into the more advanced Earth fiend force. It was as if an infant's soul had been thrust into a warrior's body, utterly incapable of properly harnessing such strength. With just a casual movement, overwhelming power surged forth. Earth fiend force rampaged, instantly reducing the entire villa hall to chaos. Priceless furniture shattered into dust, scattering in all directions. Han Yu's lips twitched at the sight. Glancing at his system interface, he noticed Lu Exanyao and Zhu Yuding's names had faded to gray, while Zhao Yutong and Tang Chen's malice values continued to rise. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "Did those 2 bitches die?" He wasn't upset because they had perished. but because their names still carried tens of thousands of unused malice points. What a damn waste. Wasting resources was a disgrace. With a fleeting thought, he casually picked up a mortal-grade blood-boiling pill. Though useless for his current cultivation, he merely wanted to test something. Ding! You have consumed one mortal-grade blood-boiling pill. Transferring its side effects requires 100 malice points. Please select a transfer target. Lu Xian Yao. Ding! Transfer successful. Seeing the system notification, Han Yu couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. He was so excited he almost jumped. Brilliant! If he could still transfer side effects even after his enemies died, then he no longer needed to worry about rushing to expend malice points. He could instead stockpile their hatred first before making one grand move later. Of course, this strategy worked for ordinary enemies, those without protagonist plot armor, since they could easily be killed off at any moment. But as for the protagonist Tang Chen, Han Yu wasn't about to let that kid live comfortably. If he could torment him to death, he'd damn well make sure even Tang Chen's mother wouldn't recognize him by the end of it. Thinking this way, Han Yu devoted himself to quickly adapting to his explosively enhanced strength. Not long after, a Han family guard arrived with a message. Young Master Yu, that female instructor from Tianfu Martial Academy, has come to issue you a duel challenge. Hearing this, Han Yu arched an eyebrow. Zhao Yutong? Had perfect timing. Bring her in. Moments later, Zhao Yutong held a gilded letter in her hand, her eyes cold as she gazed at Han Yu. Han Yu, my student Tang Chen has challenged you to a life-and-death duel. Do you dare accept? A life-and-death duel? Ha ha ha. Han Yu found the idea amusing. Fine. Of course, I accept. Zhao Yutong hadn't expected Han Yu to agree so readily, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Good. In that case, 3 days from now, at Wudong Peak in the inner court of Tianfu Martial Academy. 3 days? Humph. Why wait? I'll kill him right now. Han Yu's gaze was fierce, his murderous intent palpable. Zhao Yutong shuddered, her chest rising and falling sharply as she recoiled from the killing aura radiating off him. After steadying herself, she insisted, I said 3 days from now, not today. If I say now, then it's now. Han Yu fixed her with a piercing glare and said coldly, Teacher Zhao, are you refusing my terms? Zhao Yutong swallowed hard. For some reason, she felt a chill of fear. Yet she stood her ground. It must be 3 days later. If you refuse, I'll leave. She needed to buy Tang Chen more time to prepare. This would ensure greater odds of success. Han Yu let out a derisive laugh. You think you can just come and go as you please? Do you think this is a public restroom? Guards, seize her. At his command, Zhao Yutong's face paled, her delicate features twisting in terror as her voluptuous figure trembled uncontrollably. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures emerged from hidden corners of the Han estate, all at the sky martial artist level, instantly restraining Zhao Yutong. Han Yu, you bastard. What do you think you're doing? What does it look like? Humph. You, of course. Han Yu smirked, then backhanded Zhao Yutong across the face, drawing blood from her lips. You scum. I'm an inner court instructor of Tianfu Martial Academy. If anything happens to me, the academy will not let you get away with this. Oh? Threatening me? Han Yu's grin widened viciously. Teacher Zhao, my temper is already running high. As a formidable villain, lacking only protagonist's plot armor but fearing nothing else, her warning barely registered as humorous. You wanted me to spare Tang Chen for 3 days? Fine. But on one condition, you'll spend those 3 days serving me. Staring into his demonic eyes, Zhao Yutong felt her breath hitch. She had never imagined she would foolishly walk straight into this monster's lair. You beast! Absolute filth! Tears welled in her beautiful eyes. Though she was nearly 30, her curvaceous figure remained alluring. By contemporary standards, she was still young, given that commoners lived over a century, and warriors easily reached 200 or 300. More crucially, Zhao Yutong had devoted herself solely to cultivation, remaining untouched by worldly affairs. Yet now, she was about to be defiled by this devil. Her soft lips trembled as she bit down hard, hatred and humiliation twisting inside her. As Hanyu approached with a gag and a collar, she could already foresee the nightmare awaiting her. 3 days later, gazing at the bruised and battered yet still alluring figure on the ground, Hanyu wiped his chin and smiled with satisfaction. Picking up the gilded battle invitation from the floor, he smirked at Zhao Yutong, who lay limp like a dead dog. "Teacher Zhao, I'm off to kill Tang Chen. Thank you for your company these past 3 days. I'm very pleased." Watching Han Yu's departing figure, Zhao Yutong's emotions were a turbulent mix. At first, she had feared he intended to harm her, perhaps by investigating her credentials or something worse. But to her surprise, the collar he forced onto her was merely a restraint, suppressing her cultivation and limiting her strength to that of an Earth Realm martial artist. Spitting out the gag, Zhao Yutong rubbed her sore jaw. "That bastard! How did he improve so quickly? Last time we met, he was only at the True Realm, but now he's already reached the Earth Realm. Tang Chen stands no chance against him. I have to stop this life-or-death duel." As she resolved to leave, Han Yu's guards, both Heaven Realm experts, blocked her path. "Teacher Zhao, by young Master Yu's orders, you are not to leave until his return." Clenching her teeth in silent fury, Zhao Yutong could only sigh in frustration. Tianfu Martial Academy. The Tianfu Martial Academy was bustling with excitement today. Rumors had spread that Tang Chen, the newly enrolled inner-court prodigy, was about to face Han Yu in a duel to the death. Though Tang Chen had only joined days ago, his reputation had already soared. The reason was simple. He possessed 2 S-tier talents and had skyrocketed from the mortal realm straight to the profound realm in mere days, a feat worthy of the Academy's historical records. Add to that his handsome appearance, and Tang Chen had quickly become the darling of Tianfu's students. Now, the Colosseum was packed to capacity as disciples from both the inner and outer courts gathered in anticipation. Their eyes were fixed on the blue-robed youth standing motionless at the center. Eyes closed, exuding calm. Whispers erupted in excitement. "Did you hear? Senior Tang Chen is fighting for love. Han Yu, that brute, murdered his beloved Lu Xinyao. In his grief, Tang Chen awakened 2 S-tier talents, and now he's avenging her. Isn't that just heartbreaking? Wait, Lu Xinyao? Wasn't she Han Yu's fiancée? When did she become Tang Chen's lover? Details don't matter. Just feel the emotion." A group of students approached Tang Chen, led by a strikingly beautiful senior. "Junior Tang, I admire your courage, but patience may serve you better. With your talent, defeating Han Yu would be effortless after more training." With sorrowful eyes, Tang Chen replied, "Senior Ningwei, your concern touches me. But my dear friends died unjustly at Han Yu's hands. Their spirits demand vengeance. How could I call myself a man if I delay?" Moved by his noble sentiment, Ningwei sighed softly and nodded. "Your integrity is commendable. I'd like to formally invite you to join the Inner Court's elite squad. Would you accept?" "What? The elite squad? But doesn't that require reaching the 7th star of the profound realm? I'm only at the 2nd star." Tang Chen feigned shock, though inwardly thrilled. Sure, he'd lost 2 beloved companions, but he still had Chu Yenran and Zhao Yutong by his side. And now, Ningwei, the famed captain of Tianfu's elite squad, was showing interest. Beautiful, powerful, and kind-hearted, she fit perfectly into his harem plans. As for Lu Xinyao and Zhu Yuding, their deaths had only saddened him for a few minutes. If he could join the school team and fight alongside her, it would undoubtedly deepen their bond. How could he not be happy about that? Hearing Tang Chen's words, Ningwei smiled and said, "Junior Tang Chen, with 2 S-rank talents, will probably break through to 7-star Xuanwu rank in less than half a year. Whether you join now or later, you'll make it in anyway. If you join the team sooner, you'll have more time to get familiar with your teammates. When it comes to off-campus missions to hunt dangerous beasts, things will go much smoother, won't they?" Tang Chen nodded. "Since Senior Ningwei says so, I won't hesitate any longer. Senior, don't worry. I'm confident I'll reach 7-star Xuanwu rank within 3 months. I won't hold anyone back. Several members of the Inner Academy's team reacted with surprise. Some were skeptical, while others nodded in agreement. After all, a genius with 2 S-rank talents had every reason to be this confident. Tang Chun had wanted to talk with Ning Wei a bit longer, but suddenly, his gaze locked onto a defiant figure approaching. Han Yu. The sight of Han Yu made Tang Chun grit his teeth in hatred, his anger and killing intent surging uncontrollably. Seeing the continuous spike in malice points on his system interface, Han Yu smirked faintly and sneered. What? Are you that happy to see me? Happy? Happy my ass. Tang Chun snapped furiously. You murdered Xian Yao and Yu Ting. Today, I'll avenge them. I murdered them? Ha! Han Yu let out a chilling laugh. Are you sure they didn't bring it upon themselves? Or perhaps, you're the one who got them killed? Bullshit. Tang Chun roared. Instructor Zhao said it herself. Xian Yao and Yu Ting died because of your curse. Are you too cowardly to admit what you did? If I say you're the reason they died, then you are. And as for Zhao Yutong, well, she might just be the next one I play to death. A cruel grin twisted Han Yu's face, intensifying Tang Chen's fury. You dare. From today onward, as long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on anyone close to me. Tang Chen declared passionately. TSK, TSK. Still don't get it, do you? Because you're here, I'll toy with every single person around you, until they break. Han Yu shook his head, his smile growing more mocking. Oh, before I forget, your beloved mentor, Zhao Yutong, has been keeping me company these past few days. She's really delicate. Those words struck Tang Chen like lightning. Only now did he realize Zhao Yutong had been missing for 3 days. The only message he'd received from her during that time was a brief note confirming Han Yu had agreed to a life-or-death duel, telling him to prepare. After that, she'd vanished without a trace. Too absorbed in training and his new romance, Tang Chun hadn't paid much attention to her whereabouts. Was Han Yu implying that Zhao Yutong had been with him all along? The sheer thought of that bastard's perverse grin sent Tang Chen's blood boiling. His rage erupted beyond limits. That gorgeous mentor he hadn't even tasted yet. Had Han Yu already had his way with her? Damn it! Blinded by fury, Tang Chen lunged at Han Yu, bellowing, You bastard! I'll kill you! Seeing Tang Chun charging furiously towards Han Yu, the teachers and students in the audience perked up with intense focus. It's starting. I bet Han Yu won't last 10 rounds against Tang Chun. Ha, you're underestimating a double S-grade talent too much. I say Han Yu won't even last 10 seconds. Most of the spectators strongly favored Tang Chen, and for good reason. In just 3 days, he had challenged several senior inner disciples and single-handedly defeated them all. Despite being only a 2-star Xuanwu realm cultivator, he had crushed opponents at the 6-star level. Such strength was nothing short of astonishing. As for Han Yu's combat record, all he had done was defeat Chu Yenran, a true martial artist at the mid-stage. A guy who only knew how to bully women. Utterly contemptible. As Tang Chun charged at Han Yu, he passionately shouted, Today, I, Tang Chun, shall represent justice and put an end to your wicked life. You demon. Han Yu couldn't help but twitch his lips at the cringeworthy line while rubbing his ears, still ringing from the loud shout. Why are you yelling so loud? Before the words even fully left his mouth, Han Yu casually threw out a hardened fist, smashing it directly into Tang Chen's face. Boom! Han Yu's speed was so fast that Tang Chen had no time to react. The punch sent him flying backward before he crashed heavily onto the concrete floor. The noisy audience instantly fell into dead silence, utterly baffled by what had just happened. What the hell just happened? Why is Tang Chen lying on the ground taking a nap? This isn't the place for that. Nope, my ass. He got one shot. No way. Tang Chun has a double S-grade talent. How could he be taken out in one blow? Could this be a scripted match? Han Yu didn't even use any chi, just threw a raw punch. How could it be that strong? And Tang Chun didn't activate his Shen power or talent either. The stands erupted into tidal waves of discussion. Meanwhile, Tang Chen's skull was still buzzing from the impact. He had to admit he'd been careless. He hadn't dodged. Originally, Tang Chen had looked down on Han Yu for not activating any protective chi, and thus hadn't bothered to channel his Shen power, let alone his talent. Yet who could have guessed that Han Yu's physical strength was so monstrous? A single punch had sent him flying. Tang Chen's face burned with humiliation. His gaze flickered towards Senior Ning Wei, who was watching from the sidelines, and in her eyes, he seemed to catch a flicker of disappointment. Fury and resentment boiled inside him as he shot a venomous glare at Han Yu. Damn this bastard for playing the pig to eat the tiger. Brimming with malice, Tang Chen executed a nimble kip-up, then cracked his neck in an attempt to appear composed. Heh, I went easy on you since you're so weak. Didn't expect your strength to be this pitiful. Watching Tang Chen still trying to save face, Han Yu smirked. Oh? Wipe your nosebleed before you keep talking. Only then did Tang Chen realize Han Yu's punch had smashed his nose flat, blood gushing out like an open faucet. He immediately activated his undying bloodline and sovereign of all herbs, rapidly healing his injuries. Then he sneered. Fine, letting you have one hit is enough. This time, I'm going all out. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Tang Chen unleashed his full double S-grade talents. His body wreathed in dense Shen power that radiated overwhelming pressure. Even among the audience, many heavenly martial artists, experienced teachers nodded in approval. Truly worthy of a double S-grade talent. Even though his cultivation isn't the highest, his foundation is more solid than most 6- or 7-star Xuanwu realm fighters. Geniuses are just built different. Not only do they progress faster, but their foundations are firmer than what most cultivate through bitter effort. It's infuriating comparing them to regular people. Now that Tang Chen's serious, Han Yu stands no chance. We should get ready to intervene. Han Yu's identity is mysterious. He can't die in Tianfu Martial Academy. As the teacher spoke, Tang Chen had already closed the distance to Han Yu and unleashed his strongest talent-based martial skill. Silver Serpent Entanglement. Countless strands of Shen power condensed into silver-blue vines, slithering like serpents across the concrete floor as they coiled toward Han Yu. This was the martial skill granted by his sovereign of all herbs talent, one that grew stronger alongside his cultivation, far surpassing ordinary acquired techniques. Just a day or two, and Tang Chen's Silver Serpent Entanglement has already improved. Even I, at the 5-star Xuanwu realm, wouldn't be able to break free from its bindings in a short time. A senior who had previously sparred with Tang Chen couldn't help but praise. But before his words even fully settled, boom! Han Yu stomped down on the ground. The bluestone ground cracked with fissures, countless fragments exploding as the surrounding air trembled violently. The silver-blue vine ropes that had ensnared Han Yu shattered into dust, vanishing as if they had never existed. What? Tang Chen's face twisted in shock, but before he could react, Han Yu struck again, his fist smashing directly into Tang Chen's skull. Boom! A deafening impact. Blood sprayed. Tang Chen's body was sent flying before crashing heavily to the ground, instantly granted the deep slumber of an infant. The crowd erupted in disbelief. How is this possible? This has to be fake. Another one-hit knockout. Holy shit, what the hell did I just see? He just defeated a dual S-grade armored warrior with pure physical strength. Is this guy cheating? Murmurs spread like wildfire. Among them, Ning Wei, captain of the Inner Academy's combat team, watched with wide-eyed astonishment. His cultivation far surpasses Tang Chen's, at least a 7-star armored warrior, and he must possess some kind of S-grade physical enhancement talent. The others nodded. There was no other explanation for what they had just witnessed. Ignoring the uproar, Han Yu strode calmly toward Tang Chen's limp body and planted his foot on the man's head. Hey, quit pretending to be dead. He ground Tang Chen's face into the floor, but the latter remained motionless, feigning unconsciousness. If not for the constant surge of malice points on his system interface, Han Yu might have believed the act. Meanwhile, Tang Chen burned with humiliation, wishing he could vanish into the earth. He had come to reclaim his pride, only to be nailed to the pillar of shame once more. Every boast he'd made earlier had circled back like a boomerang, straight to his forehead. Just end me. I'm done. He couldn't understand it. Despite his explosive growth in power, Hanyu still outclassed him. If I'd known, I would have listened to the warnings. Should have trained longer instead of rushing into this. But it was too late. The outcome was sealed. All he could do now was lie there and play dead. Hanyu, however, had no intention of letting him off. Pretend all you want, as long as you keep feeding me malice points. He delivered kick after merciless kick to Tang Chen's ribs, cracking several with brutal efficiency. Let's see how long you can keep this up. But before Hanyu could land more blows, someone finally intervened. Stop! A sharp voice cut through the noise. Ningwei rushed forward, her expression stern. He's already lost. Isn't this going too far? Dressed in snug shorts that showcased her long, jade-white legs, the crimson twin-tailed captain cut a striking figure. Hanyu glanced at her and smirked. Too far? This is nothing. With that, he stomped on Tang Chen's face a few more times. The guy had nerves of steel, enduring the pain without a sound. Enough! Ningwei's brows furrowed as an oppressive aura radiated from her. She was actually an earth warrior. Hanyu ignored her, continuing to grind his foot into Tang Chen's face, happily harvesting malice points. I said enough. Ningwei's voice turned icy. I am Ningwei, captain of the Inner Academy's combat team. I order you to cease this brutality at once. Hanyu's lips curled into a vicious grin. His reply was a single, chilling phrase. You're just a damn clown. Ningwei never expected Hanyu to actually dare to scold her. A flash of anger rose across her delicate features. In all her years, this was the first time anyone had so blatantly defied her orders. From Ningwei, hatred plus 2,333, killing intent plus 2888. On the system panel, Ningwei's malice toward Hanyu rapidly increased. The latter smirked, thoroughly pleased, though it still wasn't enough. Hanyu remembered Ningwei well. Among the protagonist's harem, she was one of the more capable members, possessing an S-tier talent. Unlike the others, she wasn't the type to drag the protagonist down. A woman like this, Hanyu had no intention of letting her go. He planned to toy with her mercilessly. Licking his lips, a predatory glint flickered in his eyes as he stared at Ningwei's wine-red twin tails. A wicked thought surfaced in his mind. Such fine twin tails. What a waste if they're not used as handlebars. The mere idea excited him. Unable to restrain himself, he stomped down hard. Too hard. Even with two S-tier talents bolstering him, Tang Chun couldn't withstand the pain. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips, splattering 2 meters away. Senior, save me. Tang Chun wailed uncontrollably, casting a pleading look at Ningwei. Just take the beating quietly. Why so much noise? Hanyu said coolly, annoyed by the commotion. With a final stomp, he crushed Tang Chen's mouth under his foot, shattering teeth and silencing his cries. Witnessing this, Ningwei erupted in fury. Hanyu, what do you take my words for? I'll say it one last time. Stop this brutality. As she spoke, she activated her S-tier talent, Crimson Flame Lotus. Intricate red lotus patterns bloomed across her skin, and the surrounding temperature soared. With a flick of her spatial ring, a red-tasseled spear materialized in her grip. A single swing cracked the air, sending sparks flying. A spear? Nice. I like it. Hanyu grinned, amused. Ningwei, seeing his utter disregard for her, could no longer suppress her rage. Her gaze flicked toward a section of the spectator stands, where several heaven-rank instructors observed the scene, among them her mentor Du-jin. Du-jin gave her a subtle nod, tacitly approving her retaliation against Hanyu. The other instructors exchanged surprised glances, puzzled by Du-jin's stance. With a light chuckle, Du-jin explained, Hanyu may have talent, but his arrogance is intolerable. He needs to be taught a lesson. A few days ago, he had his clan's experts attack instructor Zhao Yutong, humiliating her and the Tianfu Martial Institute in public. It's time someone repaid that debt. We can't intervene directly, but Ningwei is his peer. Even if she beats him half to death, his mysterious clan won't have grounds to complain. The other instructors fell into thoughtful silence, tacitly accepting the reasoning. Noticing their approval, Ningwei's lips curled into a cold smile. Hanyu, since you bully the weak with such cruelty, don't blame me for what comes next. With that, she lashed out with her spear. The strike was vicious, infused with her S-tier talent and Earth-rank martial force. Even a peak mystic rank martial artist would be flayed alive by a single hit. The audience winced, unable to bear the sight, especially those who had witnessed Ningwei in action before. Their gazes toward Hanyu were filled with pity. They had seen her spear reduce an Earth-rank demonic beast to a bloody pulp with a single strike. Hanyu's fate wouldn't be any better. But no one expected that Hanyu simply grabbed the spear with one hand, effortlessly catching it without even tearing his skin. Instead, a bronze-colored glow shimmered across his body. S-rank talent, iron hide and bronze bones. Hanyu clenched the spear tightly, letting out a mocking laugh. Bullying the weak? Pfft. You think you're worthy? The spear suddenly tensed, and Ningwei felt an overwhelming force surge through it. Her palms split open, and the spear was instantly wrenched from her grip. In the next moment, Hanyu was already pressing in close. Ningwei's eyes widened in shock as she unleashed her full power, activating her talent to its limit. With a single palm strike, scorching flames surged toward Hanyu, the intense heat capable of melting steel in an instant. Ningwei held nothing back, but a fraction of a second later, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Would this attack reduce Hanyu to ashes? Yet, she soon realized that was nothing but wishful thinking. Before the flames could even touch Hanyu's body, they were blocked by a surge of dense earth fiend energy, leaving not even a singe on his clothes. An earth warrior. Impossible. How can you be an earth warrior? Ningwei's breath hitched in her throat. This was beyond her wildest imagination, that Hanyu could be an earth warrior, and one whose aura was even stronger than hers. At her age, reaching 3-star Earth Warrior already made her the undisputed top genius of Sky Mansion Martial Academy in recent years. Yet Hanyu seemed to have already reached 4-star Earth Warrior. How did he do it? If trash like you can be an Earth Warrior, why can't I? Hanyu sneered before seizing Ningwei's pale neck, lifting her off the ground. Let go of me, you bastard. Her long, slender legs flailed helplessly, her delicate face flushing red from suffocation. You wanted to play the hero and save Tangchen? Fine. Let me show you what happens to heroes. With a vicious yank, Hanyu slammed her onto the ground before brutally stomping on her back. Bloody wounds splattered across Ningwei's once pristine skin, painting a horrifying scene. Bastard! You bastard! Tears welled in her eyes as she gritted her teeth, her hatred for Hanyu burning like wildfire. Observing her flailing wine-red twin tails, Hanyu seized them and jerked hard. Get off! Get the hell away from me! Humiliation like she had never known consumed her. Never had she imagined being beaten so brutally in front of so many witnesses. On the sidelines, Tang Chun watched with eyes nearly splitting from fury. Hanyu, you fucking scum! How dare you treat Senior Ningwei like this? You're Alria. But before he could finish his mental tirade, an inexplicable wave of despair crashed over him. Why does living feel so unbearable? Every woman he desired, either dead by Hanyu's hands or brutally tormented by him. What's the point of living like this? Maybe I should just die. Just as his spirit shattered entirely, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chan'er, stand up. Tang Chun initially thought he was hallucinating, but the next moment, the voice echoed in his mind again. Chan'er, stand up. This time, Tang Chun heard it clearly. It seemed to be a woman's voice, gentle and soothing. A woman? The moment he realized it was a female voice, Tang Chun instantly perked up. As everyone knew, protagonists were usually hypocritical. The same actions committed by a man would warrant death, but if a woman did them, there was always room for negotiation. In Yuanwu continent, there were many female antagonists. No matter how cruelly they treated the male lead, that dog-brained Tang Chun would always forgive them and add them to his harem. If a female antagonist refused to submit, this scumbag protagonist Tang Chun would even force himself on them until they died. Can you believe that? Is this something a human would do? In short, the moment Tang Chun heard a woman's voice, his interest was piqued. Elder sister? Where are you speaking to me from? I'm not your elder sister. I'm your mother. The voice spoke. Tang Chun froze. My mother? Didn't she die long ago? Not only is my mother gone, but my father is too. I grew up in an orphanage. Tang Chun was a standard protagonist, starting in an orphanage, though that was only surface level. The gentle female voice continued. To be precise, I'm your aunt. Right now, I'm just a soul fragment residing within the Grass Emperor birthmark on your body. Hearing this, Tang Chun finally remembered the birthmark on his lower abdomen, shaped like a blade of grass. As a child, he was often teased for being motherless because of this birthmark. After all, there was a song that went, "Only a mother's love is true. A child without a mother is like grass." A soul fragment? Aunt. Tang Chun muttered to himself. Aunt, how did you become a soul fragment? And why are you residing in this birthmark? This birthmark is the mark of the Grass Emperor bloodline. The reason I've clung to existence and hidden here is all because your mother forced me. Huh? Aunt, why are you cursing at me? I'm not cursing you. If your mother hadn't forced me to hide in your Grass Emperor birthmark back then, I would have been annihilated by those bastards from the demon-slaying hall. Tang Chun was stunned. Demon-slaying hall? That martial organization in Longxia Kingdom. Yes, your father was once a member of the demon-slaying hall, and your mother was the saintess of the Grass Emperor clan among the demon race. During a demon-slaying mission, your father and mother fell in love. The voice spoke leisurely. Tang Chun shuddered upon hearing this, his breathing growing rapid. Are you saying, I have both human and demon bloodlines? Lan Qingya had expected Tang Chun to struggle with his identity, so she softened her tone. Little Chun, demons aren't as evil as human propaganda makes them out to be. Even though many kill, eat humans, or use them as sacrifices, there are still good demons like our Grass Emperor clan. We rarely kill humans. You shouldn't feel ashamed of your heritage. Who said it's bad? This identity is amazing. Contrary to Lan Qingya's expectations, Tang Chun wasn't disheartened at all. He was thrilled. Han Yu must have powerful backing among the humans. If I have connections in the demon race, I can definitely take revenge. Aunt, how strong is our Grass Emperor clan? Lan Qingya hadn't expected Tang Chun to accept his identity so quickly. She had assumed that, having lived in Longxia Kingdom his whole life, he would be brainwashed by their propaganda. Over the years, though her soul had mostly been dormant, she had occasionally awakened and knew the general trajectory of Tang Chen's life. Tang Chen's father, Tang Hao, had committed a grave crime, consorting with demons, and was hunted by Longxia Kingdom. The entire Tang family was implicated, forcing them to flee to an alien planet occupied by foreign forces, never daring to appear in Longxia-controlled territory. As for Tang Chun, this half-human, half-demon bastard, they abandoned him. Surprisingly, the Longxia authorities believed that hatred shouldn't be passed down to an infant, so they sent him to an orphanage, concealing his origins to let him grow up peacefully. Hearing Tang Chun ask about the Grass Emperor clan's influence, Lan Qingya spoke proudly. Our Grass Emperor clan is a mighty lineage among demons. As long as a clansman doesn't perish, every one of them can ascend to the rank of emperor. At these words, Tang Chen's heart surged with excitement. If every clansman could become an emperor, then there must be no shortage of those who reach the emperor, sovereign, or even saint level. His background was definitely stronger than Han Yu's. The thought made Tang Chun itch to throw himself into the embrace of the Grass Emperor clan. Lan Qingya seemed to sense his eagerness and quickly interjected, Little Chun, no matter which race you belong to, personal strength is the most important factor. No matter how powerful your backing is, it can't compare to your own strength. Don't think about returning to the Grass Emperor clan now. You should grow stronger among the humans first before making that choice. If your strength is sufficient, perhaps you could become the shared ruler of both the Grass Emperor clan and the human race. Upon hearing this, Tang Chun couldn't help but feel excited. His confidence, previously shattered by Hanyu, surged once more. He glanced at Hanyu, a hint of scorn curling at his lips. At this very moment, Hanyu was relentlessly pummeling Ningwei, her wine-red twin tails nearly torn from their roots. Tears shimmered in Ningwei's beautiful eyes as she cast a desperate plea toward the martial instructors seated in the audience. Her mentor, Du Jin, had initially intended to intervene at once. Yet the chilling aura of murderous intent pressing upon him froze him in place. Before anyone realized, a group of Han family guards had encircled the instructors, each one, without exception, a sky martial warrior. As a direct descendant of the Han family, Hanyu was protected by dozens of elite sky martial warrior guards who ensured his safety at all times. In the current Blue Star stronghold, sky martial warriors were the highest martial rank permitted by law. With so many at his disposal, Hanyu effectively faced no danger, short of the planet's destruction. Mentor Du Jin had originally hoped to use Ningwei to teach Hanyu a lesson. Yet no sooner had his beloved disciple struck than she was slammed to the ground, brutally overpowered. Now, trapped under the menacing glares of several sky martial warrior guards, Du Jin knew that any move from him would result in the same ruthless suppression. The mere thought sent cold sweat trickling down his back. Realizing no one dared to help her, Ningwei finally grasped the depths of her terror. Her delicate cries for mercy fell on deaf ears. Hanyu couldn't care less. Far from satisfied, he wouldn't stop anytime soon. Watching the woman he adored being toyed with by Hanyu, Tang Chun could only gnash his teeth in silent fury. Senior Ningwei, don't worry. I will avenge you. If you wish for someone's destruction, first let them grow arrogant. For now, I'll let this bastard Hanyu revel in his pride. One day, I'll repay every humiliation tenfold. Tang Chun brimmed with confidence in his future. His aunt had already assured him, within a month, he would undoubtedly break through to the Earth Martial Realm. Within 3 months, he would surely ascend to the Sky Martial Realm. He refused to believe Hanyu could keep up with his growth rate. Lost in the vision of vengeance soon to be his, Tang Chun couldn't suppress the smirk creeping across his lips. His hatred and killing intent toward Hanyu had dimmed slightly, not because they had weakened, but because joy lightened his spirit, temporarily eclipsing malice. Hanyu, however, noted this shift with a frown. His hostility hasn't refreshed in a while? Ceasing his attack on Ningwei, Hanyu turned to Tang Chun, only to see the fool absorbed in some delusion, grinning ear to ear. The hell are you laughing at, bastard? In a flash, Hanyu lunged, driving a vicious kick straight into Tang Chun's face. The impact sent Tang Chun flying like a ragged sack, shattering his fantasies in an instant. Only then did Tang Chun realize Hanyu's foot was already crushing his cheek. Unspeakable humiliation erupted within him, and his negative emotions toward Hanyu spiked uncontrollably. Hanyu smirked upon seeing the refreshed hostility reports from his system. Still, he seized Tang Chun's collar, his piercing gaze sharp enough to stab through the latter's eyes. Trash! What exactly were you laughing at just now? Tang Chun shuddered under that murderous glare, his body turning frigid as ice. He instinctively averted his eyes. Look at me when I'm talking to you, scum. Hanyu tightened his grip on Tang Chun's neck, peering down at him like a predator playing with prey. You've gone too far. Lan Qingya's voice resonated in Tang Chun's mind. Xiao Chun, don't fear him. I'll teach you a secret technique from the Grass Emperor clan. No, time is short. Let me take over your body. Tang Chun responded without hesitation. Yes, Auntie. You must avenge me. Relax. Victory is guaranteed. Lan Qingya brimmed with confidence. At my peak, I was a demon emperor. Even with your lower cultivation, I can overcome rank and crush him. Tang Chun wasted no time, relinquishing control as Lan Qingya's soul seized his body. Boom! What a weak vessel. But for dealing with a mere earth martial warrior, it'll suffice. After years of slumber, My first glimpse of the world is through borrowed flesh. Yet, before her thoughts could settle, Hanyu, impatient with Tang Chen's silence, hurled a brutal slap across his face. Rage ignited in Lan Qingya's heart, a former demon emperor, freshly resurrected, only to be slapped like dirt. How dare he? Outrageous! Lan Qingya, borrowing Tang Chen's body, let out an angry shout. Silver-blue patterns surged across her skin as she directly activated a portion of the grass god Mark's power. Hanyu frowned slightly as he observed the changes in Tang Chen. He could clearly sense that the young man's aura had shifted. Before, Hanyu had only seen a pretentious, try-hard arrogance in Tang Chen. But now, he actually felt an imposing majesty emanating from him. Instinct told Hanyu that something was very wrong. Glancing at his system panel, Hanyu couldn't help but smirk. You have received from Lan Qingya, killing intent plus 9,999, hatred plus 9,999, rage. Well, things are getting interesting. Hanyu flashed a villain's signature grin, sinister and arrogant. Of course, he remembered the name Lan Qingya. She was one of the protagonist's golden fingers, providing significant assistance in the mid-game. He hadn't expected that. Barely a dozen chapters into the story, he'd already forced her out. Damn, the plot was moving fast. Hanyu had a premonition. If he eliminated the protagonist's future allies in advance, he could completely destroy him. The thought alone excited him, his blood boiling with anticipation. Meanwhile, Lan Qingya unleashed the power of the Grass Emperor Mark. The surrounding stone pavement cracked as vegetation erupted from the earth, transforming the entire arena into a dense grove. Our lineage rules over all flora. By my command, grass and trees shall rise as soldiers. This technique is called Every Blade a Warrior. Lan Qingya's voice echoed in Tang Chen's soul. In the next moment, the plants morphed into armed soldiers charging toward Hanyu. Each plant warrior was at least mystic tier in strength, with a few leading commanders even reaching earth tier. No one had expected Tang Chen to have such a trump card. The audience was stunned. On the ground, Ning Wei raised her head, her beautiful eyes widening in shock before anger flashed across them. She had fought desperately to help this junior, suffering under Han Yu's relentless assault, only to find out he had been hiding such a powerful ability all along. How infuriating! Ning Wei hadn't yet been brainwashed by Tang Chen's protagonist halo, so her reaction was perfectly normal. As for Tang Chen, seeing his aunt unleash such a formidable technique filled him with exhilaration. Auntie, kill him now. He didn't need to say it. Lan Qingya would never allow someone like Hanyu to live. The plant soldiers advanced menacingly, surrounding Hanyu. In the stands, Hanyu's sky warrior bodyguards tensed, ready to intervene at any moment. Mentor Du Jin, however, secretly rejoiced, silently praying for Hanyu's death at the hands of the plant army. But before his wish could manifest, a flash of lightning erupted from the verdant grove. With a sweep of his thunderous wings, Hanyu unleashed countless bolts of lightning, striking down the plant soldiers. Boom! One after another, the warriors were reduced to ashes under the electric onslaught. Lan Qingya was horrified. He has a lightning affinity? That's our natural weakness. Why didn't you tell me? Tang Chen stammered, aggrieved. You never asked. Useless fool. Lan Qingya was furious. Even if this idiot was her nephew, she wanted to strangle him. Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean you shouldn't have volunteered the information. How could you be so incompetent? Her Every Blade a Warrior technique could annihilate any Earth warrior below 7 stars, unless the opponent had fire or lightning abilities, in which case it was practically useless. Hanyu's lightning reduced the plant soldiers to cinders, their attacks utterly ineffective. Even those who managed to close the distance found their wooden blades incapable of piercing Hanyu's defenses. Thanks to his S-tier talent Ironhide and Steelbones, his physical resilience far surpassed that of any warrior at his level. All of you, die! Hanyu punched through the plant soldiers one after another, unstoppable. Seeing the dire situation, Tang Chen panicked. Auntie, what do we do now? What should I do? Obviously, retreat is the best move. Lan Qingya took control of Tang Chen's body, steering it toward fleeing the arena. Tang Chen wasn't willing. Escaping in front of so many people was downright humiliating. Sensing his reluctance, Lan Qingya scoffed coldly. Idiot! With your talent, revenge will come sooner or later. All you need is time. A true man waits 10 years for vengeance. Can't even endure this small humiliation? Scolded like this, Tang Chen dared not protest and could only mutter in response. Understood, auntie. From now on, I, Tang Chen, will train twice as hard and wash away today's shame. Tang Chen swore silently to himself. But before his thoughts fully settled, boom! A thunderous roar split the air. Who said you could leave? Han Yu's voice cut through like a demon's snarl. This is deathmatch. The only way you walk out today is in a body bag. Crash. The words were punctuated by 2 massive feet slamming onto Tang Chen's skull, driving him face first into the dirt. The sound of bones cracking and blood spurting painted a visceral picture of the sheer force behind the blow. In the stands, the students erupted in cheers, electrified by the unfolding spectacle. Every twist made the battle even wilder. Holy shit, that kick was insane. Anyone know what martial art that was? Pretty sure it's called 9 Heavens Thunderous Double Stomp. Buried in the ground, Tang Chen would have been reduced to paste by that strike if not for his dual supreme bloodlines. A normal Xuanwu realm cultivator wouldn't have survived. Before he could even process the pain, a massive hand seized his neck. Han Yu's piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's, felt like it could skewer his very soul. And no, don't kill me. Please, spare me, and I swear I'll never oppose you again. Tang Chen pleaded, eyes wide with terror. He was genuinely afraid. That suffocating feeling, no matter how much he improved, this monster always crushed him, was utter despair. He'd thought his auntie, the soul of a demon emperor, would help him reclaim his dignity. But not even she could withstand that devil Han Yu's onslaught. Right now, Tang Chen just wanted to escape, as far away as possible. But Han Yu had no intention of granting that wish. You honestly expect me to believe you? Han Yu laughed mockingly. If this guy were truly so magnanimous, he wouldn't have chased him across realms lifetimes ago just to slaughter him. Tang Chen nursed grudges like a miser hoarded gold. Letting him live? Impossible. You have to believe me. I'll swear on the heavens. Tang Chen's voice trembled, eyes begging pitifully. Han Yu snorted. If not for the damn system notifications flooding with your malice points, I might have actually fallen for it. Instead, a sadistic whim struck him. Leaning down with a grin, he taunted. All right, tell me how you unleashed combat skills far beyond your level earlier, and I'll consider sparing you. Tang Chen's eyes darted. That was my family's secret art. I was just so furious that it somehow activated. Han Yu's eye twitched. A brutal slap blasted across Tang Chen's face. Cut the bullshit. Secret art? Furious? Next you'll claim you'd beat me with a shovel slide. As Tang Chen opened his mouth to protest again, Han Yu cut him off with an icy smile. How about this? Hand over that spirit residing inside you, and I'll let you live. Deal? The words froze Tang Chen's blood. Worse, even Lan Qingya's soul quaked in horror. One thought screamed through both their minds. How does he know? I don't know what you're talking about. Tang Chen still wanted to deny it, but Han Yu slapped him hard across the face again. Still pretending? Han Yu struck Tang Chen dozens of times, alternating between left and right, before finally speaking slowly. I'll give you a choice. Either you willingly hand over that soul entity, and I'll spare your life, or I'll beat you to death, and once the host is gone, that soul entity will have nowhere to hide. Right? Han Yu enunciated each word clearly, his eyes filled with icy ruthlessness. Tang Chen trembled like a leaf, his mind in chaos. He no longer dared to act tough and began hesitating. Lan Qingya seemed to realize something and immediately said in a grave voice, Xiao Chen, you wouldn't actually think of handing me over, would you? Don't be afraid of him. In broad daylight. How dare he kill you in front of so many people? But, Auntie, he really would. Just a few days ago, he killed a direct descendant of a martial king family in the secret realm. Many people saw it, yet no one could punish him for it. Tang Chen's voice was laced with uncontrollable fear, even regret, as he cursed himself for provoking this demon again. If he dared to kill a martial king family's descendant, what chance did someone like Tang Chun, with no significant backing, have? And this bastard even used some kind of curse to kill Xian Yao and Yu Ting. If it were anyone else, the Forbidden Martial Pavilion would have investigated. But he faced no consequences at all. He kills people without reason. Right now, we're in a life-or-death duel. Even if he kills me, no one can say a word about it. The more Tang Chen spoke, the more terrified he became, nearly on the verge of tears. He was still young. He didn't want to die. He was still a virgin. Hearing Tang Chen's words, Lan Qingya sneered coldly. Why are you explaining so much? Do you really intend to hand me over? I'm sorry, Auntie. If I don't give you up, he'll kill me, and you won't be able to hide either. I'm your nephew. You don't want to see me die, do you? Tang Chen's words did strike a chord in Lan Qingya. Though she had prepared herself for death, being forced into it by her nephew was entirely different from willingly sacrificing herself. Now, seeing how eagerly Tang Chun was pushing her to her doom, she felt deeply disappointed. "Tch humans." She sighed softly, then said in a frosty tone, "Then what are you waiting for? If you don't resist, I can't stay in the Grass Emperor's mark. Go on, expel me. Send me out to die." Tang Chen's heart ached, and he sighed mournfully. "I'm sorry, Auntie. If my death could let you live, I'd be willing to die in your place." Hearing this, Lan Qingya's icy heart softened slightly. But then Tang Chen continued, Auntie, before you leave, could you tell me all the inherited knowledge you know and the locations of those treasure sites you mentioned?" Buzz. Lan Qingya felt her soul tremble with fury. After a long silence, she realized Tang Chun didn't care about her life. Only the secrets. A wave of desolation washed over her. "Fine. I'll give it all to you." She channeled her soul power, flooding Tang Chen's mind with a torrent of information. His head throbbed with pain, but sensing the valuable knowledge within, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He didn't spare a single thought for Lan Qingya, whose soul had already dimmed significantly within the Grass Emperor's mark. Once Tang Chun had obtained everything, he wasted no more time and immediately said to Hanyu, "Hanyu, we have a deal. I hand over the soul entity, and you let me go." "Of course." Hanyu nodded with a faint smile. Tang Chun focused his will and began expelling Lan Qingya's soul. A streak of light shot out, forming a faint, translucent figure before them. "Here's the soul entity. I've handed it over. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other." As Tang Chun spoke, he thought to himself, "Trash. Once I get my hands on those treasures and surpass you in cultivation, I'll make sure to kill you." Just as Tang Chun was about to leave the arena, Hanyu suddenly spoke up. "I thought you hated me so much that you'd never hand over that soul vessel. I never expected this." Hearing this, Tang Chun frowned. "I've already given her to you as you demanded. What more do you want?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you. Actually, I don't eat beef." "What?" Tang Chun was utterly confused, completely unable to grasp Han Yu's meaning. "What I mean is, I tricked you. Whether you handed over that soul vessel or not, you were always going to die." Boom! Before the words had even fully left Han Yu's mouth, his fist shot out like lightning, piercing straight through Tang Chen's chest. The latter's eyes widened in terror and fury. "You liar! You actually deceived me." Tang Chen's body crashed to the ground like a deflated ball, his heart burning with the rage of betrayal. He was utterly stunned by Han Yu's shamelessness. Beside them, Lan Qingya was also frozen in shock, never expecting this enemy to go back on his word so brazenly. Yet, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable thrill at the sight. Han Yu had only been toying with Tang Chun, using the opportunity to milk some more malice points. Of course, he had no intention of keeping his word. What did a villain like him need with honor? Playing the hypocrite, pretending to be righteous while scheming, was the protagonist's job, not his. As he looked down at Tang Chun, barely clinging to life, a sudden impulse surged within Hanyu. Could he kill him right now? The moment this thought crossed his mind, murderous intent flared within him. But the instant he truly considered it, the heavenly Tao intervened. Halt! A deep, authoritative voice rang out. Show mercy where you can. Your fellow disciples, there's no need to go this far. Before the words had even faded, a well-dressed figure appeared beside Tang Chun. The man was tall and slender, wearing glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. It's the dean. Everyone recognized him. Yu Xiaohang, the dean of Tianfu Martial Academy. Renowned for his mastery of martial theory, he was revered as a grandmaster in the martial world. But he wasn't just a scholar, he was a true martial marquis. Due to certain restrictions, powerhouses above the heavenly martial level were forbidden from lingering long on earth. But there were exceptions. Yu Xiaohang was one of them. Yu Xiaohang took out a pill, crushed it, and sprinkled the powder over Tang Chen's wounds, which rapidly healed.
An Rai, Tang Chen.
Go back and rest. Thank you, Dean, Tang Chen stammered, bewildered as to why the dean would help him. But since Yu Xiaohang had spoken, he was certain Han Yu wouldn't dare stop him. No matter how powerful Han Yu's backing was, on Earth, a martial marquis was the strongest force. Authority on paper meant nothing compared to the one holding the reins. Yet the moment he took a step forward, Han Yu's icy voice cut through the air from behind. Who said you could leave? Tang Chen's body jolted in fright, frozen in place, not daring to move an inch. Seeing his pitiful state, Yu Xiaohang sighed inwardly. Is this really the son of that man? The son of a martial saint, yet so utterly worthless. If not for Tang Chen's identity and the assurances from that person, Yu Xiaohang would never have willingly stepped into this mess. After all, he had already guessed Han Yu's background. Someone who acted so brazenly without facing any consequences? There was only one possibility. He, too, came from a martial saint lineage. With both sides backed by martial saints, Yu Xiaohang couldn't afford to offend either. But one of them had offered him a price he couldn't refuse. Yu Xiaohang had assumed Han Yu would at least show him some face and let Tang Chen leave. Yet, to his surprise, the young man outright refused. Han Yu, I'm letting him go. Do you have a problem with that? Yu Xiaohang believed that given his status and reputation, Han Yu should at least show him basic respect. Even that martial saint addressed him as Grandmaster. A mere junior, no matter how prestigious his lineage, should know to respect his elders. But Han Yu only sneered in response. And who the hell are you? This is a life and death duel. He lost, so he dies. You want him to walk away? Fine. You die in his place then. Silence. The entire arena fell deathly quiet. No one had expected Han Yu to be so audacious, daring to show such blatant disrespect to the dean of Tianfu Martial Academy. But upon reflection, Han Yu wasn't entirely wrong. The rules of a life and death duel were absolute. Victory decided life. Defeat meant death. If the loser didn't die, then what was the point? Should the winner die instead? Yu Xiaohang knew the rules, but right now he didn't care. All he knew was that Han Yu had insulted him. Outrageous. I am the dean of Tianfu Martial Academy, a martial marquis. What is your status? What is mine? How dare you disrespect your elders and superiors like this? Rage and killing intent surged within Yu Xiaohang. He was never a tolerant man, and being publicly humiliated by Han Yu was unbearable. A crushing wave of cultivation pressure bore down on Han Yu. Any ordinary earth-rank martial artist would have collapsed to their knees, trembling under such force. This was the outcome Yu Xiaohang wanted. He wasn't here to argue rules. He was here to teach Han Yu a lesson in hierarchy and respect. Boom! Han Yu did feel the overwhelming pressure. The earth fiend energy in his body momentarily stagnated. But then the system chimed in. Ding! Host is suffering from external suppression. Would you like to transfer the effects? Transfer. Target Yu Xiaohang. Delayed feedback. Han Yu had already been collecting malice points from Yu Xiaohang. And damn, the harvest from a martial marquis was fast. He had tortured Tang Chun for so long, yet the malice points from him barely reached 200,000 to 300,000. But after just a few insults, in under a minute, Yu Xiaohang had already provided over 100,000 malice points. Hell yeah, since you want to suppress me with your cultivation, then enjoy the reversal.
Han Yu smirked coldly.
Yu Xiaohang, however, was baffled. Han Yu remained completely unfazed despite the pressure. Does this brat have some treasure that negates cultivation suppression? Confused, Yu Xiaohang intensified the pressure. This method, using raw cultivation to crush a weaker opponent, was a classic move among experts. It always worked. If the target couldn't withstand it, they'd be humiliated while the stronger party maintained dignity. After all, as a martial marquis, directly attacking a junior would be unbecoming. But if the junior collapsed under sheer pressure, well, that was just natural. Yet now, this foolproof tactic was failing. Yu Xiaohang grew increasingly bewildered, so much so that he momentarily forgot his anger. Seeing the malice points stop flowing, Han Yu panicked. He immediately roared, "You old bastard! Is this what being a dean means, breaking rules and abusing power? Is this what being an elder means, bullying the weak? Is Tang Chun your damn father? Why are you protecting him so hard?" Yu Xiaohang's fury reignited instantly. He no longer cared why Han Yu resisted his pressure. All he wanted now was to strike him down. But he hesitated. If he actually killed Han Yu, even that martial saint might not shield him. The more he held back, the angrier he became. His malice toward Han Yu skyrocketed. Good, keep feeding me those malice points. Time to hit you with something big, you senile trash. Malice points were always in short supply, and this experience pack had delivered itself right to his doorstep. Han Yu was overjoyed. Channeling his past life's experience in online flame wars, he transformed into a full-fledged Zuan keyboard warrior, unleashing a torrent of creative insults targeting Yu Xiaohang's ancestors 18 generations back. Yu Xiaohang was on the verge of exploding. He considered himself a dignified and scholarly martial arts master, so of course, he couldn't stoop to trading insults with Han Yu. Even if he did, he wouldn't stand a chance against this brat. Han Yu's mouth was like a machine gun. Once it started firing, it spewed a torrent of colorful language, rivaling even Stephen Chow's iconic rants in Hail the Judge. His words were so vicious they could resurrect the dead just to kill them again. Furious, Yu Xiaohang bellowed, "Han Yu, such disrespect for your elders. As the dean of Tianfu Martial Academy, I hereby expel you." He no longer cared about offending Han Yu. Right now, his only goal was to protect Tang Chun with his authority and kick Han Yu out. Hearing this, Han Yu sneered. If he were the protagonist, he'd probably storm off dramatically, join another academy, and later return to crush Tianfu Academy under his heel. But he wasn't the protagonist, he was the villain. And not just any villain, but one with unfathomable backing. Expel me? Ha! Without wasting words, Han Yu gestured to one of his celestial rank bodyguards. "Bring me the satellite communicator. I need to make an interstellar call." The guard obeyed immediately, handing him the device. Han Yu dialed a number, spoke a few quiet words, then hung up. Yu Xiaohang had no idea what Han Yu was up to but scoffed. "Why are you still here? Get lost. Tianfu Martial Academy doesn't welcome you." Han Yu waved him off, smirking. "Relax, old mutt. Let the bullet fly for a bit." A moment later, Yu Xiaohang's private communicator buzzed. He pulled it out and froze in horror. It was a call from the Minister of Martial Education of the Dragonxia Federation's Blue Star Division. The moment he answered, a furious roar blasted through. "Yu Xiaohang, you worthless piece of shit. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to expel Han Yu? Do you even know who he is? From this moment on, you're no longer the dean of Tianfu Martial Academy. Get the fuck out of my sight." The call ended abruptly. Yu Xiaohang's face turned ashen. He knew the Han family had influence, but this much? A single call had stripped him of his position. The sheer scale of their power was terrifying. Clenching his teeth, he glared at Han Yu with pure hatred. You're despicable. For your own selfish gain, you abuse your connections to take away my position as dean. Do you have any idea how much I've contributed to this academy over the years? Hanyu almost laughed. Oh, this is rich. You can throw your weight around, but when I do it, suddenly it's a problem. And your so-called contributions? You mean flooding the academy with foreign trash? The moment those words left his mouth, a group of foreign exchange students in the audience stirred angrily. These were students from overseas, lured in by Yu Xiaohong's exorbitant scholarships. While local students had to pay hefty tuition fees just to access training facilities, these foreign scholars enjoyed full subsidies, free tuition, cultivation resources worth millions annually, and even additional stipends. But that wasn't all. Yu Xiaohang had also implemented a so-called martial companionship program, encouraging female students to interact with these foreign male students. One guy paired with 3 to 5 girls, all under the guise of cultural exchange. Han Yu's remark didn't just enrage Yu Xiaohang. It also set off the foreign students in the crowd. A dark-skinned Mo tribesman stood up, his broken dragon Xia accent grating as he shouted, "How dare you speak like that, you dragon Xia dog? Our presence here is an honor for your academy. Your martial arts theories are outdated. Without us, your entire system would collapse." The Mo tribesman's aura surged, revealing his cultivation, Earth-rank martial artist, peak stage. At just over 20 years old, his strength did surpass most of his Dragon Xia peers. He was even confident he could crush Han Yu, who had only displayed mid-stage Earth-rank power earlier. Han Yu had no immediate plans to deal with these foreign pests. He had plenty of time and methods for that later. For now, he just coldly snapped, "Hey you, shut your mouth. If you're so eager to pick cotton, I'll send you to a plantation later." The Mo tribesman's eyes burned with fury. Seeing an opportunity, Yu Xiaohang smirked and chimed in, "Han Yu, you're delusional. Our nation's martial arts have fallen behind. The younger generation is weak. Foreign martial university students average true rank late stage, while ours barely reach early stage. They're a failed generation. You think you're a genius? That's only because you've never seen the real thing." He pointed at the Mo tribesman. "Take Hikizan here, he's a genius among his people, reaching Earth-rank peak stage at just 19. Compared to him, what are you?" Hikizan, however, shook his head. "Dean, I'm not even considered a top genius in my tribe. The real prodigies would never come to a backwater like Dragon Xia. Not even for money. But even someone like me is among the best your country has to offer." His eyes locked onto Han Yu. "You Han Yu, was it? You insulted my people. Do you have the guts to face me in a duel? A battle of honor?" Hearing Ha Kuei-song utter those words, Yu Xiaohang couldn't help but smirk. This was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. As a senior, it wasn't appropriate for him to directly confront a junior. But Ha Kuei-song and Han Yu were peers, fellow martial artists of the same generation. So there was nothing stopping Ha Kuei-song from teaching Han Yu a lesson. Yu Xiaohang was certain that, given Han Yu's temper, he would never refuse the challenge. And once he accepted, Ha Kuei-song would undoubtedly thrash him soundly. This was nothing more than a blatant attempt at using someone else's hand to eliminate an enemy. Han Yu, of course, saw right through his scheme and let out a derisive snort. "You old bastard. Too scared to do it yourself, so you send these fools to die in your place? Ha! You overestimate yourself. With your level of skill, Ha Kuei-song could crush you with just a flick of his finger." Yu Xiaohang pressed on, determined to provoke Han Yu. Meanwhile, Ha Kuei-song crossed his arms, a mocking grin on his face. "What's the matter? Weren't you the one looking down on us foreign students? Too scared to fight me, so you just talk big? What a coward. Dumbass." Han Yu shot him a cold glare. "Who gave you the right to speak here? Someone? Slap him." Without hesitation, a sky-level martial artist from Han Yu's guard detail lunged forward, grabbing Ha Kuei-song like a helpless chick and delivering a brutal slap across his face. Even as a peak Earth-level martial artist, Ha Kuei-song stood no chance against the overwhelming might of a sky-level warrior. "Fuck! You bastard! You only know how to bully others with your power." Blood trickled from Ha Kuei-sang's lips, and several of his teeth went flying from the force of the strike. Damn Longxia thugs! Is there no one who can control him? Does having connections mean you can do whatever the hell you want? Sorry, but yes, having connections means I can do whatever I want. If you keep running your mouth, I'll have you killed on the spot. I'll even scatter your ashes to the wind. Ha Kuei-sang wanted to retort, but the murderous glare from the sky-level guards silenced him instantly, leaving only seething hatred in his eyes. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohang erupted in feigned outrage. Han Yu, have you no respect for the law? Ha Kuei-sang is a foreign student. If you kill him, do you want to provoke an international incident? Do you want to cause strife among humanity? Though Yu Xiaohang spoke with righteous indignation, deep down he was practically begging for Han Yu to kill Ha Kuei-sang right then and there. That way, even the Han family, despite being a martial sage lineage, would face severe backlash. The Han family was powerful, yes, but there wasn't just one martial sage on Blue Star. Among all of humanity, there were 36 martial sages in total. No matter how strong the Han family was, they only had one. As he spoke, Yu Xiaohang suddenly unleashed his aura, sending the Han family guard flying before dragging Ha Kuei-sang to the center of the arena. He then smirked at Han Yu. If you've got any real guts, fight Ha Kuei-sang fair and square. What do you all think? He turned to the foreign students, who, though few in number, were generally stronger in combat. They had already been fuming over Han Yu's behavior, and now they eagerly chimed in. The dean is right. If you look down on us foreign students so much, why won't you fight Ha Kuei-sang? Or are all you Longxia people just full of hot air? Fuck this. After today, I've lost all respect for Longxia. I'm going back to my country tomorrow and making sure none of our people ever come here again. You'll never learn our advanced martial theories. The foreign students in the stands hurled insults relentlessly. Han Yu suddenly noticed a flood of unfamiliar names contributing to his malice value. Normally, ordinary malice wouldn't even register in the system. Only deep, seething hatred that wished for his death would generate malice value. In short, every single person directing malice at Han Yu wanted him dead. For a moment, he stood condemned by all. An ordinary person might have felt at least some discomfort, but Han Yu only grinned wider, thoroughly pleased. Yu Xiaohang, who had been reveling in successfully riling up the students, had expected Han Yu to feel the pressure. Instead, the bastard looked like he was enjoying himself. He immediately shoved Hakusen and goaded him. Hakusen, don't be afraid of him. I'll guarantee your safety. As long as you beat him, I'll give you a generous reward and send you back to your country. With a martial marquis-level expert assuring him, Hakusen's earlier fear of Han Yu's background vanished instantly. He stepped forward without hesitation, glaring at Han Yu with murderous eyes. Han Yu, if you're a real man, fight me. Fight my ass. You're really itching to die. Huh. Han Yu's gaze was icy. He knew full well that Yu Xiaohang was trying to use Hakusen to kill him. He hadn't planned on entertaining this nonsense, but the idiot just kept pushing his luck, and now Han Yu was fed up. Ha! You think you can kill me? Then try. Hakusen showed no fear, but before his words even faded, a thunderclap exploded. Han Yu was already rushing him. Overjoyed, Hakusen immediately activated his innate talent. As one of the top international students at Tianfu Martial Academy, he also possessed an S-rank talent called Black Mountain Spectre, a unique soul-based ability common among the Mo clan. Black miasma erupted around him as his body swelled grotesquely, transforming into a monstrous, 10-foot-tall ghost. D. Boom! 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 The two clashed fiercely. Han Yu, empowered by his S-rank thunderous wings and S-rank adamantine body, could easily overpower ordinary Earth Realm 7-star martial artists. But Hakusen was different. He also had an S-rank talent, and his cultivation had already reached Earth Realm 9th star, just one step shy of the Heavenly Realm. By sheer combat prowess, he rivaled many low-level Heavenly Realm fighters. Hakusen had expected Han Yu to rely on his thunderous wings for hit-and-run tactics. Instead, Han Yu charged straight at him without fear, engaging in a brutal injury-for-injury brawl. At first, Hakusen was brimming with confidence. But soon, dread crept in. His soul-based talent had a crucial trait. Every attack carried spiritual damage. Most warriors avoided direct clashes with him for this very reason, fearing unavoidable mental corrosion. But Hanyu didn't care. He shrugged off all debuffs as if they were nothing, redirecting them instantly. Hanyu hadn't wanted to waste time on this pointless fight. Violence cost malice points, and that was a loss for him. Why push me? Fine. If you're set on this, you're paying back every bit of malice points I use. Hanyu's fists hammered relentlessly, shattering Hakusen's Black Mountain Spectre form repeatedly until the spectral face twisted in terror. The possessed spectral avatar collapsed, exposing Hakusen's vulnerable true body. Hanyu stomped his foot down on the man's skull, his eyes blazing with murderous intent.
Surenner.
I lose. Let me. Hakusen's voice trembled. Hanyu smirked coldly. You lose? Then you die.
No.
Don't. Crack. Before he could finish, Hanyu's foot crushed down. The pitch-black skull burst apart like rotten fruit, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. Staring at the lifeless corpse, Hanyu sneered inwardly. Thought you were some unkillable protagonist? You picked the wrong guy to mess with. Maybe I can't kill the actual protagonist yet, but you? Absolutely. Witnessing Hakizen's head being crushed underfoot, everyone present was stunned. None had expected Hanyu to act with such ruthless brutality. This was a foreign guest, and yet, he had killed him without hesitation. The international students in the audience, who had just been cheering for Hakizen, now covered their mouths in horror, their gazes at Hanyu filled with terror and fury. Fuck! You bastard! How dare you kill Hakizen? He was the chieftain's son. Our chieftain will never let you get away with this. A dark-skinned tribesman glared at Hanyu, his eyes burning with hatred. Hanyu merely sneered. Oh? If you put it that way, then killing one is the same as killing 10. You might as well all die. With a glance at his celestial warrior guards, they exchanged looks before instantly appearing beside the group of tribesmen. Boom! 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 The celestial warriors struck without mercy, unleashing a massacre. The seating area was soon filled with agonized screams. In mere seconds, the tribesmen were slaughtered, their blood painting the ground like spilled ketchup, a gruesome sight. The other students gulped nervously at Hanyu's brutality. This is too extreme. This is going to cause a huge incident. What incident? Can't you guess Hanyu's background? If he wasn't from that family, how could he act so recklessly? You mean, that family? The towering pillar of Longxia, the howling heaven martial sage. If that's the case, then it makes sense. With that kind of backing, I'd be even more arrogant than him. Besides, those tribesmen are like parasites, they deserved it. But if this news reaches the Dark Continent, Hanyu won't have a single supporter left among them. As the students whispered among themselves, Yu Xiaohong's face twisted into a grin. Hanyu, you're finished. Daring to slaughter foreign guests like this. Let's see how the Han family protects you now. While others assumed Hanyu could act with impunity due to his family's martial sage, Yu Xiaohong knew better. Given the current interstellar political climate, such a scandal would not be easily swept under the rug. With this excuse, that person's propaganda campaign will gain even more traction. If you aren't severely punished, their reputation will suffer.
Hehehe.
Yu Xiaohong smirked, his mind already scheming. Hanyu, however, only laughed coldly. Old fool, don't worry about how the Han family will protect me. Worry about how you're going to survive this. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen celestial warrior guards surrounded Yu Xiaohong. Ha ha ha, how I'm going to survive. Ridiculous. You actually think you can touch me? Do you really think these worthless trash can threaten a martial marquis? Hanyu didn't answer. Instead, he clapped his hands, and another group of celestial warriors stormed in from outside. Now, there were 30 in total, 10 of them at the late-stage celestial warrior realm, with cultivation levels above 6 stars. Every single one of Hanyu's personal celestial warrior guards on Earth had gathered here. His earlier fight with Hakizen had been partly to buy time for them to arrive. Yet, Even faced with this overwhelming force, Yu Xiaohang showed no fear. Instead, he scoffed. Boy, you clearly don't understand the gap between a martial marquis and a celestial warrior. Even if I'm not a combat specialist, these ants are no threat to me. With a sudden surge of energy, Yu Xiaohang activated his A-grade possession-type talent, transforming into a monstrous humanoid figure. His ability, Golden Armor Dragon Cannoneer, encased him in golden draconic scales, his arms morphing into cannon-like appendages. An imposing sight. Since you insist on challenging me, I'll show you the true might of a martial marquis. Yu Xiaohang might not dare to kill Han Yu, but he had no qualms about slaughtering Han Yu's guards. Han Yu had insulted him repeatedly, stoking Yu Xiaohang's hatred to its peak. Since the man had no sense of self-preservation, Yu Xiaohang would unleash carnage. With his escape already prepared, he didn't fear retaliation. With that thought, Yu Xiaohang raised his cannon arm and fired at the two celestial warrior guards. Boom! A condensed energy blast blasted the two guards dozens of meters away, leaving them severely injured. Seizing the moment, the remaining celestial warriors swarmed him during his cannon's reloading time, striking from all sides. An icy smirk curled Yu Xiaohang's lips as he leapt skyward, intending to kite them. His speed was more than enough to keep them at bay, wearing them down bit by bit. Yet the moment he left the ground, his body erupted in upheaval. A whirlwind of agony racked his insides. He coughed up blood and plummeted back to the earth. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the celestial warriors closed in, bombarding him with techniques. What the hell is going on? Yu Xiaohang was bewildered. In that brief moment, he felt countless debuffs weighing him down, sapping his strength, rendering him powerless. Meanwhile, Han Yu ignored the chaos around him, swallowing the high-grade pills his subordinates had scavenged from across black markets. Rare earth-grade elixirs, painstakingly gathered. Glancing at the ample malice points flashing on his system panel, he crammed them all into his mouth. Current malice points, 3.6 million. You ingested 20 Earth Fiend pills. Total side effect transfer cost, 2 million malice points. Transfer target, Yu Xiaohang. As the pills dissolved inside him, a metamorphosis took hold. Each Earth Fiend pill carried dense Fiend's force. Wind Fiend, Water Fiend, Metal Fiend. Countless fiendish energies invaded your organs, permeated your limbs, devoured every cell. The agony rivaled death by 1,000 cuts. After enduring torment beyond measure, your body finally transformed. Your kidneys overflowed with vitality. Your foundations hardened like steel. Your cultivation began soaring. Earth Warrior 5-star. Earth Warrior 6-star. Earth Warrior 8-star. Earth Warrior 9-star. Within breaths, Han Yu's cultivation surged by 5 stars, reaching the peak of Earth Warrior. But he wasn't done. From his reserves, Han Yu withdrew a treasure pill, his last trump card. One of his men had scoured over a dozen cities, paying a fortune in the black market for it. A heaven-grade pill. You consumed 1 heavenly might pill. Side effect transfer cost, 1 million malice points. The heavenly might pill harnessed the natural forces of the cosmos: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Divine essence tempered your flesh and soul. Every shred of your being tore apart and reforged anew in ceaseless torment. But from suffering came rebirth. The Earth Fiend energies within you purified into heavenly might. The conversion succeeded flawlessly, and you ascended. From this moment onward, you are a celestial warrior. You have transcended earthly binds. The skies welcome you. Yu Xiaohang was a martial marquis. If the battle had only been at the earthly martial artist level, it would have taken who knows how long to reach his endurance limit. But Han Yu had swallowed 20 Earth Fiend pills and 1 Heaven Fiend pill in an extremely short time. The side effects of these pills erupted instantly, unleashing an unimaginable impact. The benefits Han Yu gained from these pills were immense, and the backlash Yu Xiaohang suffered was equally terrifying. Even as a martial marquis, he was instantly overwhelmed. On top of that, Han Yu's heavenly martial artist guards swarmed in, mercilessly beating a drowning dog, making Yu Xiaohang's situation even worse. His hatred and killing intent toward Han Yu skyrocketed. Stop! Stop right now. I'm a martial marquis. How dare you treat me like this? Get the hell away from me. Once I recover, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Yu Xiaohang was furious. As a renowned martial arts master, he had never suffered such humiliation, being pummeled by a group of heavenly martial artists. Han Yu, call off your lackeys now or else. Or else what? You'll kill me? Han Yu's cold laughter came from outside the crowd. He stepped forward, approaching Yu Xiaohang, who was covered in wounds after being brutalized by a group of burly men. His eyes burned with killing intent. Yu Xiaohang was startled, but his stubborn pride refused to fade. Why you? What do you think you're doing? I'm a martial marquis, a pillar of Longxia Kingdom. I've made outstanding contributions to this nation. You still have the nerve to talk about your contributions? Han Yu stomped on Yu Xiaohang's head. The force was so immense that the stone pavement beneath them cracked, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Yu Xiaohang felt like his brains were being scrambled. Fortunately, he was a martial marquis. If he were just an ordinary earthly martial artist, this stomp would have instantly crushed his skull like what happened to Ha Kuei-song earlier. Rage surged in Yu Xiaohang's heart. A dignified martial marquis was being trampled like a dead dog. This was the ultimate humiliation. Han Yu, how dare you humiliate me like this? I come from an emperor's lineage. Humiliate you? Han Yu sneered. Sorry, but I actually want to kill you. Boom. Another devastating stomp landed on Yu Xiaohang's skull. The ground exploded into a deep crater, burying half of Yu Xiaohang's head. Yet, he still wasn't dead, proof of a martial marquis's terrifying resilience. This bastard had endured the backlash of multiple pills, been ganged up on by over 30 heavenly martial artists, and was now being pummeled with lethal force by Han Yu. Yet he still clung to life. Killing someone is this hard? Han Yu stomped wildly, raining blows on Yu Xiaohang's body, but he still couldn't finish him off. The only gain was the endless stream of malice points flooding in, tens of thousands per second. Han Yu was getting tired. He waved at his guards. All of you, come here and beat him to death. The scene of a group of burly men ganging up on a martial marquis repeated itself, but this time, they struck even more ruthlessly, holding nothing back. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Tang Chun, was trembling in fear. When Han Yu's gaze shifted toward him, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud. Han Yu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have opposed you. Spare me, and I'll stay far away from you. I'll never appear in front of you again. Tang Chun was genuinely terrified. He had gained a deeper understanding of Han Yu's brutality. Foreign prodigies, killed without hesitation. If not for the fact that even Han Yu couldn't kill a martial marquis yet, Yu Xiaohang would have been dead long ago. Seeing Tang Chun like this, all the students couldn't help but sigh in pity, especially the twin-tailed senior, Ning Wei, whose eyes filled with deep disappointment and disdain. She never expected Tang Chun, a double S-rank genius, to be so spineless, kneeling and begging for his life. Was he even a man? Where was his dignity? Ning Wei thought bitterly. But when Han Yu's gaze swept over her, her voluptuous body shivered uncontrollably, recalling the earlier intense experience. A deep fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that the demonic Han Yu would suddenly charge at her again, grab her twin tails, and ride her like a rocking horse until she lost all sense of direction. Han Yu, however, had no such thoughts. He merely glanced at them with disappointment. The reason was simple. At his current level, the malice points they provided were pitifully low, barely worth his time. It seems I no longer need to waste energy on the protagonist, Tang Chun. At my current strength, he's already far beneath me. I should focus on higher-tier experts for more malice points. That'll speed up my growth. Since that bastard Tang Chun has the Heavenly Dao's protection, I'll just speedrun this world and overthrow the damn Heavenly Dao itself. Han Yu's mind cleared instantly. He had found the right target. There was no need to waste time on the protagonist. His true enemy was the Heavenly Dao. If the protagonist couldn't be killed yet, then he'd just grow stronger faster, overthrow the heavenly Tao, and once its protection was gone, Tang Chun would be nothing more than an ant to crush. With this realization, Han Yu smiled in satisfaction. Seeing this, Tang Chun mistakenly thought Han Yu was going to spare him. At once, he trembled and said, Young Master Han, since this has nothing to do with me, I'll take my leave now." As soon as these words were spoken, Han Yu remained silent, but Yu Xiaohang was already seething with rage. "Damn you, Tang Chun. I got myself tangled up with this monster just to save you, and now you're trying to bail on your own? Are you even human?" Tang Chun couldn't care less. "Better you die than me." He immediately tried to make a run for it. But after only a few steps, he felt a chill on the back of his neck as a gust of wind rushed toward him. Han Yu delivered a flying kick straight to his head. "You think you can just walk away after offending me?" Han Yu sneered. "Not targeting the protagonist doesn't mean I won't beat him up. Since we've crossed paths, giving him a thrashing is perfectly justified." For a martial marquis, Han Yu's kick might not have been particularly damaging, just humiliating. But for a nobody like Tang Chun, it was nothing short of a devastating blow. The kick crippled him instantly, splitting his skull open and revealing brain matter that resembled soy milk. If this had been an ordinary martial artist, they'd be dead by now. But this was the protagonist, after all. Han Yu's kick didn't kill him. Instead, it triggered another twist. "Stop right there. How dare you act so brazenly in broad daylight? Does the Xia Empire have no laws?" The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed in a black gentleman's suit, sporting a thin mustache that made him look sleazy. Yet when he spoke, his aura surged, revealing formidable strength. Peak martial marquis. When Yu Xiaohang saw him, his face lit up with hope as he cried out for help. "Dean Forsyth, save me." The man appeared to be of mixed Xia and foreign descent. Seeing Yu Xiaohang being brutally beaten, he immediately waved his hand, repelling the heavenly martial guards surrounding him. Then he turned a frosty gaze toward Han Yu, his eyes as sharp as blades. "I am Forsyth, Dean of the Goblin Academy's Xia Empire branch. Yu Xiaohang has been hired as an instructor at our academy, and Tang Chun is now one of our students. If you dare harm our faculty or students again, don't blame me for showing no mercy." Forsyth's tone was icy, but when Han Yu heard the academy's name, he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just thought of something funny." Han Yu stifled his laughter. Forsyth, however, glared furiously. "I know you're mocking our academy's name, you uncultured fool. Do you even understand the profound meaning behind it?" "Of course I do," Han Yu replied indifferently. "Goblins, the lowest, most despicable creatures in Western mythology. Promiscuous, indiscriminate, and without regard for species. Naming your academy after them just means your institution is full of perverts, half-breeds, and scum. Honestly, it's a perfect fit for your identity." Hearing this, Forsyth's face flushed with rage as he unleashed his peak martial marquis aura, pressing down on Han Yu. Yet Han Yu remained completely unfazed. He simply pointed at Forsyth, tilted his head, and smirked at his guards. "Look, he's mad." The guards burst into laughter, joining Han Yu in taunting him. "Shut your mouths. Our name represents monsters. Do you understand? Every student admitted to our academy is a true monster. Without monstrous talent, they wouldn't even qualify. Do you get it? Don't get worked up. I understand. Of course I do." Han Yu shrugged, his face still wearing a mocking smile. Forsyth knew full well that Han Yu didn't understand at all. Hatred and murderous intent churned within him, but he suppressed it. Instead, he grabbed the battered Yu Xiaohang and the half-dead Tang Chun, preparing to leave Tianfu Academy. Just then, Han Yu's icy voice rang out from behind. "Hey, Goblin, are you sure you want to take them?" Forsyth turned his head and smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "Oh, if I take them, can you stop me?" Han Yu shook his head, his gaze frigid. He chuckled softly. "Of course I can't stop you, but I'll leave you with this. From this moment on, your life is on a countdown. Every day that follows is a gift from me, so do cherish it. The words were dripping with murderous intent, and Foster's malice surged within him. If not for Han Yu's status, he would have already struck and killed him on the spot. After a few seconds, Foster swallowed his rage and merely snorted coldly. Fine. I'll be waiting. I'd like to see how you plan to kill me. With that, he grabbed Tang Chen and Yu Xiaohang and strode out of the arena. From behind, Han Yu's icy voice followed. Don't worry. That day won't be far off. After Foster and his group left, Han Yu also departed with his people, leaving only a crowd of onlookers buzzing with excitement. Holy shit. Today's news is insane. Honestly, I feel like that Tang Chen has some serious backing too. Did you notice? Every time things get critical, someone always jumps in to save him. Yeah, I noticed that too. And there's another thing. Anyone who helps Han Yu ends up in a terrible state. The students passionately debated, as if they'd stumbled upon some hidden truth. Finally, someone summarized a theory. I think Han Yu is like the protagonist of a novel, and Tang Chen is the villain. No matter how hard you try to kill the villain, he just won't die. But because the people around him keep getting dragged down, he'll eventually turn to the dark side. Wait a minute. Doesn't Han Yu's behavior seem more like the villain? Isn't your conclusion a bit backwards? Who cares? Let's just enjoy the show. We'll see who makes it to the end. Whoever survives is the protagonist. History is written by the winners. Exactly. We're just NPCs anyway. Why bother? Sit back and enjoy the drama. Unaware of others' thoughts, Han Yu had already returned to the Han family estate, planning how to quickly boost his cultivation. A glance at his system panel showed he'd only spent 3 million malice points. Since he'd provoked Foster again, he still had over 2 million left. And Foster's resentment was intense. The malice points kept rolling in even now. Still not enough. Just as Han Yu sighed, several unfamiliar names suddenly appeared on the panel, flooding him with malice. You have received hatred plus 9,999, killing intent plus 9,999 from Lu Yuanxing. You have received hatred plus 9,999 from Zhucheng. You have received malice plus 9,999 from Lu Fengxian. The list went on for dozens of names, each contributing waves of malice. Han Yu was stunned. Though he didn't recognize these names, a quick thought revealed their identities. Clearly, they were the fathers and clansmen of Lu Xinyao, Zhu Yuding, and Lu Mao, the three he'd killed. They must have learned of their deaths and his involvement. But given how fast news spread, they should have known earlier. Oh, so there's a delay in malice collection. They must not be on Earth's main base. Han Yu figured it out but didn't dwell on it. Another glance at the panel showed the malice points had already surpassed 10 million in just a few seconds. Perfect. This much malice will last me a while. But how to use it? That's the real question. Simply consuming pills for cultivation was inefficient. It only boosted his strength without additional benefits. For example, during his time in the Thunderstorm Secret Realm, enduring lightning strikes not only enhanced his cultivation but also improved his lightning resistance. At his current level, only heaven-grade pills were useful, and those were rare. After all, the highest-grade pills Earth's humans could produce were heaven-grade, and few made it to the market. Even as a direct descendant of a Martial Saint family, Han Yu had limited access to such resources, and requesting them took time. He wasn't willing to wait. After a moment's thought, an idea struck him. Looks like I'll have to visit that place. A name flashed in his mind. The Devil's Triangle, a mysterious zone in Earth's oceans. It had been enigmatic even before the spiritual revival. After the revival, a saint-level magical beast was hunted down by human saints and perished there, transforming the area into a secret realm. In the original timeline, the protagonist group ventured there at the heavenly martial artist stage and reaped massive rewards. Now that Han Yu had reached that level, he had to go and claim all the benefits for himself. But I'll need to prepare before entering. With that in mind, he dialed a number. Hey, Ninth Uncle, it's me, Xiaoyu. I know it's you, kid. You've been stirring up a lot of trouble lately. Grandfather's under pressure because of it. Try to keep a lower profile in the future. The voice on the other end was earnest Han Ingjie, Han Yu's ninth uncle and a martial emperor. Got it. I'll try to kill fewer people from now on. A brief silence followed, ending with a resigned sigh. Fine, do whatever you want. Grandfather said if anyone bullies you unfairly, he won't let it slide. But if it's the younger generation coming after you, he won't interfere. Live or die, it's up to you. Understand? Han Ingjie warned. Got it, Uncle Joe. Don't worry. There's no need for grandfather to lift a finger to deal with those so-called peerless geniuses. Whether they live or die is entirely up to me. Han Ingjie. Corporate-level comprehension. Is that really what I meant? Damn it. The reason I called you this time is mainly about a few things. Han Yu explained his requests to Han Ingjie, who paused briefly before agreeing. In truth, though the higher-ups of the Han family were no longer on Earth, they were fully aware of Han Yu's every move, including his purchase of numerous elixirs and his rapid cultivation progress. Han Yu made no effort to hide his actions. Hiding and scheming was the protagonist's job. As a villain, he had no need for such things. Hell, he wouldn't even care if he told the Han family elders about his system. It wasn't some shameful secret. Why wouldn't he dare to say it? As for whether anyone might covet his system and try to target him, isn't that supposed to be my job as the villain? Stealing wives, plundering treasures, crippling cultivations. If I don't do these things, who the hell dares to take my role? That was Han Yu's mindset. After enduring 9 lifetimes of misery, he had come to terms with everything. A few days later, Han Yu's personal guard delivered an ancient beast-hide tome, sent by Han Ingjie from a resource planet. The cover was inscribed with foreign script, but Han Yu, fluent in dozens of alien languages, easily deciphered it. Devouring Heaven Demon Art. This was a cultivation technique from the demonic races of the Outer Realms, an extremely domineering method capable of devouring demonic energy, souls, and more. But it had one fatal flaw. It was unsuitable for humans to practice, except for those with specific innate talents. Even then, unless the cultivator had a demonic physique, the side effects would be severe. Perfect. Just what I need. Severe side effects. That's right up my alley. With that thought, Han Yu began cultivating the devouring heaven demon art. The technique itself wasn't complicated. After all, with the demon race's limited intellect, their methods could hardly be profound. He mastered it quickly, but to unleash its full power, he needed to consume dark attribute energies, such as malice, ghostly aura, or demonic chi. This was also part of his preparations for entering the demon delta. Once his cultivation session ended, Han Yu stretched lazily and snapped his fingers. Bring Lan Qingya here. A guard obeyed immediately, and soon, a figure bound in soul shackles appeared in the hall. Han Yu lounged with one leg crossed over the other, his gaze sharp as a blade as it swept over Lan Qingya. Enjoyed your meals these past few days? He smiled faintly. During this time, he had ordered his subordinates to procure numerous soul-nourishing treasures, all of which had been fed to Lan Qingya. Her soul energy had replenished significantly, and her spirit body had grown far more solid. Now, her delicate features were clearly visible. Her dress, woven from blue spirit grass, accentuated her ethereal beauty, giving her the aura of a woodland fairy. Lan Qingya shot him a sidelong glance. Don't think your hypocritical kindness in replenishing my soul will make me submit to you. Oh, so defiant? Yet I heard you didn't refuse a single one of those treasures while refining them. Han Yu smirked, his lips curling into a wicked grin. These things were useful to me. Why would I refuse? Lan Qingya answered bluntly, her eyes even flashing with disdain. If you want to recruit me, are you already regretting the paltry gifts you've offered? Not at all. I'm more than willing. In fact, I've prepared something special for you. Still smiling gently, Han Yu retrieved a box from his spatial ring, an item he had requested from Han Ingjie. When opened, a rich herbal fragrance filled the air, and Lan Qingya's eyes brightened instantly. This is the Grass Emperor clan's secret medicine, 8th grade soul-restoring herb. Indeed, It'll do you wonders. Go ahead, consume it. He tossed the box to her. Lan Qingya frowned but didn't hesitate, immediately beginning to refine the herb. She knew Han Yu was trying to win her over with such treasures. But this fool had underestimated her. Did he really think such trivial favors could make a former demon emperor bow to him? Ridiculous. For now, she would restore her soul power, recover her strength, and then plan her escape. As Lan Qingya focused on refining the herb, Han Yu watched silently from the side. A long while later, she finished. Her spirit body now looked indistinguishable from a living person's. Han Yu even reached out to touch her. Her skin was smooth, flawless, fully functional. Get your filthy hands off me. Lan Qingya glared at him coldly. What do you take me for? If you want my service, show some respect. This time, Han Yu's smile vanished. His fingers tightened around her throat as a sinister black aura seeped from his body. What do I take you for? Pray. You've eaten and drunk your fill at my expense. Now, it's my turn to devour you. Lan Qingya's face filled with terror. She never would have imagined that Han Yu's kindness toward her these past few days was all just a prelude to devouring her. A beast. Is he even human? As she looked at the sinister demonic energy swirling around Han Yu, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Bound by soul shackles, she was completely helpless, nothing more than fish on a chopping board, utterly at his mercy. No, Han Yu, I swear I'll submit to you. Spare me. Please spare me. Lan Qingya begged pitifully, her beautiful face evoking a sense of pity. Han Yu traced his fingers along her chin, and this time, instead of the usual disgust, her eyes were filled with obsequious pleading. With a faint smirk, Han Yu chuckled softly. Sorry, I'd still rather eat you. His mouth widened as the devouring heaven demon art activated. His soul transformed into a monstrous, shadowy fiend that swallowed Lan Qingya whole.
Han Yu, you ville beast.
You'll die wretchedly. Even in death, I curse you. May you suffer endless plagues and eternal damnation. Oh, that sounds perfect. Han Yu grinned, his demonic art rapidly refining the devoured soul of the demon emperor. Within his sea of consciousness, thick ghostly energy churned, as dense resentment took the form of vengeful spirits, frantically corroding his soul. Ding! Detected host suffering from negative effects. Initiating automatic transfer. Estimated cost: 1 million malice points. You are undergoing resentment erosion. Countless nightmares torment you. You wake in terror night after night as endless horrors gnaw at your mind, driving you toward madness and chaos. Han Yu ignored the system's notifications, indifferent to who bore the transferred suffering. Goblin Academy, Dragon Xia Branch. After bringing Tang Chun and Yu Xiaohang back to the academy, Forster arranged for healers to treat their wounds. With the aid of medicinal pills, both recovered swiftly. Forster looked at Tang Chun, whose skull had been shattered, only to find him not just healed, but his cultivation soaring straight to the peak of the profound martial realm. Truly worthy of being his son. With such dual S-rank talents, if these can evolve to transcendent tier, he might truly achieve true immortality. Forster sighed in admiration. Martial talents were ranked from highest to lowest. S-rank, deity tier, A-rank, B-rank, C-rank, and D-rank. With sufficient opportunity, even a D-rank could advance to S-rank. Similarly, beyond S-rank lay SS rank, transcendent tier, and even the rumored SSS rank, the deity-slaying tier, capable of felling gods. But the deity-slaying tier was merely theoretical. Among humans and other races encountered so far, transcendent tier was the highest recorded talent. Tang Chen's dual S-rank talents already placed him at the pinnacle of martial potential. His future was limitless. A shame he suffered such a devastating setback. I wonder if he'll manage to recover. If that bastard Han Yu crushed his spirit beyond repair, no amount of talent will matter. Forster recalled Tang Chun begging for mercy before having his head crushed by Han Yu. He couldn't help but doubt whether the youth still had any will to fight. Soon, Tang Chun slowly regained consciousness, shocked to find himself alive. I'm still breathing. His voice trembled as Forster briefly recounted the aftermath. Tang Chun immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, headmaster, for saving my life. Yu Xiaohang, standing nearby, clenched his teeth, annoyed that Tang Chun thanked Forster but not him. This brat was ready to abandon me and run, but then he reconsidered, remembering how young Tang Chun was. Facing a monster like Han Yu, fear was natural. I shouldn't blame him too much. After all, I promised the martial saint I'd take him as my personal disciple. But that damned Han Yu, who dares disrespect me and lets his subordinates humiliate me like that, he deserves to be torn limb from limb. All of this, it's all Han Yu's fault. Yu Xiaohang's hatred for Han Yu seethed endlessly. Forster, meanwhile, spoke slowly, testing the waters. Tang Chun, if you had enough strength, would you dare fight Han Yu again? As these words were spoken, Tang Chun fell into silence, his eyes even flickering with a trace of fear. Seeing this, Yu Xiaohang immediately snapped coldly. What do you have to fear from him? You lost to him only because his cultivation was higher than yours. At the same level, you could absolutely defeat him. Tang Chun, remember this. Han Yu is merely the grandson of a martial saint, but you are the son of a martial saint. At these words, Tang Chun was stunned. He had never expected that he was actually the son of a martial saint. Lan Qingya had never told him this. Forst nodded slowly and said to Tang Chun, Teacher Yu is right. Your father and mother were hunted down by the demon-slaying hall of Longsha Kingdom. In the end, your mother sacrificed herself to help your father attain the Saint Realm. Finally, your father single-handedly slew several martial emperors and one martial saint from the demon-slaying hall before vanishing without a trace. Though your father had only just entered the Saint Realm, his strength was already enough to rank among the middle tier of the 36 human saints. Now, after more than a decade, his power must have grown even stronger. Forst patted Tang Chen's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement. So, you have no reason to fear that Han Yu. As long as you still have the will to fight, you will eventually surpass and defeat him. Just like your father, he has sworn a great oath that one day, he will slay the Han family's martial saint to avenge your mother. Hearing this, the dimness in Tang Chen's eyes was replaced by a blazing hope. Dean, why did the demon-slaying hall want to kill my mother? Forst was momentarily taken aback. Well, obviously because she was a demon, the demon-slaying hall's duty is to slay demons. Do you really need to ask why? But after a moment's thought, he replied slowly, Your mother was the holy maiden of the Grass Emperor clan, bearing the purest essence of vegetation. If a martial emperor consumed her essence, they could ascend to the Saint Realm. The demon-slaying hall coveted your mother's essence, which is why, under the leadership of the Han family's martial saint, they launched a siege against the Grass Emperor clan. In that battle, aside from your mother, more than half of the Grass Emperor clan perished. The survivors either fled or pledged allegiance to other plant demon factions. By now, boundless hatred burned in Tang Chen's eyes. I, Tang Chun, swear that one day, I will annihilate the demon-slaying hall. Seeing Tang Chen's fighting spirit reignited, Forst nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you'll train under Teacher Yu. His understanding of martial theory is profound, and he will fully unlock your potential. Understood, Tang Chun declared with fiery determination. Yu Xiaohang also smiled. I've already drafted a rough training plan for Xiao Chun. His talent is exceptionally suited for combat, so the focus will be on tempering him through real battles. Here's the plan tomorrow. You'll register as a demon slayer with the Demon Slaying Hall. For geniuses like you, the hall offers substantial monthly cultivation subsidies. And since you're currently registered as a commoner, the subsidy is doubled. There's no reason to pass up such resources. After that, you'll take on missions from the hall. I'll take you to various beast-infested secret realms to hunt demonic beasts. Every part of a demonic beast is valuable, especially wood attribute ones. Their flesh, blood, and cores will be highly nourishing for you. Hearing this, both Tang Chun and Forst fell into an awkward silence. Realizing the problem, Yu Xiaohang quickly added, Don't worry. The demon-slaying hall is our enemy. Taking their resources is a form of revenge. Besides, we'll only hunt the truly evil demonic beasts. There's no need for moral conflict. Tang Chun nodded. Teacher Yu is right. I, Tang Chun, will never be as indiscriminate as the demon-slaying hall. Just as there are good and bad humans, there are good and bad demons. The ones I slay will only be the wicked ones. The moment Tang Chun finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled. A surge of sinister ghostly energy flooded his mind, and a voice echoed eerily in his ears. A grotesque face materialized before his eyes.
Tang Cheng.
I died so miserably. Ah, auntie. Tang Chen's expression twisted into madness, as if he were seeing a vengeful spirit. Forrest and Yu Xiaohang were baffled. Just a moment ago, he had been brimming with fighting spirit. Why was he now screaming like a madman? Meanwhile, an entirely different scene unfolded on Han Yu's side. You have used the soul of a demon emperor as a catalyst, accelerating the progress of the devouring heaven demon art. In the process, your physique has been refined. You have awakened the S-rank devouring heaven demon body. Devouring souls, melting metal. Nothing in this world is beyond your consumption. This is the power of the devouring heaven demon body. I didn't expect the devouring heaven demon art to also awaken my innate physique talent. Not bad. Han Yu had originally only intended to cultivate the devouring heaven demon art to gain an advantage when entering the demon realm Delta. He never imagined he would actually obtain the devouring heaven demon physique. Doesn't that mean I'll be able to move freely there, as if it were my own home? Han Yu was already looking forward to it. If not for the entry restrictions, the demon realm Delta only opened once every 5 years. He would have rushed there long ago. Fortunately, Han Yu had connections in high places. A single phone call solved the problem. In just 3 days, the demon realm Delta would open again. This news had already spread throughout the global martial arts community, and fighters from all over the world were eager to participate. Though the demon realm Delta was fraught with danger, it also held countless opportunities. Just the rare herbs and flowers, as well as the martial insights left behind by past experts, were enough to draw countless martial artists like moths to a flame. However, it had only been 2.5 years since the last opening. The fact that it was reopening so soon came as a surprise to many young geniuses. Still, everyone quickly wrapped up their affairs and began preparing for the journey. Goblin Academy. Mukin, you'll lead the team to the Demon Realm Delta this time. Dean Forsyth looked at a young man dressed in a white suit. The youth had sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. His name was Bai Mukin, the strongest student of this generation at Goblin Academy. At just 22 years old, he had already reached the mid-stage peak of the heavenly martial artist realm. It was said that he might even break through to the late stage within a year. Understood, Dean. Don't worry, with my strength, I'll ensure the safety of my juniors. Forsyth nodded. This opening of the Demon Realm Delta is too early. It's a bit unfair for your batch of students. After all, the maximum age for entry is 25. Originally, you all could have trained for another 2.5 years. What a shame. Bai Mukin, however, remained unfazed. Dean, what does it matter if students from other academies get 2.5 more years of training? I, Bai Mukin, can suppress all the geniuses of my generation. My concern isn't the geniuses from other academies. It's the other branches of Goblin Academy. Forsyth frowned. In recent years, the young talents from your Dragonxia kingdom have been no match for those from the major Western powers. If you encounter prodigies from other Goblin Academy branches, be cautious. Don't provoke them. Bai Mukin felt slightly displeased but still nodded in agreement. Just then, Tang Chun stumbled out of the room and called out to Forsyth. Dean, I also want to go to the Demon Realm Delta. From the information Lan Qingya had imparted to him, Tang Chen knew many secret techniques to resist demonic energy corruption. He wasn't about to miss this opportunity. You're only an earthly martial artist. You should focus on consolidating your foundation first. No, Dean. I've already broken through to the profound martial artist realm. Tang Chun released his aura, confirming that he had indeed converted his inner energy into earthly fiend force, reaching the 1-star profound martial artist level. Forsyth was surprised. He hadn't expected Tang Chun, who had been in a deranged state recently, to make another breakthrough. This kid really is a freak. Fine, you can join. But remember, stay close to the team. Even though you've reached the profound martial artist realm, your seniors here are all at least late-stage profound martial artists. Tang Chun had been feeling proud of his breakthrough, but Forsyth's words quickly humbled him. He glanced at the group, both men and women, all exceptionally good-looking and extraordinary. Tang Chun didn't pay much attention to the male students, instead focusing on the few stunningly beautiful young women. Seeing them lifted his spirits, dispelling some of the psychological trauma Han Yu had inflicted on him. For the first time in days, he felt a sense of clarity and relief. Han Yu joined the group, introducing himself and exchanging information with the others. Over the next few days, they made their preparations. Since the teleportation array didn't have an external transmission point, they had to board Goblin Academy's private plane to fly near the Demon Realm Delta. Martial artists from other nations also arrived at the nearby outpost, either by plane or ship. A vast square served as a gathering point, filled with parked aircraft. Over 100,000 young martial artists had assembled, creating a spectacular sight. Every fighter here was a genius from a major martial arts academy, with cultivation levels at least at the earthly martial artist stage. Among the top institutions, there were even heavenly martial artists. Each face radiated confidence, until a fleet of emerald green planes arrived. As the students from Goblin Academy stepped out, the confidence of the crowd visibly wavered. Heavens! It's the prodigies from Goblin Academy. Look at their uniforms. So stylish. Handsome, my ass. That disgusting green is ugly as hell. You're just jealous. A pathetic loser like you will never get to wear that prestigious academy uniform in your lifetime. Students from various nations buzzed with chatter. Some were in awe, while others hurled insults. Goblin Academy had established 4 branches globally, and now, representatives from each branch had gathered, though the atmosphere was far from harmonious. Haiti, I told you. The one who killed your brother was Han Yu from Tianfu Martial Academy. Why take it out on us? Bai Mukin shot an annoyed glance at a man from the Mo clan, who belonged to Goblin Academy's Mo continent branch. Though the man had reached mid-stage heavenly warrior cultivation, he was only a 4-star heavenly warrior, 2 stars weaker than Bai Mukin, who showed no fear. Haiti, the Mo clansman, snorted coldly. FCK off. Stop yapping at me. That Han Yu is from your Longxia nation. Since my brother died, I'll make every single one of you Longxia bastards pay. With that, Haiti turned to glare at all the warriors from Longxia, his eyes filled with disdain. Listen up, you yellow-skinned monkeys. Inside the Demon Delta, if I see even one of you, I'll slaughter you on the spot. Upon hearing his words, the instructors leading the Longxia students remained expressionless, though their faces darkened. None of them spoke up. One furious student was about to retort but was immediately silenced by their teacher. Enough! Stay quiet. Don't provoke an international incident. Once we enter the secret realm, just stay out of his way. The students had no choice but to suppress their anger, though some still clenched their fists in indignation. Seeing their reluctance to fight back, Haiti smirked smugly. Pathetic cowards. And yet your nation dares call itself a martial superpower? Ridiculous. Your Longxia nation should import more warriors from our Mo continent. Maybe then your inferior genes could finally improve. Especially the men from Tianfu Martial Academy. A bunch of worthless trash. None of you can match the cultivation of our Mo clansmen. Yet you bully others by ganging up. That Han Yu slaughtered so many of my clansmen. What a bunch of insecure fools. Haiti's arrogance knew no bounds as he openly mocked them. Finally, one Tianfu Martial Academy student couldn't take it anymore and lashed out. Just as Haiti was about to teach the boy a lesson, the student's instructor, Du Jin, slapped him into silence. Teacher Du, he insulted our nation. The young man protested indignantly. Dujin only glared coldly. He's a heavenly warrior, and you're just an earthly warrior. Even if he insults you, you swallow it. Blame that bastard Hanyu for this. His actions have shamed our entire nation. Hearing this, Haiti burst into laughter. Ha! At least someone in Tianfu Martial Academy has some sense. Say, Instructor Du, our MO Continent branch is opening a special training program. I think that lovely lady next to you would be a perfect fit. Shall I put in a good word for her? He leered at Ningwei, whose expression tightened as she recognized the greed in his gaze. But Du Jin actually smiled and even cupped his hands in a polite gesture. We'd be honored by your recommendation. Haiti licked his lips, his intentions obvious to everyone. Clearly, Du Jin was tacitly approving his advances toward the beautiful woman. Eyeing Ningwei's slender, porcelain-smooth legs, Haiti swallowed hard. Tang Chun, standing nearby, clenched his fists. He knew exactly what Haiti was thinking. Ningwei was the woman he had his eyes on. Even though he had joined Goblin Academy and now had other romantic prospects, he wasn't about to let Haiti steal her. For a moment, he considered playing the hero and challenging Haiti, but then he remembered his own strength. I'm only an earthly warrior in the early stage. Haiti's already mid-stage heavenly warrior. I have to endure this humiliation. Don't worry, Senior Ningwei. This bastard has already sealed his fate. One day I will avenge you. He silently swore vengeance. Just then, boom! A deafening roar erupted from the horizon as a crimson silhouette descended into view. Holy shit! What kind of plane is that? That's loud as hell. You idiot! That's not a plane. It's a damn interstellar battleship. No way. The Scarlet Dragon battleship. Yo! Whose grand entrance is this? As the crowd erupted in shock, the warship hovered mid-air. Dozens of figures flanked a lone young man as they descended gracefully. The youth was strikingly handsome, yet his piercing gaze was sinister, like a demon emerging from a sea of corpses. Clad in blood-red robes, his presence radiated overwhelming intimidation. Someone recognized him instantly and gasped. Han Yu! Han Yu looked down at these genius warriors from above, unconsciously licking his lips as he gazed at them, as if they were nothing but food. Admittedly, the devouring heaven demonic art had a sinister influence. Over the past few days, Han Yu had found himself increasingly addicted to slaughter. Since awakening his devouring heaven demon body, Han Yu hadn't been idle. High-grade elixirs were hard to come by, so he had his personal guards scour the lands for them at great expense. Meanwhile, he registered himself as a demon slayer with the Demon Slaying Hall and took on missions to hunt down monsters. Thus, Han Yu traveled across the nation, slaughtering all manner of beasts. Beyond completing missions, the corpses of those monsters also served as nourishment for him. Ding! You have activated the devouring heaven demonic art, consuming a heaven-tier, low-rank ironback rhino. The seething demonic power surges within you, and the raging resentment tears through your soul. You feel yourself descending into madness, losing all rationality. It seems you've been influenced by the beast's power, turning into a frenzied monster. Your cultivation has broken through to Sky Warrior 2-star. One beast after another fell to Han Yu's blade, their essence, energy, and spirit devoured by him through the devouring heaven demonic art. Their massive bodies withered into dried husks, while Han Yu's cultivation soared. Sky Warrior 3-star, Sky Warrior 4-star, Sky Warrior 5-star, Sky Warrior 6-star. In just 3 days, his power had skyrocketed by several levels. If not for Han Yu's limited digestive capacity, and the fact that the beast's essence dissipated quickly unless absorbed immediately, he likely could have reached the peak of the Sky Warrior realm by now. Over these past few days, he had slaughtered nearly 100 heaven-tier beasts and over 1,000 below that rank, relentlessly without rest. Yet he felt no exhaustion. Why? Because the side effects had long been transferred elsewhere. Now, under Han Yu's predatory gaze, the students trembled like lambs, not daring to meet his eyes. Tang Chun, who had just begun to regain confidence, saw all his self-assurance shatter the moment Han Yu appeared. He broke through to Sky Warrior? A few days ago, he was only Earth Warrior mid-stage. Tang Chen's heart trembled. He had thought his own progress was impressive, rising from Mystic Warrior to Earth Warrior in such a short time. Yet Han Yu's ascent was unimaginable, leaving Tang Chen in the dust, unable to even glimpse his back. While everyone remained stunned by Han Yu's presence, a dark figure shot into the air, glaring fiercely at him without a trace of fear. It was Hakuisen's older brother, Hadi, a Sky Warrior 4-star prodigy. You're the one who killed my brother? Han Yu swept him a glance. I've killed quite a few. Which one are you talking about? Hadi hadn't expected such arrogance. You bastard! How many of my clansmen have you slaughtered? Do you feel no remorse at all? Han Yu observed Hadi's grief-filled fury, then glanced at his rapidly updating system panel before sighing faintly. You're right. About that, I am truly sorry. The students froze. None had expected Han Yu, who they'd heard was a tyrannical brute relying on his family's power, to actually apologize. Had the public backlash gotten to him? Hadi sneered. Sorry? What good does that do? If apologies worked, why would we need law enforcement? Kneel. Beg for forgiveness from every last one of my mock clan's brethren. Then have your Han family pay restitution to every bereaved family. Han Yu shook his head and flashed a gentle smile. I have a better idea. Hadi frowned, unsure what Han Yu meant. The latter continued calmly. I've killed so many of your clansmen, they must be quite lonely in hell. Fine. I'll reluctantly send the rest of your clan down to join them. I'll start with you. A family should stay together. Don't you agree? Han Yu's smile remained warm, but his words were ice-cold, sending shivers down one's spine. Hadi exploded with rage, activating his S-grade talent and transforming into a sinister black ghost. Bastard! I'll kill you. Kill me? Ha! You're not even worthy. Han Yu abruptly unleashed his aura, his thunderhawk wings spreading behind him. A flash of lightning later, he appeared beside Hadi, activating his S-grade ironhide bone. His physique brimming with power, he smashed a fist straight into Hadi's head. Boom! The black ghost skull shattered, revealing Hadi's face beneath, now twisted in terror. How are you this strong? Hadi gasped as Han Yu seized his throat, grinning with sinister delight. My strength is far beyond your comprehension. He. No. Spare me. I'm a student of the Goblin Academy. If you kill me, crack. Before Hadi could finish his threat, Han Yu wrenched his neck with a brutal twist, tearing his head clean off like plucking a melon. He parted his lips slightly, activating the devouring demon art, and to the horror of the onlookers, drained Hadi's body into a shriveled husk. A demon. He's a demon. Terror gripped the crowd, their gazes locked on Han Yu in abject fear. Even Han Yu's own Sky Warrior bodyguards sucked in cold breaths. This young master was truly ruthless beyond measure. He wielded power without restraint, flaunting it with absolute arrogance. Outrageous. This is outright lawlessness. From the Goblin Academy's ranks, Foster's furious roar rang out. He jabbed a finger at the nearby guards and bellowed, You just stood there and watched him kill. Have you no shame? Since the opening of the Demon Domain Triangle was arranged by Han Yu, Ninth Uncle Han Ingjia had ensured special arrangements, meaning all station guards were from Xiagua under the faction of Marshal Saint Han Xiaotian. In short, they were Han Yu's men. Thus, they ignored Fostered entirely, some even shutting their eyes as if nothing had happened. No justice, no law. Has Xiagua abandoned all decency? Fostered's vision darkened with despair. Were it not for the 3 peak marquee experts overseeing the area, he would have lunged to execute Han Yu then and there. His impotent rage went unnoticed by the peak marquee warriors, but Han Yu turned his gaze upon him. Pointing at Fostered, he spoke in an icy tone. Shut your mouth, old dog. Once I return from the Demon Domain Triangle, your life is mine. Fostered's hatred surged violently at those words. He glared at Han Yu in the sky and snarled, Wretched brat. I'll be waiting. If you dare challenge me, I'll personally crush you where you stand. Though he feared martial saint Han Xiaotian, killing Han Yu in a fair duel would be beyond reproach.
Han är merely skicklig.
Without another word, he dove headfirst into the black vortex on the sea, vanishing from sight. As Han Yu's figure vanished from sight, many people, especially the Mo tribesmen, let out a sigh of relief. News of Han Yu's massacre at Tianfu Martial Academy had already spread, and many Mo tribesmen who heard of it harbored deep hatred for him. Han Yu had effectively lost all his anti-fans, but he was actually delighted. Those Mo tribesmen had just given him another massive wave of malice points. His malice reserves now consistently stayed above 10 million points. He couldn't even spend it all. There was simply too much. This was also one of the reasons Han Yu acted so arrogantly. There was no other way. This was the fastest method to farm hatred. For him, the more others despised him, the faster he grew stronger. Given that, whenever he faced a dilemma, his solution was simple. Just fight. His current life motto boiled down to 3 words. Fight. Feels amazing. A group of foreign martial artists murmured among themselves. Oh, fuck. Are you guys still planning to enter the demon domain Delta? I'm not sure I dare anymore. Holy shit. I'm worried too. That devil Han Yu is already insane outside. What if we all become his prey once we go in? What's there to fear? There are so many of us. Even if he's a peak heavenly martial artist, he wouldn't dare provoke a group this large, right? Many foreign martial artists had developed a psychological fear of Han Yu. After some discussion, a significant number chose to abandon the expedition. However, some stubbornly pressed on and entered anyway. One by one, the martial artists leaped into the whirlpool on the sea's surface. A dizzying sensation later, they found themselves in a world shrouded in dark energy. Secret realms were semi-independent spaces attached to Earth's dimension, each with its own unique properties or rules. The demon domain Delta was no exception. The moment they entered, every martial artist felt their combat power suppressed, their energy circulation sluggish. Immediately, they began employing various methods, pills, artifacts, and other tools, to resist the demonic energy's corruption. While demonic energy might be a boon to demonic beasts, for most other living beings it was a lethal force. Excessive exposure could lead to madness or, in the worst cases, complete transformation into demonic creatures. Many other worlds across the universe had similar energies, essential to native life forms but often harmful to outsiders. While the other martial artists struggled to fend off the demonic energy's erosion, Han Yu, who had entered the secret realm earlier, was taking deep breaths, relishing the sweet air of this place. He opened himself completely to the demonic energy's baptism, even finding its density insufficient. Activating his devouring demon body, he unleashed the devouring demon art. Boom! 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 A shadowy demonic apparition materialized behind Han Yu, its claws outstretched as it voraciously devoured the surrounding demonic energy. The energy surged toward the apparition, forming a swirling vortex. Ding! Detected demonic energy corruption. Side effect transfer activated. Estimated consumption. At least 10,000 malice points per minute. Consumption rate may increase with intensity of corruption. Demonic energy invades your limbs and bones, ravaging your cells, tainting your blood. You are descending into the abyss of corruption, losing your human reason and intellect. Simultaneously, your physique is drastically enhanced. Your cultivation steadily advances, breaking through the barriers of the heavenly martial artist realm. You have reached heavenly martial artist, 7 stars. You have reached heavenly martial artist, 8 stars. You have reached the 9-star heavenly martial artist level. Han Yu had only been in the secret realm for a few hours. Yet after expending millions of malice points, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the heavenly martial artist realm. The speed of his breakthrough was simply unbelievable. However, compared to the protagonist, his cultivation growth at least followed a logical path, adhering to the law of energy conservation in martial arts. Unlike that protagonist Tang Qin, who would inexplicably surge in power just from being beaten up. Feeling his soaring cultivation, Han Yu revealed a faint smile and muttered to himself. Next, it's time to break through to the martial marquis realm. However, the barrier between the martial marquis and heavenly martial artist realms is extremely tough. To shatter this shackle, I must accumulate a solid foundation. Only by building up strength gradually can I achieve a breakthrough in one go. I'll spend half a day consolidating my power. No rushing recklessly. With this thought, Han Yu advanced deeper into the demon delta. He was still in the outer regions of the secret realm, where there was little danger. However, the secret realm was home to demonic beasts, and the closer one got to the center, the stronger they became. Since the demon delta had only reopened 2.5 years after its last activation, the number of demonic beasts in the outer regions had not fully recovered. Thus, Han Yu encountered no threats along the way. Though the entrance to the secret realm was on the sea's surface, the interior was surprisingly dry. All around grew demonic plants that resembled marine vegetation. Dark forests of demonic seaweed and coral stretched as far as the eye could see, thriving in abundance like a vast jungle. A truly spectacular sight. As Han Yu absorbed demonic energy while venturing deeper, a fierce gust of wind suddenly rushed toward him. A swarm of giant black shrimp, each standing 1 to 2 meters tall, charged at him with massive pincers gleaming coldly, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Han Yu plunged straight into the swarm and began slaughtering them wildly. A single punch shattered a demonic shrimp's head, and then he activated the devouring heaven demon art to drain its essence. Ding! You have devoured an earth-grade giant pincer demon shrimp. Your demonic physique has been nourished, and your demonic cultivation has improved. As the system notifications continuously refreshed, Han Yu curled his lips into a smirk, his face filled with intoxication. He rampaged through the horde like a tiger among sheep. Compared to the demonic beasts, Han Yu seemed more like a demon himself. His overwhelming savagery terrified many creatures into fleeing, too afraid to face him. With a single grasp, Han Yu refined one demonic beast after another, his face twisted in a cruel and sinister grin that sent chills down the spine. Wherever he went, he slaughtered all in his path. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the secret realm. There lay the skeletal remains of a demonic beast spanning thousands of feet, a ghastly white skeleton that, despite its age, still exuded boundless menace. This was the creator of the secret realm, a 10th-tier saint-grade demonic beast, the Netherflame demon dragon. Even now, as nothing but bones, its skeleton was wreathed in unquenchable hellfire, and beneath the dragon's remains crouched 3 other demonic beasts, each with cultivation surpassing the heaven grade and reaching the marquis level. These were 3 demonic overlords, their auras vast and terrifying. They stood like 3 loyal guardians near the corpse of the Inferno dragon, absorbing the saint-tier demonic energy emanating from its remains. The 3 demon marquises were all corrupted sea creatures. One was a giant claw demon shrimp, another a swordback demon shark, and the last a 100-tentacled demon fish. These marine beings had been completely transformed by demonic chi. Aside from their vaguely recognizable appearances, their biological traits were now utterly unnatural. Their bodies were covered in eerie purple-black demonic patterns, their foreheads adorned with patches of dragon scales. When they noticed Han Yu, the 3 demon marquises merely glanced at him indifferently before continuing to absorb the draconic saintly aura undisturbed. Humans who stumbled into this place were nothing new. Most fled in terror upon seeing them. The 3 demon marquises couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Yet much to their surprise, Han Yu didn't run. Instead, he stepped closer. Roar! One of the marquises issued a warning, but Han Yu ignored it and kept advancing. The giant claw demon shrimp's round red eyes gleamed viciously. No more warnings, it charged at him in a flash. So fast, Han Yu barely saw a blur before the colossal shrimp slammed into him. Clang! The metallic crash reverberated as 2 massive pincers clamped onto his arms. His skin took on a bronze sheen, the razor edges leaving deep gouges, but failing to pierce through. This was the might of his S-rank martial talent, bronze skin and iron bones. Even a demon marquis struggled to breach his defenses. Against a single Marquis, Hanyu, still only at the peak of heaven martial rank, could subdue it easily. Unfortunately, there were three. Boom! As Hanyu grappled with the shrimp, the sword-backed demon shark bulldozed toward him like a freight train. The blades along its spine extended, glinting coldly. Its belly coiled inward like a spinning buzzsaw. Contact would cleave Hanyu in half. At the critical moment, Hanyu activated his profound thunder wings. Dark lightning crackled around him as he stomped the air, rocketing himself and the clinging shrimp hundreds of meters away. The shark's assault missed, but looming above him now was the 100-tentacled demon fish, spreading like a net to ensnare him. Hanyu summoned his third S-rank talent, Devouring Demon Form. This was a possession-type talent or transformation type, as some regions called it. Though strictly speaking, its activation didn't physically alter the user. Instead, one's martial power condensed into an external armored shell, while the true body remained unchanged inside. As Hanyu unleashed his celestial barrier energy, a pitch-black demonic entity materialized around him. Crack! The shrimp's pincers were forcibly pried apart. Compared to the towering crustacean, Hanyu had seemed tiny moments ago, but clad in the demonic armored form, he now stood over 3 meters tall, even taller than the upright shrimp. Simultaneously, his S-rank bronze skin and iron bones infused the demonic armor. He threw a punch so powerful the air itself detonated, sending the shrimp flying hundreds of meters into a crater. His thunder wings flared, narrowly evading the fish's entangling tendrils in the last second. Hanyu's punch had left a deep dent in the shrimp's exoskeleton, black-red blood oozing out as it roared in fury. And so, armed with 3 S-rank talents, Hanyu clashed fiercely with the 3 marquises. The disparity between Marquis and Heaven ranks was vast. He couldn't instantly kill them, much to his frustration. Yet as the battle raged, the swirling demonic chi and draconic aura continuously tempered his body, pushing him rapidly toward the Marquis threshold. Meanwhile, squads of martial artists were converging on the dungeon's core, elites from global academies, all at least Earth martial rank. Among them was Tang Chen's group. Their dungeon expedition had been fruitful, yielding rare herbs of immense value. Through battles with demonic beasts, Tang Chen had even advanced to Earth Martial 3 stars, just shy of mid-stage. His progress stunned even his Goblin Academy teammates. Squad leader Bai Mukin regarded him with approval. Xiao Chun, your breakthrough speed is terrifying. You've got the makings of an emperor. Leader Bai, you flatter me. It's mostly luck. Tang Chun smiled modestly, though his peripheral gaze lingered on the 3 female teammates. Initially indifferent to his presence, they now addressed him with reverence. Brother Chan this, Brother Chan that, fueling his smug satisfaction. Leader Bai, seniors, I know of a few spots likely to harbor high-grade spirit treasures. Shall we investigate? Thanks to Lan Qingyao's heritage as a scion of the Verdant Emperor lineage, a prominent demonic plant tribe, Tang Chun had inherited knowledge of demonic terrain. He could predict where fallen demonic experts' energies would nurture rare treasures. The group trusted Tang Chun quite a bit, as he had already proven that his information was highly reliable. Just then, they heard the sounds of battle coming from the core of the secret realm. Such intense combat fluctuations. Could someone be challenging the demon marquises? A female member of the team spoke up. Her name was Ling Qingyu, the official love interest of Bai Mukin, the team's leader, among the main cast. However, because Bai Mukin was excessively lustful and promiscuous, often fooling around with female students from other academies, the two were currently in a strained relationship. Hearing Ling Qingyu's words, Bai Mukin immediately chimed in, Impossible! That's a demon marquis we're talking about. The strongest person who entered this secret realm is only a 7-star heavenly martial artist. No one would dare challenge a demon marquis. Moreover, based on intel from previous explorers, there isn't just one demon marquis in the core of this secret realm. There are 3. With that kind of lineup, unless all the heavenly martial artists who entered this time join forces to take them down, they pose no threat at all. Bai Mukin spoke with absolute confidence, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he had just 2.5 more years, he would undoubtedly have a chance to reach the peak of the heavenly martial artist realm. With his S-tier talent, White Tiger transformation, he could have accomplished the greatest feat in the demon domain Delta secret realm, slaying a marquis. Ling Qingyu only responded coldly, "Regardless, I'm going to check it out. The rest of you can explore elsewhere." With that, she flew straight toward the core of the secret realm on her own. Her cultivation had already reached the 3-star heavenly martial artist level, making her the second strongest in their 7-member team. Seeing Ling Qingyu act so stubbornly, the others had no choice but to follow. Bai Mukin sighed inwardly. If not for the fact that Ling Qingyu's S-tier martial talent, Mystic Cat transformation, was highly compatible with his own, allowing them to unleash a fusion skill, he, as a notorious playboy, would never have bothered pursuing her. Whatever, I'll endure it for now. Once I marry her, things will be different. Bai Mukin thought to himself. To win Ling Qingyu over, he had refrained from contacting his other girlfriends for a long time, especially that pair of twins. Just thinking about them made his heart itch with longing. But Bai Mukin knew very well, if you can't endure the small things, you'll ruin the big plan. He came from a martial saint lineage, and so did Ling Qingyu. If he could marry her, his standing within the family would rise significantly, giving him a real chance to compete for the position of Holy Son against his other clan brothers. Once he secured Ling Qingyu and became the Holy Son, he could go back to his carefree, indulgent lifestyle. As for staying faithful to just one woman, that was pure nonsense. What high-level martial artist in this world had only one woman? Bai Mukin was a man destined to become a martial saint. How could he give up an entire forest for a single leaf? With that in mind, he caught up to Ling Qingyu and put on an ingratiating smile. "Qingyu, slow down a little. Tang Chun and the others are only earth martial artists. They can't fly." Ling Qingyu glanced back at Tang Chun and the others, who had fallen behind, and frowned slightly. But her voice remained icy. "I'm just going to take a look and come right back. Why are you following me?" "Ah, how could I let you go alone? I'm telling you, those combat fluctuations are just the demon marquises fighting among themselves. But since you don't believe me, I'll go with you. We'll make it quick." Ling Qingyu said nothing and continued flying ahead. As the two drew closer to the source of the battle, they soon caught sight of the scene from a distance. In midair, 3 marquee-level demonic beasts moved like blurs, relentlessly attacking a black figure. Seeing this, Bai Mukin smirked triumphantly. "See? I told you it was just infighting among the demonic beasts." Ling Qingyu studied the 4 figures. Each one radiated a sinister demonic aura, seemingly confirming Bai Mukin's claim. But then she noticed something strange. Why would 3 marquee-level demonic beasts be ganging up on a heaven-level one? Bai Mukin paused, then carefully assessed the situation, and his expression shifted to shock. The figure being surrounded was indeed emitting heaven-level energy, while the other 3 were unmistakably marquee-level. In the 10 realms of cultivation, while there were minor differences between other beings and humans, some fundamentals remained the same. For example, heaven-level demonic beasts wielded heavenly aura, while marquee-level demonic beasts possessed something called momentum, also known as pressure or dominance. Only by refining heavenly aura to its absolute limit could one cultivate momentum. In battle, a marquis could suppress a heavenly martial artist with sheer presence alone, making it difficult for them to even circulate their heavenly aura. At first, Bai Mukin had assumed the black figure was also a marquee-level being. But now that he sensed its true level, a bizarre thought crossed his mind. What if that wasn't a demonic beast at all, but a human martial artist with some kind of possession-type talent? As soon as this thought emerged, Bai Mukin immediately shook his head, banishing it from his mind. How could there possibly be someone strong enough to single-handedly fight 3 demon marquises among those who entered the martial artist realm this time? Could this be some kind of magical beast with an exceptionally powerful bloodline? Humans possessed martial talent, while other creatures had unique bloodlines. Martial aptitude was categorized into 5 tiers, from S rank to D rank. Similarly, other species had their own 5-tier bloodline classifications: Divine, Saint, Emperor, monarch, and king. Beneath the king rank, there were further subdivisions, but only those with king-tier bloodlines or higher were considered true powerhouses. Unlike humans, whose martial talents could awaken later in life, most creatures had bloodline tiers determined at birth. The first-generation descendants of king-tier beings almost always possessed king-tier bloodlines. In terms of combat prowess at the same level, they generally surpassed martial artists with D-rank talents. Baimukin observed the three demon marquises before shifting his gaze to the black monster fighting them alone. Given how this thing is overpowering three demon marquises at the heavenly tier, even a monster with divine tier bloodline shouldn't be capable of this, right? After all, level suppression usually outweighed bloodline suppression. A matured wild wolf could easily overpower a lion cub, but once grown, the lion would dominate the wolf effortlessly. Yet, in this case, despite the disparity in rank, this monster was still crushing three opponents at once. The three beasts were already battered and weakened, while the humanoid monster remained uninjured and fighting at its peak. This scene was utterly baffling. Hearing Baimukin's words, Ling Qingyu shook her head. You seem to have forgotten someone who might be capable of such a feat. Baimukin frowned. Ling Qingyu then parted her lips and uttered a name. Han Yu. Baimukin froze. As a fellow heir of a martial saint family, Baimukin had long heard of Han Yu. But in his mind, the man had always been nothing but a worthless wastrel. Among the younger generation of Dragonxia's martial saint families, someone so mediocre should never have gained any recognition. Yet, against all expectations, this same trash had suddenly risen to prominence, even making waves internationally. Most notably, before entering the secret realm, Han Yu had publicly executed Hadia from the Goblin Academy of the Silent Continent in front of a massive crowd. Such audacity sent chills down Baimukin's spine. However, Baimukin believed it was merely a lack of foresight. He could have easily overpowered Hadia as well, but outright killing him in broad daylight was foolhardy. Baimukin would never dare something so reckless. After pondering, he shook his head. Qingyu, Han Yu's strength isn't even comparable to mine. It can't possibly be him. Ling Qingyu, however, remained unconvinced and replied calmly, I've analyzed Han Yu's records. His ascent from a mortal warrior to a heavenly ranked martial artist took less than a month. The speed of his breakthroughs is unprecedented. Before entering the secret realm, he might have been on par with you. But we've been here long enough, you've already seized opportunities and risen to the 7th star of the heavenly rank. It's not impossible for him to have reached heavenly rank pinnacle by now. Baimukin felt an inexplicable irritation at Ling Qingyu's deduction. He responded coldly, let's just wait and see. The battle over there won't last much longer. The two watched from a distance. Before long, Tang Chun and the others caught up, witnessing the ongoing clash. By then, the fight had reached its end. The three beasts were nearly dead, covered in grievous wounds, while Han Yu remained unharmed, moving with effortless ease. What kind of monster is this? To dominate three demon marquises at once. This is terrifying, Tang Chen gasped in disbelief. But those black wings on its back, they seem familiar? Tang Chen frowned, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. Before he could finish the thought, thunder roared in the distance. All three demon marquises exploded into corpses, crashing onto the ground. The humanoid monster grabbed two of the beasts with its claws while spectral shadows swirled behind it. With a deep inhale, it devoured their vitality, essence, and lingering malice. The sight sent shivers down everyone's spines. They had seen this before. No way. It can't be. Tang Chen gulped nervously. As apprehension gripped him, the monster finished absorbing the last beast's remaining energy. Then, with a shudder, an overwhelming presence erupted from its body. It was breaking through to Marquis tier. Ding! You have devoured a Marquis-ranked giant claw demon prawn. Surging demonic energy and death malice surge within you, corroding your flesh and tainting your power. Ding! Amidst the turbulent tempest aura within you, drops of an extraordinary force emerge. This is the embryonic form of a power named Domain. Ding! You have attained Marquis tier, 1st star. With the system's notifications echoing in his mind, Han Yu's body trembled as ascended to yet another transcendent realm. Not bad. This breakthrough was achieved in combat. Though the progression was a bit slower and more arduous, hard work pays off, and it's allowed me to master my post-breakthrough power with greater finesse. The only regret is that I've only grasped a neutral type, pressure, or aura. Normally, given my 3 talents, I should have comprehended diamond thunder and demonic The first 2 are hard to grasp here, but the demonic should be possible. Seems I still can't slack off. Gotta keep pushing forward. Han Yu sighed inwardly. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the netherflame dragon before him, and a faint smirk curled his lips. If he could refine this dragon's remains, not only would he comprehend the demonic but he'd also seize control of a sacred weapon. Just as he was about to make his move, his peripheral vision caught several figures lurking in the shadows. Among them, a familiar face. Tang Chun? The moment the name echoed in his mind, Tang Chun stiffened as if struck by lightning. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Regret filled his heart. Why the hell did I come here? This is like a sheep walking straight into a wolf's den. Running away? Think too little of me. Han Yu's cold voice sliced through the air. Behind him, his profound thunder wings unfurled, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning. His hand shot out, clamping onto the back of Tang Chen's neck like a vice. Why, young Master Han? I haven't offended you. Tang Chen whimpered, his expression pitiful. Oh? So unless you offend me, I can't beat you up. Han Yu chuckled darkly. The words sent a surge of fury through Tang Chun, but he swallowed it down, forcing an awkward smile instead. I asked you a question. With a brutal slam, Han Yu drove Tang Chun face first into the ground, sending dust billowing into the air. Humiliation and hatred boiled inside Tang Chun. You filthy bastard. Humiliating me in front of everyone like this. Just wait, vengeance is a dish best served cold. I swear, I'll slaughter your entire family and exterminate your bloodline. Han Yu's system panel instantly reflected the rage. Hostile energy points received from Tang Chun. +5, 555. Not bad. Seems your cultivation's improved lately. Han Yu planted his foot on Tang Chen's skull, pressing down effortlessly. The latter remained motionless, like a beaten dog. He knew resistance would only excite Han Yu further. At the martial marquis level, Han Yu could pound him into paste without breaking a sweat. His only option was to lie still and endure until the torment ended. Just as Han Yu was about to savor another surge of hostile energy, a voice interrupted. Young Master Han, I'm Bai Mukin of the Bai clan. Might you grant me some face and spare my junior? Han Yu turned to see Bai Mukin smiling at him. His brow furrowed. And who the hell are you to ask for my face? Bai Mukin's expression darkened, but he suppressed his anger and replied stiffly. The Bai and Han clans are both martial saint lineages. My grandmother is even old friends with Patriarch Han. Han Yu knew full well who the Bai clan was, and Bai Mukin's true nature. In Longxia, there were 6 martial saints. One of them was Bai Yujie of the Bai clan, whose martial talent was said to be S rank, Jade White Tiger. As part of the protagonist circle, Bai Mukin would later ally with the Tang clan, even colluding with a martial saint of the demonic races to ambush and slaughter Han Yu's grandfather, Han Xiaotian, in another realm. And now he had the gall to call them old friends? A joke. Han Yu sneered, his voice icy. And so, what's your point? Bai Mukin hadn't expected such outright disrespect. Even among martial saint families, there were rules, courtesy, connections. Did this brute understand nothing? The martial path isn't just about force. It's about human relations. Young Master Han, we move in the same circles. Grant me this favor now, and when the time comes for you to contend for the Han clan's Holy Sun position, I will lend you my full support. Han Yu scoffed louder. Your support? You honestly think you're qualified? Why would I ever need the help of trash like you? The words crushed Bai Mukin's dignity like a bug underfoot. His rage simmered dangerously, but before he could react, another voice interjected. Young Master Han, I'm Ling Qingyu of the Ling clan. Might you grant me some grace and overlook this matter with Junior Tangchun? Ling Qingyu smiled sweetly, her usual aloof demeanor nowhere in sight. Bai Mukin even felt a twinge of envy at her sudden warmth. But Han Yu barely spared her a glance before delivering the same ruthless dismissal. And who the hell are you supposed to be? Do you all think your faces are worth gold? One more fucking word, and I don't care if you're from the Bai or Ling clan. I'll bury every last one of you. Hearing Han Yu's words, Ling Qingyu's expression instantly froze, while Bai Mukin beside him erupted in fury. Han Yu, have you no respect at all? Qingyu and I are from martial sage families too. How dare you humiliate us like this? Boom! Before Bai Mukin could even finish speaking, Han Yu suddenly threw a punch, the air cracking violently from the force. Caught off guard, Bai Mukin was sent flying backward like a ragged sack before crashing heavily onto the ground. Splurt! A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips as a murderous glint erupted in his eyes. Han Yu, you've gone too far, he growled with icy rage. Gone too far? Heh! Han Yu's lips curled into a cruel smirk. I already said one more word and you die. Did you think I was joking? If you're foolish enough to throw yourself in front of Tang Chun, then you'd better be prepared to bear the consequences. As Han Yu spoke, crackling lightning surged beneath his feet, and he shot forward in an instant, landing before Bai Mukin and raising his foot to stomp viciously on the man's skull. You bastard! Bai Mukin realized with terror that Han Yu was truly intending to kill him. He couldn't believe this madman would actually dare go this far. I'm a direct descendant of a martial sage family, yet he wants to kill me as casually as swatting a fly. What kind of lunatic is he? In that split second, Bai Mukin activated his S-class talent, White Tiger Transformation, his arms morphing into muscular tiger claws that barely intercepted Han Yu's descending foot. Crack! Even though he blocked in time, a sharp snap echoed as his bones fractured under the overwhelming force. Excruciating pain racked his entire body. Rolling to his feet, Bai Mukin snarled furiously, Damn you, Han Yu! You've crossed all lines. Do you really think my grandmother will let you walk free if you kill me? Han Yu scoffed. Don't worry about that. You've got a grandmother? So do I. And mine will make sure yours doesn't have a grandmother to back her up anymore. Han Yu had absolute confidence in Han Xiaotian. His grandfather had many flaws, but one redeeming trait stood above all else. He was fiercely protective of his kin. If Han Yu provoked someone and got himself killed in a fair fight, the old man wouldn't intervene. But if anyone daring to bully the young with seniority, Han Xiaotian would ensure there wasn't even a corpse left to bury. Of the 36 saints of Blue Star's human race, Han Xiaotian stood head and shoulders above the rest, strong enough to overturn the entire human sage hall single-handedly. That was why Han Yu had zero fear. Some martial sage family? Bullshit. Provoke me and you fucking die. Being timid, staying low-key. That's the protagonist style. But I'm the damn villain. I do whatever I want. Boom! Before Bai Mukin could react, Han Yu lashed out with another kick, sending the White Tiger warrior staggering violently. The astral energy sustaining his transformed body shattered piece by piece. Han Yu, I admit I was wrong. Spare me, and I swear I won't interfere between you and Tang Chun again. Glancing at Bai Mukin's pleading expression, Han Yu let out a derisive laugh. You're not admitting you were wrong. You finally realized you're about to die. Normally, Han Yu couldn't be bothered to exterminate every single ally of the protagonist. But for someone like Bai Mukin, absolute eradication was the only option. In his 9 previous villainous lives, Bai Mukin had been one of the masterminds behind the downfall of the entire Han family, one of Tang Chen's most staunch supporters. So, today you die. My words are final. Not even Jesus can save you. Boom! 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 Han Yu unleashed his full combat power without hesitation. The dark thunder wings on his back flapped violently, summoning endless bolts of lightning. The area within several hundred meters was engulfed in a raging storm, turning into a forbidden zone of thunder. Qingyu, Save me. Seeing Han Yu going all out, Myuken's heart filled with terror, and he immediately cried out for mercy. At this moment, his only hope for survival was to join forces with Ling Qingyu and activate their fusion talent technique. Combined, the two of them, if they used this fusion technique, would be capable of severely injuring even an early to mid-level martial marquis. Ling Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but after weighing her options, she finally unleashed her S-class talent, Dark Cat Transformation. In an instant, her body turned into a streak of black light as she charged into the lightning-filled battlefield. It wasn't that she particularly liked Myuken. Rather, they shared mutual interests. Myuken needed her assistance to compete with his clansmen for the position of Holy Sun, and similarly, Ling Qingyu relied on Myuken's backing to stand a chance in securing the Holy Maiden title. Thus, Myuken could not die. Seeing Ling Qingyu rush to his rescue, Myuken's lips curled into a smirk, though his eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. Han Yu, since you're determined to kill me, today, I, Myuken, will send you to your grave. He abruptly swallowed a pill, causing his cultivation to skyrocket rapidly until it reached the peak of the sky martial realm. Then he transformed into a stream of white light and shot toward Ling Qingyu. Midair, the two of them clasped hands as their innate talents erupted. A gigantic white tiger phantom interlaced with a shadowy black cat illusion, and the two figures merged into one, forming an enormous black-striped tiger standing over 2 zhang tall. This was their SS-class talent fusion technique, 9 Lives Dark Tiger. Roar! With a deafening battle cry, the patterned tiger lunged at Han Yu, colliding with him in midair. Violent shockwaves rippled outward, churning the air into chaotic turbulence. Heh! Interesting. Han Yu, now clad in pitch-black demonic armor, was rammed head-on by the tiger, so violently that cracks even appeared on his armor. Had Han Yu been an ordinary early-stage martial marquis, this attack would have severely wounded him. Unfortunately for them, Han Yu was no ordinary martial marquis. This is the demon domain's secret realm, and here, I am the Demon King. Endless demonic energy surged from Han Yu's body as a colossal demonic shadow materialized behind him. The monstrous entity let out a sinister laugh before viciously sinking its fangs into the 9 Lives Dark Tiger's body. Demon and tiger clashed violently in the sky, scattering shattered energy fragments in every direction. There was no denying it, their fusion technique was formidable. If Myuken and Ling Qingyu had been on the same cultivation level as Han Yu, even winning would have cost him dearly. But right now, Han Yu not only outclassed them in cultivation, but he was also within the demon domain's secret realm, flooded with an inexhaustible supply of demonic energy. With every passing second, the dense demonic essence replenished his injuries and even boosted his cultivation further. Ding! Your devouring demon physique has resonated with the surrounding demonic energy. Your cultivation is continuously rising, and you have gradually comprehended your own demon might. Ding! Your cultivation has advanced to 2-star martial marquis. Ding! Your cultivation has advanced to 3-star martial marquis. Ding! You have comprehended devouring demon might. Devouring demon might. Within a certain threshold, you can devour all attacks directed at you. Boom! 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 As Han Yu fully grasped his demon might, the demonic shadow he had transformed into swelled explosively, reaching a towering 10 meters tall, like a monstrous black spire. The massive devil shadow looming behind him suddenly chomped down, tearing the 9 Lives Dark Tiger clean in half. The shattered beast dissolved into scattered fragments of astral energy. Their fusion technique broken, Myuken and Ling Qingyu instantly reverted to their true forms, coughing up blood, their auras withering rapidly as terror distorted their faces. Standing above them, Han Yu looked down coldly. Not a bad fusion technique, but still you lost. And losers die. Han Yu rushed forward, grabbing the two men by their collars, one in each hand, and activated the devouring demon art to absorb their essence, energy, and spirit. Already weakened, the two men felt their bodies and souls crumbling under the effects of the devouring demon art. their desperate pleas filling the air. "Han Yu, spare me. Please, spare me." Bai Mukin wailed in agony. Ling Qingyu, on the other hand, wore a pitiful expression, her eyes brimming with fear. "Han Yu, I beg you. Let me live. I'll do anything you want. Just let me go." Han Yu glanced at Bai Mukin before turning his gaze to Ling Qingyu. In the original story, this female lead had been quite popular, especially after unleashing her martial talent, transforming into a seductive yet aloof catgirl that left many drooling. Unfortunately, Han Yu remained unmoved by her tempting offer. It wasn't that he lacked desire, he simply refused to let his lower head control his decisions. As the ultimate villain, once he eliminated the protagonist, he could have any woman he wanted. A faint smirk curled his lips as he spoke softly to Ling Qingyu. "Are you sure you'll do anything?" Hearing the gentler tone in his voice, Ling Qingyu felt as if she'd been granted a reprieve and nodded eagerly. "Master Han, what would you have me do?" Han Yu chuckled. "Of course. The most pleasurable thing." Ling Qingyu's face flushed, but she nodded again, a trace of affection flickering in her eyes. Beside them, Bai Mukin seethed with hatred, wishing he could tear Han Yu to pieces. He had given up so many romantic opportunities, painstakingly pursuing Ling Qingyu for so long, only to hold her hand once during a joint technique. Yet now Han Yu was about to claim her outright? Unbearable. Realizing Han Yu would never spare him, he erupted in curses. "Han Yu, you bastard. I hope you die a miserable death. Annoying." Before Bai Mukin could spew more venom, Han Yu tightened his grip, snapping his neck with a sharp twist. Watching Bai Mukin's lifeless body crumple, Ling Qingyu's eyes widened in terror. Her only thought now was survival, no matter what. Whether she would seek revenge or submit to Han Yu could be decided later. "Master Han, where shall we go?" "Where?" Han Yu smirked. "Right here." "Here? But this is the middle of nowhere. Do you really prefer such wild settings?" Instead of answering, Han Yu hurled Ling Qingyu straight into the carcass of the infernal demon dragon. The closer one got to the dragon's remains, the more intense the demonic aura became. Even the three beast lords had avoided direct contact, only daring to absorb residual energy from its vicinity. The moment Ling Qingyu touched the dragon's bones, she shrieked in agony. "Han Yu, you bastard! You lied to me! Are you trying to kill me?" Han Yu merely chuckled. "Didn't you say you'd do anything?" His mocking grin widened. "This dragon's carcass needs enough blood to awaken, and you are the perfect offering. So, if you'd be so kind." Boom! Before she could react, Han Yu unleashed his devouring demon force, summoning spectral shadows that tore Ling Qingyu apart. Splashes of vivid blood sprayed across the pale bones, blooming like macabre flowers. Han Yu recalled the original plot, where the protagonist, after reaching the Sky Warrior realm, entered this secret realm. The three beast lords had slaughtered countless warriors, using their blood to revive a trace of the infernal demon dragon's saint-level will, which then possessed the carcass and wreaked havoc. Fortunately, the protagonist's party had worked together to subdue the dragon's remains, which then shattered into several saint-level artifacts, all claimed by the heroes. But now, the secret realm had opened prematurely, and Han Yu had already slaughtered the three beast lords. If he wanted to awaken the dragon's carcass, he'd have to do it himself. TCH, what a hassle. Those people just had to wait to be killed. But I have to think about everything. The demon delta wasn't small. Hunting down every warrior who entered would be exhausting. Just as Han Yu was growing impatient, furious shouts echoed from the distance. "Fuck! Han Yu, you demon! You've killed more of our Goblin Academy's people. Baka! This guy from Dragonsya is too brutal. Unlike us warriors from Sakura country, who are always polite, very friendly, and extremely kind. Yes, this bastard deserves to die. Today, we'll join forces to kill him." Everyone present was from the Goblin Academy, all of them elite talents from various nations, numbering around 100 or 200 in total. Each of them had a cultivation level starting at Earth Rank Warrior, with over 30 Sky Rank Warriors among them. With such a lineup, they could easily annihilate the 3 beast lords they had encountered earlier. What Hanyu didn't know was that before these Goblin Academy elites entered the secret realm, their deans had jointly issued an order. Ensure that Hanyu is completely surrounded and killed inside the secret realm. Had Hanyu known this earlier, he would have been overjoyed. So many experience packs delivered right to my doorstep. Saves me the trouble. A blood sacrifice to the demon dragon? That's exactly the kind of thing a villain like me should be doing. Thinking this, Hanyu gazed gently at the Goblin Academy students and smiled faintly. You think you can kill me? Ha ha ha. Arrogant fool. Perhaps you don't know that there's something in this world called a warrior battle formation. A blonde, blue-eyed warrior from the M country sneered. Shame on you, a Dragonsia native. The theory of battle formations originated from your own country, yet you don't even know about it. As soon as the M country warrior finished speaking, a warrior from Kimchi country retorted. You're wrong, sir. The battle formation theory originated from our Kimchi country. Dragonsia merely stole it from us. The Kimchi warrior spoke with pride. Our Kimchi country has a 90,000-year history, while Dragonsia has only a few thousand. There's no comparison. As the two sides were about to argue, another warrior snapped impatiently. Enough! Stop wasting time. Form the formation and kill this bastard. The other warriors immediately channeled their energy and swiftly assembled into a human battle formation. The Goblin Academy had branches all over the world, recruiting elite talents from every nation. Every student of the Goblin Academy had trained in this formation technique, so they could respond instantly and assemble the formation without delay. Buzz! Countless streams of energy radiated outward as intricate formation patterns materialized in the air. Boom! Earthly and heavenly energies surged, resonating with the world itself, ultimately coalescing into a dazzling golden beastly phantom. A golden goblin. Normally, the weakest form this formation could summon was a black iron goblin, followed by a silver goblin. But now, they had conjured a golden goblin, proof of the formation's immense power, capable of effortlessly slaying a martial marquis below the 7th star. Kill him! The Goblin Academy elites roared in unison. Though their languages differed, the murderous intent in their voices was unmistakable. Facing the ferocious golden goblin, Hanyu burst into maniacal laughter. Interesting. Very interesting. His power erupted once more, transforming him into a winged demon that clashed fiercely with the golden goblin. Boom! Deafening explosions filled the air as demonic energy and golden light collided. Hanyu's demonic form was repeatedly repelled, smashing into the corpse of the Inferno demon dragon again and again. At first, the Goblin Academy elites were exhilarated, believing Hanyu's death was only a matter of time. But soon their excitement faded, because despite being beaten back over and over, Hanyu showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he grew stronger with each strike, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Ding! You are engaged in a fierce battle. Your opponent's strength surpasses yours. Every attack inflicts significant damage. You feel your organs trembling, your bones and flesh being crushed. Yet, with each blow, you grow stronger. Your cultivation is rising continuously. Your demonic momentum is advancing relentlessly. Ding! You have broken through to Martial Marquis. 4 star. Ding! You have broken through to Martial Marquis. 5 star. Ding! You have broken through to Martial Marquis. 9 star. Ding! You have become a peak Martial Marquis. Watching his soaring cultivation realm, Hanyu was already overjoyed. Is this cheat a little too overpowered? Just a few hours ago, he had barely broken through to the Martial Marquis realm. Looking back now, it felt like a lifetime had passed. However, when Hanyu glanced at his system panel, he saw that the accumulated malice points, originally over 30 million, had dwindled to just a few thousand after recent expenditures. The reason my cultivation is advancing so quickly is that I've mastered the devouring demon potential. While inside the demon domain, as long as an attack doesn't exceed my limits, it becomes fuel for my growth. All the negative effects from those attacks get diverted, so I don't need to waste time digesting them. The refinement happens instantly. Perfect, this makes perfect sense. It complies with the law of conservation of mass. After pondering for a moment, Hanyu found the logic self-consistent and grinned in satisfaction. The rapid progress just made him feel like it wasn't truly his own effort. But upon deeper reflection, he realized that his current achievements were entirely due to his hard work, grinding malice points and fighting relentlessly. All along the way, this 18 or 19-year-old teenager, a flower of the nation, had endured countless malicious stares and hostility. Who could truly understand the bitterness and suffering he'd gone through? Just thinking about it nearly moved Hanyu to tears. He had truly struggled. His gaze shifted to the students who were still maintaining their battle formation, controlling the Golden Goblin as it relentlessly attacked him. None of them had grasped the severity of the situation. Every last one was utterly determined to kill Hanyu. Their hatred stemmed not only from Hanyu's contempt for the entire Goblin Academy, but also from the generous bounties offered by the higher-ups of various prestigious institutions. No matter what, Hanyu had to die. Though many of them had no real deep-seated grudge against him, the looks they gave him were filled with genuine, burning hatred. Seeing their expressions, Hanyu couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. Honestly, he bore no ill will toward them. Even though they wanted him dead, he remained calm, fully understanding and even willing to forgive them. If he were in their position, he'd probably want to kill himself too. Yet watching them struggle so desperately, yet so futilely, to take his life stirred a pang of sympathy in Hanyu. With a long, mournful sigh, he declared, "You poor things, ants trying to shake a mighty tree. How pitiful, how agonizing. Since that's the case, I must do something for you. All living beings suffer countless woes. I shall ferry you beyond yours. Sadly, my abilities are limited. I can't help you live better, so I'll grudgingly send you to your deaths instead. After all, salvation is still salvation." Hanyu felt he was being overwhelmingly kind. These people were scheming to kill him, yet he was the one thinking about setting them free. The Goblin Academy's geniuses were utterly baffled by his words. What kind of insanity was this guy spouting? Was he out of his mind? Before they could even finish that thought, Hanyu unleashed his full aura. Until now, he'd intentionally held back to give them a false sense of hope. But at full power, the terrifying pressure of a peak-stage martial marquis erupted without restraint. A colossal black demonic shadow, over 30 meters tall, materialized behind him. With a single swipe of its hand, it shredded the Golden Goblin into countless energy fragments. The shattered formation sent over 100 Goblin Academy elites flying backward, their bodies crashing hard onto the ground as their vitality rapidly drained. Impossible! Peak stage martial marquis. How? Every last one of them trembled in terror under that overwhelming aura, utterly drained of strength and will to fight. Only now did they realize Hanyu had been concealing his power all along. No wonder he'd never shown the slightest sign of exhaustion. He'd never even considered them a threat. And now, they finally understood the meaning behind his earlier words. Though they hailed from different nations, as elites of humanity, mastering various languages was child's play. So they knew, just as Hanyu had said, they were merely ants trying to topple a towering tree. Pathetic. Laughable. The gap between Hanyu and them was like that between clouds and mud. Like heaven and the abyss. Hanyu tread upon the void, surrounded by billowing demonic energy, advancing step by step toward the crowd. Each step seemed to land upon their hearts, slowing their pulses with every movement. Death loomed, and everyone trembled, immediately begging for mercy. Hanyu, I am the son of a top tribal chieftain from Majo continent. My father is a martial emperor. Spare me, and when I become chieftain, I will swear allegiance to your Longxia kingdom. I come from one of the 3 great chaebol families of Korea. If you let me go, I will cede part of our territory to you. One by one, the geniuses offered their prices. They had been admitted to the Goblin Academy not only because of their extraordinary talents but also due to their prestigious backgrounds. Hearing their pleas, Hanyu merely shook his head with a sigh. Sorry, but in my eyes all lives are equal. Therefore, you all must die. Boom, boom, boom. Before his words even faded, demonic energy surged, transforming into countless shadowy fiends that charged toward the gathered geniuses. At this point, they were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. The demonic shadows tore them apart before tossing their remains onto the corpse of the Netherflame dragon. The blood of geniuses was an unparalleled tonic for the dragon's remains. As countless streams of blood seeped into the bones, the corpse's energy was absorbed, and the once pale, lifeless skeleton began to glow with intricate demonic runes. Within the hollow eye sockets of the dragon, two eerie blue soul flames ignited, radiating an unsettling, sinister beauty. Roar! A thunderous draconic roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. The moment the Netherflame dragon's corpse stirred back to life, the entire dimension trembled in response. Countless demonic beasts, as if summoned, rushed toward the dragon's remains. Hundreds of thousands of grotesque creatures prostrated themselves, welcoming the resurrection of their sacred progenitor. These beasts had been born from the flesh and blood of the saint-rank Netherflame dragon, and thus it held absolute dominion over them. Meanwhile, the remaining students, sensing the upheaval in the secret realm, fled in panic toward the exit. Outside, the violent disturbance within the realm caused demonic energy to spill forth, staining the surrounding 1,000-mile sea in inky blackness. The high-ranking officials from various academies waiting outside watched in shock, their eyes filled with dread. What is happening? Within that dense demonic energy, I think I saw a massive draconic figure. Could it be the Netherflame dragon's corpse reviving? A secret realm in turmoil, a monstrous beast reborn. Such incidents had occurred before, and each time, the consequences were severe. After all, for a creature to resonate with Earth's space after death and form a secret realm, it had to be at least a Markirank entity. Every time a secret realm was opened, it served not only as a trial for young martial geniuses, but also as a purge to prevent the abominations within from growing too powerful. Alert the monster-slaying organizations of other nations. Have them send reinforcements to prevent the creatures from spreading. Ordered a martial marquis from the demon-slaying hall. Normally, a secret realm's unrest wouldn't pose much of a threat, but one born from a saint-rank demonic beast was not to be underestimated. Theoretically, a secret realm formed from the remains of a saint-rank creature had a chance of nurturing a king-rank abomination. As the outside world prepared for the worst, students began pouring out of the secret realm's entrance in disarray. Fostered, the dean of the Goblin Academy's Chinese branch, scanned the crowd and spotted familiar faces, Tang Chun and the others, who had escaped earlier. These few had fled while Han Yu was dealing with Bai Mukin and Ling Qingyu, not daring to stay a moment longer. Noticing two missing, Fostered immediately questioned them. Why are there only you few? Where are Bai Mukin and Ling Qingyu? The group exchanged uneasy glances. No matter how they spun it, they had abandoned their comrades, an act they were ashamed to admit. But Tang Chun wore a grief-stricken expression and cried out, "Dean! Boss Bai and Senior Qingyu. They were both killed by that bastard Han Yu." The words struck Fostered like a thunderbolt, his eyes widening in disbelief. How is this possible? Han Yu is at most an early-stage heaven martial artist, while Mu Chun is a mid-stage heaven martial artist. Moreover, with him and Qing Yu joining forces, they could even hold their own against a martial marquis. How could Han Yu have killed them? Foster had never anticipated this outcome. In his eyes, no matter how fast Han Yu's progress was, he was never a serious threat. He had seen many young talents from noble families who rose rapidly like meteors, shining brightly only to burn out just as quickly. As for Bai Mukin and Ling Qingyu's fused innate technique, Foster had great confidence in it, knowing full well the immense potential the two possessed. Yet Tang Chun was now claiming that both had been killed by Han Yu. Dean, Han Yu has somehow broken through to the martial marquis realm. He must have practiced some kind of forbidden demonic art. The moment these words were spoken, Foster froze in shock, while Yu Xiaohang beside him frowned deeply. I knew that Kid's rapid advancement was unnatural, especially when he entered the secret realm. He actually devoured Hades' essence, spirit, and energy. That must be some kind of demonic technique from the otherworldly fiends. Demonic cultivation has one defining trait: rapid progress in the early and middle stages, but it lacks sustainability and comes with severe drawbacks. That Kid is essentially drinking poison to quench his thirst. I'd wager the martial marquis realm is his absolute limit. A trace of disdain flashed in Yu Xiaohong's eyes. Hearing this, Tang Chun also had a sudden realization. So that's why Han Yu's cultivation speed was so absurd. He sacrificed his future for short-term power. The self-doubt that had plagued Tang Chun after being crushed by Han Yu now gave way to renewed hope. So the martial marquis realm is his peak. In that case, once I break through to the martial king realm, I'll have my chance to wipe away this humiliation. Though inwardly determined, Tang Chun maintained a grief-stricken expression, sighing mournfully. It's all my fault. If not for brother Bai trying to save me, he wouldn't have offended Han Yu. That petty scoundrel holds grudges over the smallest things. Just because brother Bai pleaded for me, Han Yu killed him in cold blood. If not for brother Bai and senior Qing Yu joining forces and unleashing their fused innate technique, all of us would have fallen victim to that demonic fiend, Han Yu. The other team members remained silent, not refuting Tang Chen's words. This was the story they had agreed upon during their journey. If word got out that they had abandoned their comrades to save themselves, it would become an indelible stain on their reputations, no matter how strong they grew in the future. Even if they eventually reached the martial emperor or martial sovereign realm, they would forever be mocked as cowards who betrayed their teammates in their youth. After confirming that Han Yu had indeed killed Bai Mukin and Ling Qingyu, Foster's eyes darkened with fury, his hatred nearly materializing. Good. That bastard has truly gone too far. By killing Mu Chun and Qingyu, even if our Goblin Academy lets him go, the Bai and Ling families will never spare him. Originally, Foster had been somewhat wary of the Han family's influence, but now only cold mockery remained. Both were martial saint clans. He refused to believe the Han family could withstand the combined pressure of two other great families. I was waiting for that brat to overestimate himself and challenge me, but it seems I won't get the chance now. Just as Foster was thinking this, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly erupted from the direction of the secret realm. Not long before, within the demon domain delta, as blood seeped into the earth, a wisp of the Netherflame Dragon's divine will stirred to life. Its eyes, flickering with ghostly blue soulfire, locked onto Han Yu, radiating the boundless majesty of a saint. Young one, was it you who awakened me? The infernal abyss dragon slowly spoke in the demonic tongue, a language common among the demonic races. Han Yu had studied the languages of various races during his time at the martial arts university, so he understood and nodded in response. Good. I sense formidable demonic energy within you. You must be a prodigy of our demonic lineage. As such, I shall grant you a reward. Tell me, what do you desire? The infernal abyss dragon did not perceive Han Yu as belonging to another race at all. The surging demonic aura around him was far too pronounced, making him seem more demon than human. Faced with the dragon's amicable attitude, Han Yu nodded slightly. He recalled that in the original storyline, the protagonist Tang Chen, who possessed a trace of demonic heritage, also received favorable treatment from the infernal abyss dragon due to their shared connection. Demons and demonic beasts shared a deep history, forming alliances across many worlds. Before its fall into demonic cultivation, this very infernal abyss dragon had once been a draconic beast-aligned entity. Thus, its goodwill toward Tang Chen made sense. It had even bestowed upon him numerous opportunities. However, Tang Chun, that backstabbing traitor, took advantage of the dragon's trust to locate a flaw in its remains, eventually joining forces with the main protagonists to subdue its corpse and forge it into sacred demonic artifacts. In the original story, Han Yu had pitted this dragon. Despite being a demon, mortal enemies of humanity who showed no mercy to humans, it remained remarkably generous toward its own kind. With this in mind, Hanyu decided against deception and spoke solemnly instead. My demand is simple, submit to me. Upon hearing this, the infernal abyss dragon did not react with anger. Instead, it let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha ha! Bold words, little one. To think such arrogance exists among our kin suits my taste just fine. Yet, in the next instant, its tone turned frigid. However, if you wish for my submission, you'll have to prove yourself worthy. Boom! An overwhelming demonic aura erupted from the dragon. Though now merely a corpse, its oppressive might remained no less terrifying than that of a peak martial marquis. This was largely thanks to the exceptional quality of the prodigy's blood that Hanyu had sacrificed, revitalizing the dragon to a state even stronger than in the original plot. As the crushing demonic pressure descended upon him, Hanyu felt his own battle spirit ignite. All three of his S-rank talents erupted simultaneously. His muscles and bones roared, gleaming with a bronze-like luster. Dark lightning crackled around the twin wings forged of phantom thunder that unfurled behind him, engulfed by swirling demonic energy as he assumed the form of an abyssal fiend. At that moment, Hanyu's combat prowess surged to its peak as he clashed head-on with the infernal abyss dragon. Originally stretching over 1,000 feet in size, the dragon found its massive form more of a hindrance than an advantage against Hanyu, serving only as an easy target while struggling to land a strike. Quickly, it activated a secret art, shrinking itself down to a mere dozen feet in length. Its body now wreathed in dense, ghostly azure flames. These were the nether flames of the abyss, one of the supreme infernal fires of the demonic realm, capable of incinerating souls and condemning victims to eternal damnation. As the flames licked at Hanyu's flesh, they brought with them unimaginable torment. Ding! You are being tempered by the nether flames of the abyss. Your body and soul descend into the abyss, enduring endless suffering as excruciating pain ravages every fiber of your being. Ding! Amidst this relentless ordeal, your devouring demonic vein surges forth, assimilating the power of the nether flames and awakening a latent potential within you. Ding! You have awakened the S-rank Infernal Abyssal Physique. Infernal Abyssal Physique. Only those who endure the baptism of nether flames may awaken this physique. Grants near immunity to most flame type and mental assaults. So long as a shred of will remains, the eternal nether flame shall never fade. The skeletal remains of the infernal abyss dragon unleashed its infernal might, ruthlessly scorching Hanyu. At this moment, he was like Sun Wukong trapped in Laozi's alchemy furnace, enduring the endless agony of body and soul being incinerated. Young one, do you understand this venerable one's power now? Humph! Though you may be a prodigy of the demonic path, thinking you can make me submit is nothing but delusion. At first, the infernal abyss dragon hadn't taken Hanyu seriously. Even in its skeletal state, it had once been a saint-level existence. How could it fear a mere junior? But when Hanyu activated his devouring heaven demon might, voraciously consuming the infernal flames assaulting him, the dragon was shocked. Impressive brat. To dare cultivate such a demonic path. No wonder you're so arrogant. The demonic path had many branches, but the devouring heaven technique was undoubtedly one of the most tyrannical. Many prodigies in the demonic race had attempted it, yet none had ever reached the pinnacle. The reason was simple. To devour all attacks like an all-encompassing sea, one's foundation had to be vast enough. If not, it would be like a snake trying to swallow an elephant, bringing only calamity upon oneself. Seeing Hanyu wield the devouring heaven demon might, the infernal abyss dragon shook its head in pity. What a waste! Another misguided youth. Even I, in my prime, could not master such a demonic art. As it watched Hanyu continuously devour its abyssal infernal flames, the dragon assumed his death was imminent. But soon, it realized something was wrong. Even a marquis-level expert, upon touching the slightest wisp of its abyssal infernal flames, would scream like a slaughtered pig, unable to endure the torment of body and soul burning. Yet Hanyu's eyes, visible through gaps in his demonic armor, showed not a trace of pain, only serene satisfaction, as if basking in spring warmth. What shocked the dragon even more was that Han Yu's devouring heaven demon might seem to grow stronger the more it absorbed the infernal flames. How is this possible? Even in my skeletal state, my demonic might should far surpass his. The devouring heaven demon might should be neutralized, not strengthened. But what truly stunned the infernal abyss dragon was the dark, ink-like armor covering Han Yu's body, now gradually etched with ghostly blue patterns. Within his eyes, twin sapphire flames erupted, and waves of abyssal infernal flames surged from within, swirling around him. The flames under the dragon's control no longer harmed Han Yu in the slightest. With a mere gesture, the once lethal fire coiled around him like docile spirits. Impossible to render my abyssal infernal flames completely harmless. Could this be the infernal abyss physique? As a supreme demonic being, the dragon understood the significance of this physique. Long ago, it had abandoned the path of demons to embrace the demonic arts, plunging into the abyss and being reborn within the abyssal infernal flames. Hence its name, the infernal abyss dragon. But that did not mean it possessed the infernal abyss physique. Only those acknowledged by the abyssal infernal flames could awaken such a constitution. Though the dragon had been a prodigy among demons, it had merely undergone the flames' baptism, becoming their slave, not their master. The abyss was a mysterious realm within the demonic world. Even as a mere slave to the flames, the dragon had attained sainthood, proof of their terrifying power. Now, witnessing Han Yu's awakening of the infernal abyss physique, the dragon hesitated no longer. It lowered its head in submission. I, the infernal abyss dragon, pledge myself to the Lord of the Abyss. I shall fight for you across all realms, even if it means my utter annihilation. It willingly opened the last remnants of its saint-level consciousness, offering a soul contract. Truthfully, even without the contract, as a being reforged by the abyssal infernal flames, it held no resistance against one who had awakened the infernal abyss physique. Its greatest weapon was the flames, yet they could no longer harm Han Yu. Han Yu channeled his spiritual power, accepting the master-servant pact. Subduing the infernal abyss dragon filled him with joy. This was a saint-level relic, an unstoppable force beneath the saint realm. Still, he clarified, "You've misunderstood. I've only awakened the infernal abyss physique. I am not the Lord of the Abyss." Han Yu was well aware of the lore surrounding the Lord of the Abyss. Legends spoke of the 9-layered demon abyss, each layer holding a supreme demonic inheritance. The abyssal infernal flames originated from the netherflame abyss. Awakening the infernal abyss physique was merely the first step toward contending for lordship over the netherflame abyss. In the original storyline, the protagonist, Tang Chun, had awakened this physique and later ventured into the abyss, reaping immense rewards. But this bastard has the temperament of smashing the pot after eating. After gaining all sorts of benefits from the demon prison, he actually claimed that such an evil place shouldn't exist and then used some means to completely destroy it. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, the infernal flame demon dragon nodded, but then shook its head. "My lord, perhaps among the myriad realms, you are not the only genius to awaken the infernal flame demon body. But I am certain that no one else has awakened it in the same way as you. Therefore, you are undoubtedly destined to become the master of the netherflame demon prison, perhaps even the ruler of all 9 layers of the demon prison." Han Yu neither confirmed nor denied the demon dragon's words, merely replying indifferently, "Let's go. We'll talk after leaving this place. My lord, this secret realm is derived from the sacred space within my body. Now that I have revived, I can absorb it back into myself." "Oh, that's perfect." A smile curled at the corner of Han Yu's lips. He hadn't considered this possibility because, in the original plot, the protagonist had never achieved such a feat. They had only resorted to underhanded schemes to defeat the infernal flame demon dragon's remains, whereas Han Yu had completely subdued it. Without further ado, the infernal flame demon dragon began absorbing the entire secret realm. The space where the secret realm existed trembled violently before gradually shrinking and merging into the demon dragon's body. Outside, the waters of the demon delta surged violently, producing earth-shaking roars that startled the warriors from the demon-slaying hall who were waiting outside. Such terrifying commotion! Could a demon king have been born inside the demon prison secret realm? A foreign martial marquis spoke uneasily. Currently, the strongest beings on Earth's main base were martial marquises. If a true demon king-level entity were to emerge, they would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. Don't worry. According to my theoretical analysis, this secret realm cannot give birth to a demon king. At most, it would be at the peak marquis level. Yu Xiaohang spoke up at this moment. He was a renowned theoretical master, and many people trusted his words, especially in foreign nations, as Yu Xiaohang had long advocated that foreign cultivation theories were more advanced than those of Longxia and encouraged Longxia to imitate them wholesale. For this reason, various foreign martial organizations had awarded Yu Xiaohang numerous accolades, such as the Martial Arts Master Award, the Nobel Prize, and so on. Hearing Yu Xiaohang's words, the foreign martial marquis felt somewhat reassured. I believe in Master Yu's judgment. Yu Xiaohang smiled smugly, radiating confidence. Although he was only a low-level martial marquis, even peak-level martial marquises treated him with respect. Such was the prestige of a master. The only one who had ever humiliated him was that arrogant Han Yu. Given the violent upheaval in the Demon Delta's secret realm, many have already perished inside. Han Yu still hasn't emerged, he must be dead by now. Hey! Just as he was thinking this, a vast surge of demonic energy churned violently in the sea. Within the dense miasma, the faint outline of a colossal demonic dragon could be seen. It's coming! All the martial marquises braced themselves, watching the surging demonic energy with tense expressions. Even if the entity inside was only at the peak marquis level, this was still the remains of a once-saint-level being. In terms of threat, it might not be inferior to an early-stage king-level entity. No one dared to be careless, everyone remained fully focused. At that moment, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from within the demonic energy. Oh, quite the crowd. Could it be? You're all waiting for me? Everyone shuddered at the unmistakable sound of Longxia's language. Then, they saw a young man clad in crimson robes standing atop the skull of the massive demonic dragon skeleton. His eyes curved in amusement as he looked down upon them. Beneath his feet, the infernal flame demon dragon, its aura overwhelming, scanned the gathered martial marquises with a disdainful gaze, as if observing a swarm of ants. Witnessing this scene, many martial marquises from various countries were filled with shock and countless questions. They couldn't understand why this young man was standing atop the corpse of the demonic dragon. Could he be a demon? As for those like Forst who recognized Han Yu, the astonishment in their eyes was even more intense. Han Yu, you're actually still alive? Yu Xiaohang was the first to speak, his tone dripping with disappointment. You're not dead yet, so why wouldn't I be alive? Han Yu sneered. How dare you speak to this marquis like that? Yu Xiaohang erupted in fury. Instinctively, he unleashed his martial marquis aura, pressing down violently toward Han Yu. This marquis? Ha! Trash like you dares to call yourself a marquis in front of me? You're the one who's out of line. Boom! An even more domineering and overwhelming martial marquis aura erupted, instantly shattering Yu Xiaohang's pressure. The latter's floating figure was crushed downward, sinking abruptly. How is this possible? He just advanced to martial marquis. Yet this level of power, he must be at least a peak-level martial marquis. Yu Xiaohang gasped, his eyes bloodshot. It wasn't just him. Every martial marquis present was stunned once again. Dean Forst swallowed hard. He had heard from a few students that Han Yu had reached the martial marquis rank, but he never expected him to be at the peak level immediately after breaking through. Was this reasonable? Was this normal? As the dean of the Goblin Academy's Chinese branch, Forst had seen many prodigies over the decades, but never one whose advancement was this rapid. He had thought Tang Chen's progress was already astonishing, yet Han Yu was even more monstrous. This was practically inhuman. Beside him, Yu Xiaohang suppressed his shock and immediately shouted, Han Yu, your cultivation speed is so absurd. You must have practiced the devouring demon art, haven't you? As someone revered as a master in the martial world, Yu Xiaohang had some theoretical knowledge. Based on the clues, he quickly deduced the truth. Han Yu grinned at him and nodded. Congratulations. You guessed right. So it's true. You demonic fiend. Many of the Goblin Academy's geniuses who entered the secret realm never returned. They must have fallen victim to you. Yu Xiaohang's eyes burned with hatred, and the other Goblin Academy deans also glared at Han Yu with hostility. Due to the incident in the secret realm, all martial marquee level experts had been temporarily mobilized, with none allowed to leave. Sensing the shift in the crowd's emotions, Yu Xiaohang fanned the flames further. You monster! You actually devoured your fellow humans to boost your cultivation. How are you any different from demons? You deserve to be torn apart 1,000 times. Death is too merciful for you. You should atone before all of humanity. Hearing this, Han Yu burst into laughter. I admit I did kill them, but they were the ones who joined forces to kill me first. I merely fought back. Professor Zhang-san, our law instructor, would call this self-defense, wouldn't he? Ridiculous. They're all dead now, there's no evidence left. Do you really think we'd believe you? Yu Xiaohang scoffed. Han Yu, however, simply smiled. You're overthinking it. I'm not saying this to convince you. I'm telling you this because, if I could kill them, I can kill you too. Boom! Before the words even faded, lightning erupted beneath Han Yu's feet as he transformed into a black streak, appearing right in front of Yu Xiaohang in an instant, his hand clamping around the man's throat. Han Yu's current cultivation had already reached the peak of the martial marquee realm. Just moments ago, he had activated the ability of his S-grade talent, Profound Thunder Dual Wings. Movement skill. Profound Thunder treads the 9 heavens. Given Yu Xiaohang's early-stage martial marquee cultivation, there was no way he could react in time. In fact, even the several peak-stage martial marquises present were left dazzled. The speed was simply too fast. It wasn't until Han Yu grabbed him by the throat, lifting him like a plucked goose, that Yu Xiaohang belatedly realized what had happened. A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. You can't kill me. I'm a master of martial arts. Master of martial arts my ass. Han Yu tightened his grip, his terrifying physical strength on full display as he snapped Yu Xiaohang's neck with a sharp twist, casually tearing off his head in the process. Instantly, a fountain of blood erupted. As a martial marquis, his vitality was incredibly tenacious. Only by utterly destroying him could he be truly killed. You dare! Foster's fury erupted, and he immediately activated his S-grade talent, Nightshade Demon Bat. Like Batman from ancient movies, he draped himself in black armor, though with the addition of bat wings. A cold, bloodthirsty aura spread outward. As the most senior peak-stage martial marquis present, Foster's strength was not to be underestimated. Rumor had it that he could have stepped into the Martial King realm long ago. However, since ascending to Martial King would force him to leave Earth for the front lines of war, he had instead spent over a decade honing his skills at the peak of the Martial Marquee realm. The moment Foster activated his talent, the overwhelming pressure of a top-tier Martial Marquee suffocated the entire scene. Hearing his words, Han Yu shot him a sharp glance and sneered. Human laws? Ha! So human laws allow your Goblin Academy to recruit students with alien bloodlines, then waste human resources to cultivate them. Foster's expression darkened instantly, and he barked coldly. What nonsense are you spouting? Enough, Foster. Stop pretending. You wouldn't want the whole world knowing about Goblin Academy's dealings with the alien races, would you? Han Yu's mocking laughter grew louder. Never mind the branches on other resource planets. Even here on Earth, are you telling me Tang Chun is the only student with alien blood in Goblin Academy? I have no idea what you're talking about. Foster remained defiant, though inwardly he was shaken. He couldn't fathom how Han Yu had uncovered such secrets. The Goblin Academy had covered its tracks meticulously. Not even the various nations' demon-slaying organizations had gotten wind of this. From its very founding, the Academy's core mission had been to promote the great fusion between humans and the myriad alien races, blending their bloodlines through controlled reproduction. Generations of Goblin Academy's high-ranking researchers had confirmed. Such hybrids had a vastly higher chance of awakening talents, often high-grade ones. Over the years, through this method, they had nurtured numerous prodigies, nearly all with S-grade talents. These talents were then dispersed across human society, becoming pillars of major martial organizations, bringing immense benefits to the Goblin Academy in return. Yet all of this was supposed to be top secret. How had Han Yu discovered it? It was baffling. After a moment's thought, Foster scoffed derisively. What's your point? Did you really think that with nothing but baseless accusations, you could bring down the Goblin Academy? Han Yu chuckled again, shaking his head calmly. No. I'm telling you this so you know. I'm fully aware of your Academy's dirty secrets, but I've never used them against you, nor will I blackmail you with them. The point is, I'm killing you, simply because I want to. So please, do me a favor and drop dead. Roar! Before Han Yu's voice had even faded, the nearby draconic corpse, which had been floating silently, suddenly unleashed an earth-shaking roar. From its eyes, blazing with ghostly blue soulfire, erupted a murderous radiance. In the demonic tongue it growled, "Those who defy my master die." Feeling the overwhelming aura of the demonic dragon's skeletal remains, everyone shuddered, except for Forst, who merely sneered in disdain. You think you can kill me, a mere brat still wet behind the ears? Forst scoffed. You may have risen to the same cultivation level as me through crooked means, but do you really believe we're equals? With a surge of his martial marquis might, Forst unleashed his power, manifesting endless swarms of shadow bats that blotted out the sky as they swooped down upon Han Yu. Meanwhile, the other Goblin Academy deans exchanged glances before one of them barked out a rallying cry. Our mission here is to purge the dungeon's demonic creatures. That monster stands before us. We cannot stand idle. His words were not directed at fellow deans, but at the monster-slaying organizations from various nations. Among the dozens of martial marquises gathered, only 10 belonged to the Goblin Academy. Against a peak martial marquis-level demonic dragon, they were still at a disadvantage. Upon hearing the call, many foreign monster-hunting martial marquises joined the siege. Yet the representatives from China's demon-slaying hall hesitated, uncertain whose side to take. They immediately contacted their superiors and awaited orders. In the meantime, battle raged on. Forst's oppressive martial marquis aura bore down on Han Yu like a suffocating night, devouring all light within a dozen-mile radius. Darkness swallowed the land, only Forst could see clearly within it. For Han Yu, it was as if a blindfold had been forced over his eyes. Even his spiritual sense barely extended a few paces. Han Yu, challenging me was your gravest mistake. Forst's voice echoed unnaturally from every direction in the darkness. Before the words faded, countless shadow bats, each with blood-red, ravenous eyes, lunged at Han Yu. This was Forst's signature ability, honed over decades. Every bat carried his martial marquis might, capable of relentlessly draining his foes. Han Yu, however, only smirked. With a roar, he activated his devouring demon physique and morphed into a monstrous entity. A sinister demonic shadow loomed behind him, its gaping maw engulfing the bats in gluttonous fury. Excellent. A buffet delivered right to me. Grinning, Han Yu unleashed his 10,000 demons devour the heavens technique, feasting upon the swarm without restraint. Seeing this, Forst felt no panic, only mocking triumph. Fool! These bats are imbued with my martial marquis aura and decades of refinement. And you dare swallow them? Your guts will burst. As a veteran martial marquis, Forst had faced many who claimed they could devour attacks. Aside from a rare handful of freaks, most ended up torn apart from within. My shadow bats are saturated with killing intent. You think they're so easily digested? Even if you survive, their malice will corrode your mind into madness. The more he envisioned Han Yu exploding, or descending into insanity, the wider Forst's grin stretched. He poured even more energy into his assault, eager to hasten Han Yu's demise. Yet for Han Yu, this was barely an inconvenience. His malice points, nearly depleted earlier, had refilled after provoking just a few martial marquises, especially the Goblin Academy deans. Each was a walking jackpot, and even now, tens of thousands flooded in per second. Devouring Forced's attacks burned malice points, but replenished far more. Too much malice. Couldn't spend it all if he tried. Initially, Han Yu had planned to kill Force swiftly, as he had with Yu Xiaoheng. But the man's shadow bats were simply too delicious. Ding! Alert! You are under assault from a seasoned peak martial marquis. Every strike is lethal. Shadows surge violently within you. Even your devouring demon physique struggles to fully negate them. Yet destruction breeds progress. Through agony, your cultivation inches closer to the monarch realm. Current breakthrough progress, 1%, 2%. Monarch realm breakthrough progress has reached 10%. Monarch realm breakthrough progress has reached 20%. On Force's side, after exhausting himself attacking Han Yu, he suddenly realized that not only was his opponent unharmed, but he was becoming increasingly vigorous. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Forced keenly sensed the crux of the problem. Damn it! This brat is using me as a whetstone. That bastard! Forced was furious. He knew he absolutely couldn't let this continue. Fine. You forced my hand. If that's how it is, then I have no choice. With a ruthless resolve, Forced made a decision that defied his ancestors' legacy. That decision was to break through to the monarch realm. Forced was well aware that his martial potential was limited. Over the years, he had expended countless resources just to barely raise his martial talent to a rank. Because of this, he had never intended to advance to the monarch realm. He knew that while he was a top-tier figure among marquis-level warriors, once he broke through to the monarch realm, he would be relegated to the lowest tier among monarchs. A martial monarch might sound more prestigious than a martial marquis, but in reality it wasn't necessarily better. If Forced became a martial monarch, he could no longer remain on Earth. Instead, he would have to venture into far more dangerous territories. In those lands, even monarchs faced a significant risk of falling. In terms of amassing wealth and resources, an ordinary frontline martial monarch was far worse off than a peak marquis operating in the rear. Forced's original plan was to remain at his current level unless his lifespan was nearing its end. But now things had changed. Han Yu was proving too troublesome. If he didn't break through and allowed Han Yu to keep using him as a whetstone, growing stronger in the process, he might end up being the one ground to dust. Most importantly, if he seized this opportunity to kill Han Yu, he would undoubtedly receive a hefty reward from that martial saint. This gamble was worth it. Once his mind was set, Forced retrieved the long-prepared grade 6 realm-breaking pill and swallowed it without hesitation. At the same time, the cultivation he had accumulated over the years erupted, surging toward the barrier of the monarch realm. For him, this barrier was nothing more than a final step. There was no real difficulty to speak of. Crack. Forced could almost hear the sound of the barrier shattering. Simultaneously, his combat power began to skyrocket. The momentum he had honed for years started transforming into true intent. Marquises cultivate momentum, monarchs refine intent, and emperors forge domains. Momentum, intent, and domain, these three progress in sequence. The moment his momentum transformed into intent, Forced felt as though the power he wielded had shifted from scattered pebbles into towering mountains. Boom! 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 The boundless dark night intent surged forth, completely enveloping Han Yu, threatening to drown him in endless darkness. Ha ha ha! Han Yu! This is the price of offending this marquis. No, offending this monarch. Forced was exultant. Meanwhile, Han Yu's own breakthrough progress was skyrocketing. Ding! You are currently under the erosion of a monarch's true intent. Malice consumption will double. Ding! Monarch realm breakthrough progress has reached 60%. Ding! Monarch realm breakthrough progress has reached 80%. Ding! Monarch realm breakthrough progress has reached 100%. At this moment, to the outside world, Han Yu appeared entirely swallowed by endless darkness. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire, left to struggle in agony, unable even to sense the life aura of his opponent. The other martial marquises were still besieging the infernal prison fire dragon, which, under the combined assault of dozens of foreign martial marquises, found itself unable to advance even a single step. These foreign martial marquises had initially been fully focused on attacking the dragon when suddenly, they sensed an overwhelming surge of power erupting from another area in the sky. Monarch-level aura. Dean Forsyth has broken through to the martial monarch realm. The foreign martial marquises were astonished. They hadn't expected Han Yu to be so tenacious that he would force Forsyth to resort to a breakthrough on the spot. However, their shock soon gave way to relief, and they exclaimed one after another. If Dean Forsyth has become a martial monarch, Han Yu is as good as dead. Obviously, this is Forsyth we're talking about. Not only is he among the top deans on our blue star, even across other resource planets, he ranks at the very forefront. It's all over now. Once Forsyth deals with Han Yu, this dragon will be exterminated in the blink of an eye. As the foreign martial marquises buzzed with discussion, the group of martial marquises from the demon-slaying hall stood stunned. They had just received orders from their superiors. At all costs, Han Yu must be protected. When they saw Forsyth advance to the monarch realm and launch a frenzied assault on Han Yu, panic gripped them. Immediately, they roared in unison. "Forsyth, stop!" Forsyth sneered at their approach, instantly deducing their intentions. Boom! With just a slight release of his monarch's might, he sent the martial marquises reeling. Coldly, he declared, "Gentlemen, Han Yu challenged me of his own volition. Even if I kill him, no one can dispute it. If any of you dare interfere, don't blame me for being merciless." Seeing Forsyth's unwavering stance, one of the demon-slaying hall martial marquises shouted, "Forsyth, aren't you ashamed at your age to bully someone so much younger? If Han Yu dies, that person will never let you off." Forsyth scoffed. "Save your concern. If that person truly lowers themselves to deal with me, I too have protectors who will step in." Hearing this, the martial marquises realized Forsyth was dead set on killing Han Yu. Without further argument, they steeled themselves and desperately resisted his monarch's might. Forsyth could afford to disregard consequences, but they couldn't. To ordinary martial artists, a martial marquis might seem invincible, but in the eyes of true powerhouses, they were little more than ants. Regrettably, despite their considerable strength, they were no match for a martial monarch. Try as they might, they couldn't breach Forsyth's defenses. His nightfall will not only obscured their vision but also blinded their senses, causing them to inadvertently attack each other for some time before realizing their mistake. Damn it, we're finished. If we'd known this would happen, we should have helped Han Yu from the start. Who could have predicted he'd cause such a stir, or that that person would defy all opposition and take such a massive risk to protect him? What a miscalculation. Resigned, they braced for the inevitable. If Han Yu died, they would bear the full brunt of responsibility. The best outcome they could hope for was being dispatched to the deadliest front lines, perhaps a resource planet overrun by hostile forces, to fight until their last breath. Watching them abandon their struggle, Forsyth burst into triumphant laughter. But the next instant his laughter froze, because deep within that boundless darkness, he sensed something terrifying, a formidable power rapidly gathering momentum. Boom! 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 A terrifying surge of true intent erupted, shooting thousands of meters into the sky. The dark true intent that had enveloped Han Yu, like the primordial chaos that once imprisoned Pangu, now began to scatter, dissipating into streams of pure energy. Everyone was drawn by the massive disturbance, their gazes turning toward the source of the overwhelming power. There, floating mid-air, stood a young man clad in crimson robes. With just a slight wave of his hand, all the surrounding dark true intent dispersed, clearing a path for him. "King! It's the Martial King!" A foreign martial marquis trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with terror. "No! He's the Demon King!" The Hellfire Demon Dragon, which had been besieged by them, spoke coldly, its eyes brimming with boundless excitement and pride. This was its master. Even as a former saint-level being, It found his growth rate utterly incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Fust's smile had long frozen on his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? Yu Xiaohang said his limit was Marquis level. How could he break through to King level? This defies all reason. In his heart, Fust cursed Yu Xiaohang's ancestors 18 generations back. He had trusted that so-called martial arts master too much, believing he could kill Han Yu. Temporarily ascending to King level was Fust's trump card. Yet he never imagined Han Yu could do the same. Run. Run as far as possible. Fust's wings flared as he activated his movement technique, desperate to escape. But in the next instant, thunder roared, and a shadowy demonic figure appeared before him. Clad in dark armor, wreathed in ghostly flames, and with wings crackling with black lightning, he looked like a demon god risen from the depths of hell. Let me go. From now on, we stay out of each other's way, Fust pleaded, his voice shaking.
Han EU merrily smiled.
Of course, I'll send you on your way right now. Han Yu unleashed his strongest frontal assault talent skill, indestructible heaven-shattering fist, derived from his S-rank ability, adamantine body. This single punch concentrated every ounce of his physical power, refined through countless S-rank talents, making its force unimaginable. Boom! The air itself shrieked as his fist tore through it like liquid, meeting immense resistance before landing squarely on Fust. The nightshade bat armor covering Fust's body shattered instantly. Then came his flesh, pierced, torn apart, obliterated beyond recognition. Threads of deathly energy flowed into Han Yu's devouring demon body. Killing enemies and absorbing their power mostly yielded this deathly energy. Their essence, spirit, and vitality were merely secondary. The remaining foreign martial marquises, witnessing Fust's gruesome demise, were paralyzed with fear. Without hesitation, they scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. Han Yu's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes gleaming with ruthless bloodlust. Boom! 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 Thunder cracked. Shadows darted. Blood sprayed. One by one, the martial marquises fell to Han Yu's iron fists, their bodies exploding into crimson blossoms mid-air. A macabre yet spectacular display. The hunt had begun. As Han Yu swiftly slaughtered these foreign martial marquises, in a certain space, within a magnificent and grandiose palace, 36 sacred thrones floated, each seated with 36 towering figures. All the figures had their eyes closed in meditation when suddenly, one of them opened his eyes and extended his palm, as if unfolding a world within his hand. A star chart appeared before him, and his gaze locked onto one at the center. The mother planet. A new king has been born. Hearing this, the other figures also opened their eyes one after another. They were the avatars of the blue planet's human saints, gathered in the Hall of Saints. In the spiritual realm, they constantly processed all matters reported from the thousands of resource planets under human jurisdiction. The emergence of a new king on Blue Planet, the mother planet, brought no joy to these martial saints. According to the laws decreed by the Hall of Saints, anyone seeking to break through to the king level must do so on another resource planet. There were many reasons for this law. One of them was that the saints of other races could lock onto the aura of a king, thereby deducing the spatial coordinates of humanity's mother planet. They could then tear open spatial rifts and invade with their armies. For the humans of Blue Planet, the mother planet held immense significance. Other resource planets could be abandoned at any time, but the mother planet could not. Audacious! Who dares proclaim themselves king on the mother planet? Heavenly Secret Saint. Do you have any information? The Heavenly Secret Saint was one of humanity's 36 saints, responsible for intelligence. His network of Heavenly Secrets envoys spanned countless realms, and in less than a minute, he obtained the latest news. Upon receiving the information, the Heavenly Secrets Saint's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at the elder seated at the head of the thrones, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the reason. When the saints heard that Fustad of the Goblin Academy had broken through to the king level mid-battle to kill Han Yu, they were all shocked. Many of the saints had initially been furious that someone had proclaimed themselves king on the mother planet, but now, some of them suppressed their emotions. All eyes turned to the elder at the head of the thrones, awaiting his words. This man was the foremost of humanity's 36 saints. Xiao Tian, the martial saint, Han Xiao Tian of the Han family. Regarding the heavenly secret saints report that Han Yu, a direct descendant of the Han family, had challenged Fustad, who then broke through to the king level to kill him. Han Xiao Tian's face remained impassive. He merely uttered a single sentence. "Handle it according to the laws of the Hall of Saints." Hearing this, all the martial saints secretly sighed in relief. They had been somewhat worried that Han Xiao Tian would forcibly intervene on Blue Planet to protect Han Yu and slay Fustad. Unexpectedly, this foremost martial saint of humanity was so rule-abiding. Despite his previous efforts to protect Han Yu, he now appeared indifferent. In that case, let us issue an order to transfer Fustad to the most dangerous frontline world. Regardless, he violated the law by proclaiming himself king on the mother planet and must be severely punished. One martial saint spoke, and the others voiced their agreement. Most martial saints were satisfied with this decision, especially those from the Bai and Ling families. From the heavenly secret saint, they had learned that Han Yu had killed members of their families. Now that he was about to be slain by Fustad, it could be considered a form of vengeance. To the saints, this matter was merely a minor episode, and it soon settled. The saints closed their eyes again, preparing to resume handling their respective duties. But moments later, the Star Chess Saint, responsible for humanity's star charts, exclaimed in shock once more. "Another new king has been born on the mother planet." At these words, everyone was startled again, their eyes snapping open as they turned to the heavenly secret saint. Understanding their expectations, the heavenly secrets saint promptly contacted his envoys. After layers of communication, he received a reply, and even his usually unshakable expression flickered with astonishment. He remained silent for a long while, causing the other martial saints to frown, sensing something amiss. One martial saint urgently asked, "Heavenly secret saint, what exactly happened?" The heavenly secret saint waved his hand and said calmly, "See for yourselves." An image materialized in the air before the saints. It showed a figure shrouded in sinister demonic energy slaying Fustad, who had just advanced to Martial King. Then the figure darted through the air, pausing only to blast apart the bodies of martial marquises with each stop. The scene was utterly brutal. A demon! How could a demon appear on the mother planet? Heavenly secret saint, how could you fail to report something this critical? One martial saint glared at the heavenly secret saint. The latter gave a bitter smile and glanced at Xiao Tian, the martial saint, before speaking slowly. "This is Han Yu, a descendant of the Han family. Some time ago, he requested the demonic cultivation manual, the devouring heaven demon art, from Han Ingjia, the martial emperor of the Han family. It seems he has mastered it." As these words were spoken, the assembly of saints was once again shaken. A martial saint from Sakura country immediately voiced his displeasure. "Damn it! This brat is so brutal. He no longer seems human, more like a demon." Hearing this, a martial saint from Dragonxia country sneered. "Wasn't it your Sakura country that first proposed the idea of humans cultivating the techniques of other races? If Hanyu doesn't seem human, then what about those so-called prodigies of yours who practice ghostly arts? They look neither human nor ghost. Are they even less human than him?" Enraged by these words, the Sakura country martial saint began cursing furiously, shouting "Baka!" repeatedly as he traded insults with the Dragonxia martial saint. "Silence! This is the Hall of Saints, not a marketplace. Have you no dignity?" Bayujia, the Bai family's martial saint, roared in anger. Clad in white robes, her voluptuous figure exuded the aura of a mature woman. "As per tradition, we shall hold a vote to decide Han Yu's punishment." Once Bayujia's words fell, the saints began heated discussions, eventually settling on a relatively fair resolution that most martial saints agreed upon. "Very well. Han Yu has slaughtered his fellow martial marquises, a heinous crime. However, considering the extenuating circumstances, he shall be exiled to the Blood Demon Star. He may not leave until he has slain 1,000 demon kings. This punishment was undeniably severe. Battles between king-level beings were no simple matter. Even if Han Yu could dominate his peers, he was still just one man, and the Blood Demon Star was the domain of the Blood Demons. With their numbers in the hundreds of billions, killing 1,000 demon kings was no different from demanding he purge the entire Blood Demon Star. And the Blood Demon Star was not just home to demon kings. There were also demon emperors and even demon sovereigns. For a newly ascended martial king to enter and complete such a mission would be tantamount to suicide. Just as Bai Yujie announced the final decision, Han Xiaotian, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke, his tone indifferent. This decision I veto. The moment these words were uttered, all the martial saints were stunned. Many showed displeasure but could do nothing. The Sakura Country martial saint, in particular, fumed. Time and again we propose solutions, only for you to veto them all. Is this Hall of Saints your personal dictatorship? I say we abolish this veto power. Hearing this, Han Xiaotian let out a cold laugh and replied calmly, that proposal I also veto. The Sakura Country martial saint instantly flushed with rage, but before he could retort, Han Xiaotian added with a smile, if any of you disagree with my veto power, feel free to test it. Let's see who dares act against my will. At these threatening words, the other saints fell silent. Even the Sakura Country martial saint shut his mouth obediently. They suddenly remembered the veto power, ostensibly a special privilege granted to the chief martial saint by the Hall of Saints, was in reality merely a courtesy extended by the chief martial saint to maintain decorum. After all, to claim the position of chief martial saint, one had to possess the strength to overthrow the entire Hall of Saints. And Han Xiaotian just so happened to have that strength. Saint Xiaotian, then how do you propose we deal with Han Yu? A martial saint asked respectfully. First, remove him from the home planet, Han Xiaotian said indifferently. The celestial divination saint nodded. I will issue the transfer order and grant him teleportation clearance. Before the celestial divination saint could act, the star chess saint suddenly paled. Disaster! The home planet is under invasion by foreign races. Unfurling a star chart, he revealed that the once solitary blue, representing Earth, was now surrounded by dozens of red dots. Each red dot represented a foreign king. Blue star. Han Yu slaughtered relentlessly, cutting down every martial marquis who had besieged him. The air was thick with the metallic stench of blood. The remaining martial marquises, those who hadn't joined the assault against him or the infernal prison dragon, trembled uncontrollably, their gazes filled with terror as they watched him. They feared Han Yu might get carried away in his bloodlust and pulverize them with a single punch. Fortunately, though ruthless, Han Yu operated by his own code. He spared those who hadn't participated in the ambush. With every martial marquis he obliterated, their blood splattered across his crimson robe, deepening its already vivid hue. Originally, the robe had been pristine white, a garment designed to absorb stains effortlessly, eliminating the need for washing. But after countless battles and rivers of spilled blood, it had been dyed permanently scarlet. What surprised Han Yu even more was that, under the influence of his various talents, the robe seemed to be undergoing a subtle metamorphosis. He had heard of such phenomena before, when garments or weapons accompanied their wielders through countless battles. Absorbing their aura and intent, they transcended mundanity. Some even claimed that the robes of legendary martial saints, after years of bonding, could awaken consciousness and transform into sentient treasures. Han Yu found this blood-stained robe exceptionally comfortable. He had initially worried it might fail to keep up with his growing power, but now that it was evolving, he saw no reason to replace it. While executing the martial marquises, Han Yu also circulated his devourer demon art, absorbing their deathly chi, essence, and spirit. His cultivation leaped from Martial King 1 star to Martial King 3 stars. Killing so many martial marquises only raised my realm by 2 stars. Still too slow. He inwardly sighed but acknowledged the logic. Now that he was a martial king, maintaining rapid progress would require targeting foes of the same tier or higher. These martial marquises were mere insects to him. Still, even small fry have their uses. Before dying, they fed me a hefty sum of malice points. A glance at his system panel confirmed it. Current malice points, 50 million. There was no deeper malice than that of a man facing imminent death. When Han Yu had hunted those martial marquises, their hatred for him had skyrocketed. No longer the slow drip of a leaky faucet but a roaring geyser. Thus, even without farming malice repeatedly, as he had with Tang Chun, this single wave of executions had still rewarded him handsomely. Speaking of Tang Chun, an idea flashed through Han Yu's mind. Right now, shouldn't I be the strongest being on Blue Star? If so, my chances of killing Tang Chun should be decent, no? A smirk curled his lips, though he knew better than to hope too much. Still, whether there was fruit or not, shaking the tree was worth a try. Even if Tang Chun didn't die, he could at least be squeezed for a fresh batch of malice points. Without hesitation, Han Yu called his lieutenant and ordered an investigation into Tang Chun's whereabouts. The report came swiftly. Instead of returning to Dragonxia Kingdom aboard his private jet, Tang Chun had fled to Sakura Nation, seeking refuge within Goblin Academy. Hearing this, Han Yu's grin widened. Perfect. Great. Going there might just let me harvest a massive wave of malice points. Whoosh! With a flap of his dark thunder wings, Han Yu transformed into a streak of black light, soaring toward Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation, Goblin Academy. The moment Tang Chan and his group returned, they were greeted by a crowd of Sakura girls. Staring at the pretty girls in their JK uniforms, their fair legs on full display, Tang Chun nearly drooled on the spot. Tang Chun-kun, welcome to our Sakura Nation Goblin Branch Academy. A uniformed young woman, the vice principal of Sakura Nation's Goblin Academy, greeted him with a warm smile. Tang Chun responded in broken Sakuran, inwardly vowing to study the language harder. Sakuran's great. Gotta learn it properly. Hearing his clumsy attempt, the woman smoothly switched to fluent Longxia common tongue. Tang Chun-kun, now that you've joined Sakura Nation, all you need to do is visit the spirit shrines to receive our ghost cultivation legacy. Just name your time. Perfect. Tang Chen's eyes gleamed. The ghost inheritance was exactly why he'd switched allegiances. With his S-rank 100 Herbs Emperor constitution and undying bloodline, killing him physically was near impossible, but his soul remained his biggest weakness. By cultivating the ghost path, he could reinforce his spirit. If he ever faced Han Yu again, survival would be guaranteed. Just the thought of Han Yu filled Tang Chun with bitter resentment. If not for that bastard, he wouldn't have abandoned his homeland. He eagerly responded, Ms. Itsumi, as we say in Longxia, no day like today. Why not go now? Seeing his urgency, Itsumi nodded knowingly. She had no intention of refusing or imposing conditions. After all, once he embraced the ghost path, he'd be bound to Sakura Nation forever, destined to serve as an apostle for the dark gods. Without delay, Itsumi led Tang Chun on a tour of the spirit shrines, searching for the right legacy. At every shrine, Tang Chun knelt and kowtowed fervently before the memorial tablets, struck by an odd sense of familiarity. Tang Chun-kun, you've surely heard of the heroes we honor here? Are these the war heroes who once ventured to Longxia alongside the spectral races? He had almost said war criminals, but remembering where he was, he quickly adjusted his phrasing. Ha ha ha, yes. Our heroes went to Longxia to spread the glory of the dark gods, to forge a shared prosperity between humans and spirits. Itsumi's voice turned indignant. But those old fossils in Longxia scorned their kindness, slandered them as invaders, even slaughtered them. Disgusting. Tang Chun forced a laugh. After a pause, he echoed, their mindset is outdated. Humans, spirits, we're all just beings in this vast world. Why fight? Harmony is the ultimate truth. Itsumi beamed at his answer, and through his devotion, Tang Chun miraculously gained the inheritance of several supreme dark gods. Han Yu, Once I master these dark god legacies, I'll make you pay. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a thunderous boom split the sky. Tang Chen's heart lurched. A voice he dreaded echoed over all of Sakura Nation. Tang Chen, where are you? I've come to kill you. Unlike Tang Chen's fear, hearing these words only ignited anger in Hodo Yui's heart. This guy from Longsha country is going too far. How dare he chase us all the way to our Sakura country? This is unforgivable. Hodo Yui's chest heaved violently in rage, her professional skirt straining at the seams. She turned to Tang Chen and said, Tang Chen-kun, come with me. I'll stand up for you. Teacher Hodo Hanyu is also a martial marquis now. Shouldn't we hide and avoid him for now? Tang Chen, however, was still afraid. Seeing his cowardice, Hodo Yui couldn't help but feel disdain. He looks decent on the outside, yet he's so weak-willed. If not for his father being a martial saint, any warrior from our Sakura country would have forced him to commit seppuku by now. She patted Tang Chen's shoulder and spoke with confidence. Tang Chen-kun, don't worry. This is our Sakura country. Even if he were a martial king, he couldn't do anything to you here. You're now a disciple of the Oni god. The Oni god will surely protect you. Despite Hodo Yui's reassurances, Tang Chen, still traumatized by Han Yu's past brutality, refused to step out. Hodo Yui let out a cold snort, no longer hiding her contempt, and strode out of the Oni shrine within the Goblin Academy alone. Stepping into the open air, she faced the figure before her. So, you're Hanyu? Her icy gaze locked onto him. Hanyu, in turn, was momentarily stunned when he saw her. This teacher Hodo is generously endowed. Her ample bosom, barely contained by her outfit, was indeed striking. Hanyu recalled that in the original story, she had a role to play. The protagonist, representing Longsha country's Goblin Academy, had come to Sakura country for training and even shared a fleeting romance with her. At first, the protagonist had harbored hostility toward Sakura country, but under Hodo Yui's guidance, he gradually embraced their ideology. Eventually, he incorporated Sakura country into his faction and, in the later stages, joined forces to oppose Longsha's demon-slaying hall. By then, humanity had reached the pinnacle of all races, and hostility toward other species had waned. Only the demon-slaying hall insisted on eradicating all non-humans. The protagonist and his allies condemned the demon-slaying hall's actions, leading a righteous coalition, alongside the oppressed non-humans, to annihilate them, ushering in an era of unity between humans and other races. To protect endangered species, the protagonist's faction even enacted laws after conquering the realms. Then, in Yuanwu continent, Part 2, humanity declined while other races rose, overthrowing human dominance. The new protagonist led humanity's resistance, and so the cycle continued. Just thinking about the original plot filled Hanyu with disgust. He had once held some appreciation for Sakura country's open-minded female teachers. After all, he had a 3-no-criticize policy when it came to Sakura country: music, animation, and, their contributions to the third industry. But now, as he looked at Hodo Yui, all he felt was revulsion. Even as a villain, he had his own principles. Toward those from Longsha, who shared his cultural roots, he retained some mercy. But for the people of Sakura country, his nation's sworn enemies, he had nothing but cruelty. His voice was frigid as he spoke. I'll give you 10 seconds. Hand over Tang Chen, or I'll kill you. Hodo Yui was taken aback. She hadn't expected Hanyu to be so brazen. You arrogant Longsha dog. How dare you act so boldly on Sakura soil? If you dare lift a hand, no matter who backs you, I will crush you where you stand. Your time is almost up. 3, 2, 1. Boom. The countdown ended. Hanyu wasted no more words. Lightning crackled beneath his feet as he activated all 4 of his S-rank talents at once. Transformed into a jet-black fiend wreathed in ghostly blue hellfire, he shot toward Kurosawa Yui like a raging storm. The moment Hanyu revealed his true power, Kurosawa Yui's heart seized in terror. Her chest heaved violently, like tumultuous waves. Such overwhelming pressure. He's no martial marquis, he's a martial king. A paralyzing fear surged through her, but she swiftly suppressed it. Without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate trump card, deity summoning. If she faced a martial king anywhere else, she'd have no choice but to await death. But this was Sakura Nation, a land teeming with shrines, where the spirits lingered close. O great azure-faced Oni, thy humble servant begs thy aid. I offer the flesh and essence of 10,000 souls. Descend, O mighty one. Kurosawa Yui chanted rapidly in the Sakuran tongue, her words twisting through the air like a curse. Somewhere in the Goblin Academy, a squat, lavatory-like shrine trembled. The grotesque statue of a ghastly, fanged Oni flickered with malice, its eyes flaring red as a thick plume of black smoke erupted forth, possessing Kurosawa Yui's body. Ha ha ha! Glory unto thee, my lord! Once I slay this wretch, I shall gather the sacrifices promised. Boom! 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 Empowered by the suffocating demonic energy, Kurosawa Yui morphed into a monstrous fiend, her strength skyrocketing straight into the king-tier realm. Hanyu watched coldly, his eyes brimming with disgust. Damn, you're ugly. Enraged, Kurosawa Yui snarled back. Fool, you dare mock me at death's door. Once I kill you, I'll hunt down 10,000 fishermen from your pathetic Dragonxia nation. Every last one of them sacrificed in my lord's name. Dumb bitch. Hanyu uttered the words flatly. Then, his S-rank talent, Vajra Skybreaker Fist, unleashed an apocalyptic surge of raw physical force, crashing straight into Kurosawa Yui. Boom! The monstrous fiend's body exploded into a ragged hole. Yet, instead of pain, she erupted into hideous laughter. Idiot! My lord is an immortal spirit. Your brute strength means nothing. Oh? Really? Then try this. With a mocking smirk, Hanyu activated his S-rank Hellflame Demon Body's ultimate skill, Purgatory, Netherflame Incineration. Boom! 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 His energy surged wholly into the demonic blaze. Even his devouring demon armor faded, replaced by a torrent of searing blue-black flame that consumed the battlefield. In an instant, the flames condensed into a phantom dragon, its maw wide as it engulfed Kurosawa Yui in an inescapable inferno. The moment the flames swallowed her, she screamed, not just in agony, but in absolute horror. Her flesh, her soul, everything burned. Aya! What is this? Stop it. Let me go. Hanyu ignored her shrieks. Instead, he simply snapped his fingers. Whoosh! The flames detonated. Kurosawa Yui's fiendish form was annihilated into ashes. From a distant corner of the Goblin Academy, Tang Chun, who had witnessed everything, shivered so violently he nearly pissed himself. Hanyu is a demon. This wasn't just power. It was pure, merciless terror. The scene of Hanyu killing Hitano Yui was witnessed by the teachers and students of the Goblin Academy. As they stared at the figure in the sky, they seethed with anger but dared not speak out. Meanwhile, countless figures had already rushed through the air, led by Nikawa Okamoto, the head of the martial arts department of Sakura Country. He had immediately mobilized all the heavenly martial artists and martial marquises of Sakura Country on Blue Star, but it was already too late. Damn dragon Xia scum! How dare you kill a martial marquis of Sakura Country? You must give me a reasonable explanation. Nikawa Okamoto was furious, his murderous gaze fixed on Hanyu. Someone from Dragon Xia went missing in your Sakura Country. I was just looking for him, but Ms. Hitano misunderstood and attacked me. I had no choice but to kill her in self-defense. How about that? Is that reason sufficient? As a seasoned old bastard, Nikawa Okamoto immediately sensed something off. Wasn't this the same excuse Sakura Country had used to invade Dragon Xia years ago? Baka! You dare lie to me? I'm not lying. It's the truth. That man's name is Tang Chun, and I have a blood feud with him. Hanyu spoke calmly, his expression deadly serious. Now, I suspect he's disguised himself and is hiding among your people. Better to kill the innocent than let the guilty escape. If I can't find him, don't blame me. A faint smirk curled on Han Yu's lips, his eyes gleaming with malice. Even Nikawa Okamoto couldn't help but shudder, feeling as if he were being stared down by a demon. Baka! No matter what excuse you use, you've already committed a capital offense. Without another word, Nikawa Okamoto ordered all the heavenly martial artists and martial marquises to form their battle formation. Dozens of Sakura countries' martial marquises and hundreds of heavenly martial artists swiftly took their positions. A sinister ghostly aura emanated from their bodies. Every single one of them was a ghost cultivator. In fact, in present-day Sakura country, nearly 99% of martial artists were ghost cultivators. They spent their days hunting sea beasts, drinking blood, devouring raw flesh, living a barbaric existence. By offering various flesh and blood sacrifices to ghostly deities, they gained immense power. This was the martial path now prevalent in Sakura country. They called themselves Oni martial artists, practitioners of the Oni martial path. Though the ghostly deities they worshipped varied, they were all still deities of the same nature, allowing them to resonate with one another. With dozens of martial marquises as the core and hundreds of heavenly martial artists supporting them, a ghostly formation rapidly took shape. Flickering soul flames floated in the air, countless ghostly shadows flickering in and out of sight. Just one glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Nikawa Okamoto, at the forefront, had transformed into a ferocious, flame-wreathed demon. The ghostly deity he worshipped was the Crimson Flame Oni, a particularly powerful entity capable of resisting most fire-based attacks. Damn dragon Xia scum! Today, your blood will atone for your insult against the great Sakura country. With a furious roar, Nikawa Okamoto swung an enlarged katana and slashed at Hanyu. Ha! Amusing! Hanyu showed not the slightest hint of panic. With a casual wave of his hand, the nearby space trembled as a massive bone dragon burst forth. This hellfire bone dragon carried its own pocket dimension, allowing it to slip in and out at will. It had left a spatial anchor on Hanyu, enabling it to emerge from the pocket dimension and fight for him with just a thought. Now, the hellfire bone dragon had grown even stronger, reaching the king tier. Hanyu had fed it the corpses of all the martial marquises he had killed. After refining and absorbing their bones, all from marquis tier beings, the hellfire bone dragon had received an enormous boost. At present, it cannot truly be considered a demonic creature but rather resembles an undead being. Most undead creatures manifest in skeletal form, with their cultivation strength concentrated in their bones. The hellfire demonic dragon possessed its own saint-grade skeleton as the core, supplemented by the high-quality bones continuously provided by Hanyu. This growth rate might not lag far behind Hanyu's. The moment the hellfire demonic dragon appeared, it lunged at the Crimson Fire Oni possessed by Hikawa Gaon. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Hikawa Gaon swung his blade, releasing wave after wave of sword energy that left countless gashes on the hellfire demonic dragon's bones. Clearly, this bastard's katana was a high-quality ghost artifact. Hihihi, this is the Emperor's beheader blade, said to have slain hundreds of thousands of your Longsha people. Isn't its power impressive? Hikawa Gaon was ecstatic. Hanyu gave a cold snort, and with a thought, the hellfire demonic dragon retreated, merging back onto his body, transforming into a suit of bone armor and a massive white halberd. This was Hanyu's true goal in taming the hellfire demonic dragon. Saint bone weaponization. Objects imbued with residual saint-grade power already possess terrifying might, let alone an entire skeleton of that tier. While the flesh left behind by saints might decay over time, their bones could endure the ages without perishing. The skeletal remains of every saint could be forged into weapons, with forms varying according to the individual. This was Hanyu's first time weaponizing the hellfire demonic dragon. He hadn't expected it to take the form of bone armor and a massive halberd, but he wasn't complaining. Hanyu preferred all-out, unrestrained combat, and this bone halberd suited him perfectly. Perhaps real men ought to wield giant halberds. With the bone armor's enhancement, Hanyu's combat power surged. With a casual swing of the halberd, he shattered the Crimson Fire Oni's katana into countless metal shards that exploded toward the ground. One must understand that Han Yu's current battle with them had already reached the Monarch tier level. Monarch tier combat was as destructive as a walking nuclear bomb to ordinary martial artists. Every single metal fragment tore across dozens of miles, raining down upon towns and villages, detonating with earth-shaking booms. Screams erupted as countless Sakura country citizens were shredded by the residual shockwaves. Tens of thousands of malice points flooded into Han Yu's system account, making him pause momentarily before swinging his halberd with even greater ferocity. Kihi. Han Yu let out a sinister laugh. At that moment, Hikawa realized that compared to this devil Han Yu, he was as green as a fresh recruit. Why does he sound even more evil than me? His confusion remained unanswered. Under Han Yu's relentless assault, the ghostly armor covering his body was obliterated. Hikawa true form couldn't withstand even a fraction of the backlash, bursting into a mist of blood midair. As the core of the ghostly formation, Hikawa death immediately shattered the remaining Marquis and Celestial martial artists' coordination. They suffered severe backlash, vomiting blood as they attempted to flee. But Han Yu had no intention of letting them escape. With a single sweep of the white halberd, another Marquis was reduced to bursting gore. The sky bloomed with eerie, crimson mist, painting a macabre yet mesmerizing scene. Han Yu's demonic whispers reverberated through the air. All of you will die. Trash. Enjoy this feast of death to the fullest. Han Yu wielded his great halberd, each swing sending rolling waves of energy like a raging storm. Trees were uprooted, houses shattered into debris, and the people of Sakura country exploded into clouds of crimson mist. Han Yu knew Tang Chun was somewhere in the area below, so he held nothing back. For the islanders in this region, the full-force assault of a king-level warrior was no different from nuclear annihilation. Wherever Han Yu passed, devastation followed. His eyes swept across the land. Everything had been flattened. This massacre unleashed a surge of malice from countless dying souls, filling him with abundant gains. Ding! Your malice value has reached 100 million. Even after surpassing 100 million with ease, the malice value continued to skyrocket. What frustrated Han Yu, however, was that despite the apparent lack of survivors below, Tang Chen's name on the system interface remained unmarked in grayscale. Could it be he's not here after all? With a sigh of disappointment, Han Yu muttered, "Seems Tang Chun left early. In that case, I should go too." With that, he vanished from the area. Not long after, a figure crawled out from the ruins, struggling to rise. Damn it! That demon! Han Yu has gone completely lawless. Tang Chun coughed, clutching his chest. I need to get out of Sakura country. No, I need to leave Blue Planet entirely. He had long considered leaving, but for ordinary warriors, traveling to other planets was far too dangerous. Originally, Tang Chun had planned to bide his time and grow stronger, but Han Yu had given him no such opportunity. Now that I possess the Ghost Clan's legacy, my survivability is greater. I can flee to the world of the demonic beasts. If humanity won't protect me from Han Yu's rampant slaughter, then I'll just defect to the demonic beasts. Fury burned in Tang Chen's chest as he cursed under his breath. But the next instant, when he turned, his blood ran cold. A figure stood silently watching him, lips curling into a slow, chilling smile. I knew you hadn't left. Well, surprised. Han Yu's hand shot forward like a claw, lunging straight for Tang Chun. Today, let's see how you manage to cheat death. At present, Tang Chun was only an Earth-level warrior, while Han Yu had already ascended to King tier. A king slaughtering an Earth-level fighter? The latter's chance of survival was less than 1%. Han Yu wanted to test just how far the heavens would bend in Tang Chen's favor. Crack! Before his hand could connect, an ear-splitting rip tore through the air. A spatial fissure split the sky open, revealing a dark, gaping void. Within that abyss, a pair of eyes fixed onto Han Yu before a deafening voice roared. Let's see who dares touch my son. A crushing wave of divine might, sage pressure, erupted from the void, bearing down on Han Yu with overwhelming force. It was Tang Hao, Tang Chen's father. Against all odds, he had located his son's spatial coordinates and forcibly torn through dimensions to intervene. But the moment the rift formed, surging waves of opposing sage pressure suppressed him, preventing a successful crossing. This was the work of humanity's martial sages. Despite their interference, wisps of Tang Hao's divine might still seeped through, each strand no more than a hair's breadth of his full strength. But to Han Yu, a mere martial king, each strand weighed heavy as a mountain. A normal martial king would have been instantly vaporized under such pressure. Han Yu's situation, however, was quite different. Ding! You are currently enduring the pressure of a saint's aura. Side effect transfer activated. Minimum consumption. 1 million malice value per second. Ding! The wrath of a saint spells annihilation for all living beings. You have fallen into the lowest point of your life, teetering on the brink of obliteration under this overwhelming pressure. However, though this saint's aura is tyrannical, enduring it can temper your spirit. You are undergoing the baptism of death under a saint's might. Ding! Under the influence of the saint's aura, your sovereign intent has grown stronger. You have broken through to 4-star martial sovereign. Ding! You have broken through to 5-star martial sovereign. Han Yu wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth. Not blood, but drool. He had been racking his brain over how to burn through his malice value, and now, just by attacking the protagonist, an NPC had descended from the heavens. As expected of the protagonist, every time he's on the brink of death, some bullshit twist happens. If this were the past, I'd have no choice but to accept my fate. But now, too bad for him. This time, I've got cheats too. With that thought burning in his mind, he glared fiercely at Tang Hao, who loomed beyond the spatial rift. Even though the man was a saint, Han Yu felt no fear. Tang Hao, was it? Today I'm killing your son. Deal with it. Not even Jesus can stop me. I said what I fucking said. With a furious roar, Han Yu resisted the crushing pressure of Tang Hao's saint aura and charged at Tang Chun, delivering a devastating punch directly to his head. Boom! Tang Chen's skull exploded like a watermelon, painting the ground in red and white. A headless corpse stood trembling for a moment before collapsing. Tang Hao, who was busy countering the attacks of other saints, let out an agonized howl upon witnessing his son's brutal death.
No.
You animal! You dare kill my son! I'll slaughter your entire family! I'll annihilate your bloodline! Madness overtook Tang Hao, and Han Yu immediately received an endless flood of malice value. Ding! You have received from Tang Hao killing intent plus 9,990,000, hatred plus 9,990,000. Holy shit! A big fish! Han Yu could hardly breathe. Just a few seconds had passed. Yet the malice value harvested from Tang Hao had already exceeded 1 billion. 1 billion. 1 billion. More than I could spend in a lifetime. See, this is why you gotta milk the fattest sheep.
Instant God mode activated.
Looking at the enraged Tang Hao, Han Yu sneered. Come on, then. You wanna kill me? Do something. Oh wait. You can't. Tang Hao's colossal, bloodshot eyes burned with fury within the void as Han Yu smirked, completely unbothered. The saint was practically coughing up blood from sheer rage. He had exhausted countless methods just to locate his son's whereabouts, only to watch helplessly as this bastard pulverized his skull. And now, the murderer responsible was mocking him to his face. Unforgivable. Kill him. Tear him to pieces. At his command, massive figures began emerging from the spatial rift, dozens of colossal beasts, each at the monarch level, king-tier monsters. And the strongest among them had even reached the emperor level. Their terrifying auras surged as they charged toward Han Yu. Yet Han Yu didn't even flinch. Instead, he glanced at his system panel and, his lips curled into a mad grin. Ding! You have broken through to 8-star martial sovereign. Ding! You have broken through to 9-star martial sovereign. Ding! Your sovereign intent is transforming into the emperor realm. You are advancing to martial emperor. When anomalies occurred on Blue Star, The projections of the martial saints in the human race's Hall of Saints were engaged in heated discussions. Star Chest Saint, what exactly happened? Didn't you immediately sever the connection between the King's Trial Tower and Hanyu? One of the saints complained. The King's Trial Tower was a mysterious place in the universe. Whenever a ruler was born among the myriad realms, they would gain the right to enter it. Those who obtained crown enhancements within the King's Trial Tower often held overwhelming dominance over rulers without such enhancements in battle. The more crowns one acquired, the greater the benefits, and the higher their authority within the tower. Once a ruler reached the level of a 7-crown king, they could freely view the spatial coordinates of other rulers. This was one of the reasons why kings could not remain on Blue Star, not only because their power was too great and posed a threat to the native humans, but also because they risked becoming beacons for other races to locate Blue Star's coordinates. Faced with the complaints, Star Chest Saint frowned. No, I severed Han Yu and Forced's connection to the King's Trial Tower immediately. They shouldn't have received any notifications. Therefore, the enemy locating Blue Star's coordinates this time wasn't due to the King's Trial Tower. It must be another reason. Hearing this, all the saints fell into deep thought. Finding Blue Star's coordinates through other means was far more difficult than exploiting the King's Trial Tower. Enough, now isn't the time to dwell on this. The priority is finding a solution. I've already mobilized the nearest kings from the Star Realms to return and provide support. The question is, how many humans will be slaughtered by those foreign kings before they arrive? Celestial Divination Saint, order your diviners to investigate the latest developments immediately. All eyes turned to Celestial Divination Saint. His diviners mastered many secret arts, allowing them to relay messages across vast distances with remarkable stability. Yes, I'm already on it. Celestial Divination Saint nodded. As a martial saint, he didn't need others to tell him what to do. He knew exactly what actions to take first. A moment later, his brow furrowed, and he exclaimed in shock. The one who tore open space and allowed foreign powerhouses to enter Blue Star wasn't a foreign saint. It was Tang Hao. The revelation sent a ripple of shock through the gathered saints. Some showed anger in their eyes, while others remained expressionless, as if they had anticipated this. Tang Hao was willing to deplete his own cultivation to tear through the endless void. He must have done it for his son. Bai Yujie, the Bai family's martial saint, spoke calmly. Celestial Divination Saint nodded, and Bai Yujie smiled faintly before continuing. Since he only came for Tang Chun, he likely won't harm Blue Star after taking him away. Celestial Divination Saint glanced at Bai Yujie, then at Han Xiaotian, his expression complicated. He said slowly, Tang Chun is most likely dead. The diviners report that Han Yu crushed his skull with a single punch. Barring any miracles, he's gone for good. The saints shuddered at the news, some even showing traces of fear. They were well aware of Tang Hao's terrifying reputation. Even before becoming a martial saint, he had slain saints as a martial emperor. Rumors said that after ascending to sainthood, he had fought multiple veteran demon saints alone in the demon race's territory, beating them into submission and earning considerable status despite being human. Now that Han Yu had killed his only son, the man was bound to unleash hell. A foreign martial saint immediately fumed. Han Yu is far too reckless. How dare he kill the only son of the vast heaven martial saint? Do you realize Tang Hao has spent years persuading the demon race to ally with humanity, buying us a period of stability for development? He has contributed greatly. Many saints voiced their agreement. One of them glanced at Han Xiaotian and said coldly, Enough. Han Yu has probably already been executed by the vast heaven martial saint. Arguing now is pointless. We should focus on appeasing his wrath. Upon hearing the words of this foreign martial saint, the heavenly secrets saint coughed twice and suddenly spoke up. Ahem, if I may interject. The heavenly secrets envoy has sent word that Han Yu is not dead. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should currently be battling the alien invaders attacking Blue Star. As soon as these words were spoken, the other saints were shocked once more. Someone voiced their skepticism. How is that possible? Tang Hao is a martial saint. Even a wisp of his suppressed aura would be unbearable for a martial emperor, let alone a newly ascended martial king. Are you certain your information is accurate? The heavenly secret saint was visibly displeased with this questioning. You should not doubt the veracity of my intelligence. Faced with the heavenly secret saint's icy gaze, the skeptical martial saint hesitated and immediately offered apologies. Though the heavenly secret saint was not known for his combat prowess, no one dared provoke him, for he held the secrets of countless individuals. If he chose to expose them, even a martial saint would not be able to withstand the consequences. Enough, heavenly secret saint. We would appreciate it if you continued gathering intelligence. The heavenly secret saint snorted but said no more, resuming his secret technique to communicate remotely with his heavenly secret's envoys across vast distances. As he received more and more reports, his breathing grew rapid, his eyes widening in astonishment. For a saint, moments that could evoke such a reaction were rare. Yet today, because of one man, his shock had not only failed to subside but had grown deeper with each new revelation. Terrifying. This young man's rate of advancement is simply terrifying. The heavenly secret saint swallowed hard. Hearing his exclamation, the other saints frowned, unsure what he was getting at. Heavenly secret saint, what news have you received? Spit it out already. One martial saint spoke impatiently. Fine. See for yourselves. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly secret saint conjured an image with his saintly power. This time, the transmission included not only visuals but also sound. In the projection, a figure clad in bone armor and wielding a massive bone halberd stood proudly in the sky, pointing directly at the abyss-like spatial rift. From within the rift, massive figures emerged, each one a ferocious demon king. Leading them were three particularly infamous demon emperors. Upon seeing the appearance of these beasts and sensing their auras, all the saints gasped in shock. These demon kings are all seasoned veterans who have undergone the trials of the King's Proving Tower, each crowned at least once. As for those three demon emperors, they've been crowned 3 times. They're the infamous triple-crowned emperors. Hanyu is surely finished this time. He's only just reached king rank and has never endured the trials of the King's Proving Tower. In terms of strength and foundation, he can't possibly compare to these veteran kings. The saints murmured among themselves, none holding much hope for Hanyu. As they spoke, several demon kings had already closed in on Hanyu, unleashing a barrage of bloodline techniques that blotted out the sky, aiming to annihilate him. Boom! 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 The air erupted with fire and water, metal and wood clashing. Countless dazzling demonic arts surged forth with world-destroying force. All the saints expected Hanyu to be obliterated instantly under such an onslaught. Yet, to everyone's disbelief, a pale figure tore straight through the storm of attacks, his overwhelming true intent surging outward. With a single sweep of his colossal halberd, countless bones wreathed in ghostly blue flames filled the surrounding space, impaling multiple demon kings before exploding them into bloody mist with a casual flick. This move, bone-shattering annihilation, was the innate skill of the nether flame demon dragon after its transformation, fused with all its power. One move, bone-shocking heaven slash, instantly annihilated multiple crowned demon kings. This scene left all the martial saints in the Hall of Sages utterly stunned. What's going on? Isn't this kid just a newly ascended martial king? He wiped out multiple crowned demon kings in a single strike, and you call this a new martial king? Meanwhile, within the spatial rift, Tang Hao's blood-red eyes flickered with shock. How is this possible? His aura just surged dramatically. He's already reached the peak of the martial king realm. The demon kings he killed weren't at their peak, but with the Trial Crown's enhancement, their combat power was in no way inferior. Yet they couldn't even withstand a single move from Hanyu. His battle prowess at the same level was simply terrifying. Wind Eagle Demon Emperor, Fire Rhino Demon Emperor, Water Python Demon Emperor. What are you waiting for? Join forces and kill this wretch now. Tang Hao's cold voice snapped them out of their daze. The demon emperors had initially held back, assuming the demon kings would be enough to deal with the human. But in just one move, Han Yu had slaughtered several of them. Witnessing this, the three demon emperors were momentarily stunned. They couldn't sense even a trace of the Trial Crown's aura on Han Yu. Without relying on the Trial Crown, he single-handedly killed multiple crowned kings. Even as former triple-crowned kings themselves, they felt a chill of fear. The Trial Crown, even a single one, at least doubled one's strength. Even they, before earning their crowns, could never have achieved what Han Yu just did. After being scolded by Tang Hao, the three demon emperors wasted no time and joined the assault. The Fire Rhino Demon Emperor struck first, engulfing Han Yu in raging flames. The scorching heat was so intense that even metal would instantly melt and vaporize. Ha! So this is a demon emperor's power? Pathetic.
Han Yu snerered.
With his S-rank prison flame demon body, he could resist most of the fire's damage. Combined with his other S-rank talents, his physique had reached unimaginable levels. These flames were nothing to him. Swinging his bone halberd, he charged at the Fire Rhino Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor's heart jolted. How is this possible? He's advancing through my bloodline technique. Instantly, he activated his trial crowns. 3 phantom crowns materialized before merging into one, amplifying his flames to unprecedented intensity. Han Yu, who had been pushing forward, suddenly found himself unable to advance. The searing heat forced him to activate all his talents just to endure. A mere crownless king dares to compare himself to this emperor? Ridiculous! The Fire Rhino Demon Emperor smirked inwardly but still felt it wasn't enough. Wind Eagle Demon Emperor, lend me your wind. Fan the flames and refine him to ashes. The Wind Eagle Demon Emperor obliged, summoning a tempest of demonic gales. Hundreds of towering tornadoes surged toward Han Yu, whipping his body into a chaotic spin until he lost all sense of direction. The Fire Rhino's flames merged with the wind, forming blazing tornadoes that tore at Han Yu's flesh while incinerating him alive. The 2 demon emperors unleashed their domains, trapping Han Yu in 2 sealed spaces. Escape was impossible unless he shattered their domains, but a martial emperor's domain was the embryonic form of an imperial realm's power. In his current state, Han Yu couldn't break free. Even his prison flame bone armor, forged from a demonic dragon's remains, glowed red-hot, on the verge of exploding or melting. Though it was a saint-grade artifact, Han Yu's current strength couldn't unleash its full power. If the attack exceeded his limits, both the armor and his bone halberd would revert to their original forms. After all, it was his own energy that sustained their transformation. Seeing the Wind Eagle Demon Emperor and the Fire Rhino Demon Emperor join forces to subdue Han Yu, the latter appeared like Sun Wukong trapped in the Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace, utterly powerless to fight back. The Water Python Demon Emperor, standing nearby, felt somewhat frustrated. Before it could even unleash its might, Han Yu had already fallen, making it seem rather useless. Yet it dared not attack recklessly. After all, fire and water were incompatible. If it joined the assault, it might inadvertently aid Han Yu instead. Just as the Water Python Demon Emperor was lost in thought, Han Yu, battered by flames and gales, experienced a rapid surge in his growth progress. Under the enemy's relentless attacks, the tempering speed of your true intent has greatly increased. Ding! Imperial Realm breakthrough progress has reached 80%. Ding! Imperial Realm breakthrough progress has reached 100%. Ding! You have broken through to the Martial Emperor Realm. You have mastered the Imperial Domain. Boom! 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 As the system notifications resounded, terrifying power erupted from Han Yu's body. The so-called Imperial Domain was a nascent realm constructed from Martial Marquis's aura and Martial King's true intent. Within this space, the Martial Emperor was the sole ruler. To fight an enemy who possessed an Imperial Domain, there was only one condition. One must counter it with another Imperial Domain. Otherwise, within the enemy's domain, they could endlessly draw power from the heavens and earth, maintaining peak combat strength indefinitely. Meanwhile, one's own condition would deteriorate over time, inching closer and closer to defeat. Of course, Han Yu had no such concern. All negative effects inflicted upon him were instantly transferred away, ensuring he remained in peak condition at all times. The Wind Eagle and Fire Rhino Demon Emperors had initially been quite pleased with themselves for trapping Hanyu, even feeling a thrill of excitement. If they could kill Hanyu, they would undoubtedly receive rewards from the Haotian martial sage. Nowadays, the Haotian martial sage held a lofty position among the demon race. Even the slightest favor from him would be enough to send them into ecstasy. But before the two demon emperors could revel in their joy for long, they suddenly felt their imperial domains tremble violently. What's happening? No. This is the aura of another imperial domain. Who's deploying their domain? The two demon emperors immediately turned their gazes toward the water python demon emperor, who froze in shock before shaking its massive head. Not me. I don't know. A chill ran through the two demon emperors' hearts as a terrifying possibility struck them. Could it be that human broke through mid-battle? That's just too damn absurd. But then they reconsidered. Even if he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm, he was still a mere novice. The two of them were 3-star demon emperors, further bolstered by the 3 trial crowns. They could still crush this human. Yet before their thoughts could settle, their imperial domains trembled violently, followed by a series of crackling sounds as spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the space. A figure clad in bone armor, with dark thunder wings spread wide and wreathed in ghostly blue flames, emerged amidst a sinister demonic aura. Swinging a massive bone halberd, he charged straight at the two demon emperors.
Impossible.
We're triple-crowned kings. How can he shatter our domains? The two demon emperors screamed in disbelief. But the figure's bone halberd swept forth, piercing straight through the fire rhino demon emperor's body. Countless bone spikes erupted from within, reducing the demon's form into a bloody mist. Blood splattered onto the bone armor, blooming like vivid crimson flowers. At the same time, an icy voice echoed across the battlefield. I told you, demon emperors? Nothing special. Today, all of you will die. Hanyu enunciated each word clearly as he wielded his white bone halberd, attacking the two remaining demon emperors. With mere casual swings, towering forests of white bone filled the sky, and one demon king after another fell. Hanyu activated his devouring heaven demon art, absorbing their deathly aura. Meanwhile, the bones of the slain demon kings were refined and absorbed by his prison fire demon dragon, gradually forming an exquisitely crafted white bone throne in midair. With each demon king's death, the throne grew greater, its malevolent majesty intensifying. The last two demon emperors staggered backward, attempting to flee into the spatial rift, but before they could reach it, thunder roared. In the next instant, their bodies were impaled by countless white bones, meeting the same fate as the flame rhino demon emperor. Hanyu then stood proudly in the void, locking eyes with Tang Hao's blood-red gaze, his own filled with undisguised disdain. Is this all you've got? A martial saint? Humph. Pitiful. A failure is a failure. Even if you sacrificed your own wife to break through to martial saint, you're still nothing but trash. The words ignited a blazing fury in Tang Hao's crimson eyes. He longed to tear into Blue Star and crush Hanyu with a single strike. But the Blue Star world had been sealed by the combined might of multiple martial saints. Even tearing open a small rift to send through demon kings and emperors had pushed him to his limits. Now, powerless to act, he could only rage impotently.
Hanyu.
If you have the guts, stay in Blue Star forever. Otherwise, no matter what it takes, this saint will slaughter you and offer your corpse to my son's spirit. Hanyu snorted coldly in response. Rest assured, I'll send you to reunite with Tangchun soon enough. A family should stay together, nice and complete. The malice radiating from Tang Hao surged violently, and Hanyu's lips curled at the flood of malice points pouring in. Fine. This saint will be waiting. Tang Hao spat those last venomous words before falling silent, ignoring any further provocation. The spatial rift slowly healed, and peace settled over the world once more. As Tang Hao departed, Hanyu felt a twinge of regret. Opportunities to fleece a saint-level sheep were rare. A glance at his system panel confirmed his remaining malice points. Breaking through to the monarch realm had cost him billions, leaving him with less than 1 billion in reserve. TCH. Easy come, easy go. Gotta work harder. Before the thought even fully formed, the system alerts exploded. You have received +1 malice point from Sakura Nation citizen XXXX. Thousands of notifications flooded in every second, leaving Hanyu momentarily stunned. His gaze sharpened. In the distance, Sakura Nation warriors were filming him with an array of recording devices. Footage of Hanyu's brutal battle against the Demon Kings had spread, revealing how he had leveled Sakura Nation towns, turning the land into a man-made disaster zone. The more the Sakura people watched, the more their hatred burned. They prayed for Hanyu's death at the demon's hands. What they didn't realize was that their hatred only fueled his growth. Hundreds of millions of Sakura citizens now despised him, generating a terrifying influx of malice points every second. Though Tang Hao's malice was intense, the sheer volume from the Sakura Nation dwarfed it. Even if just 100 million people contributed a few dozen points each, the total would still reach billions. However, Hanyu had still underestimated the resentment the people of Sakura Country harbored toward him. Just minutes after the video was leaked, the amount of malice he received had already exceeded 10 billion. Holy shit! This feels amazing! Hanyu was utterly delighted, but after a moment of reflection, he began to reconsider. It seems I've been too low-key before, which kept my malice reserves too low and slowed my cultivation progress. From now on, I should definitely be more high-profile. Just as Hanyu was reflecting, figures began appearing in the distant sky, radiating the aura of king-level experts. All of them were monarchs from various nations who had returned from other star realms. Bastard! How dare those damn demons invade our Sakura Country's territory? They've got some nerve. A Sakura Country monarch was seething with rage. Their nation had always maintained good relations with the Ghost Clan, and whenever they encountered demonic beings in other worlds, the latter had always been respectful. Yet now, the demons had chosen to invade Earth, specifically targeting Sakura Country's stronghold. It was downright outrageous. Why didn't they pick neighboring Dragonxia Country instead? After all, according to the intel they'd received, this demonic invasion of Earth was all because of someone from Dragonxia. Feng Daochuan was furious. A group of monarchs arrived at the battlefield, sensing the remnants of an intense battle, though it had already ended, and were left baffled. The battle's over? Did the demons retreat? One monarch was deeply puzzled. Wasn't this whole thing because the vast heaven martial saint wanted to retrieve his son, Tang Chun, and sent the demons to Earth? Now that he's probably taken him back, it's all over. Phew, what a false alarm. I thought Earth was about to be destroyed, but they didn't even wipe out Sakura Country. We scared ourselves for nothing. A martial king laughed. Bastard, what the hell do you mean by that? Are you unhappy that Sakura Country is still standing? Feng Daochuan glared hatefully at the monarch, who simply chuckled and changed the subject. All right, since the matter's resolved, we should leave Earth as soon as possible. The war on the resource planet I'm stationed at is heating up. I can't afford to stay away for long. As frontline monarchs, they were all busy. Just then, an unfamiliar king-level aura entered their perception, startling everyone. That's
Hanyu.
He's still alive. All the monarchs present had received intel on Hanyu and Tang Chun, so they immediately recognized the youth clad in crimson battle robes. They were stunned. Based on the information they had, Hanyu had chased Tang Chun all the way to Sakura Country. If the incident was already over, how was he still alive? Had the vast heaven martial saint shown him mercy and spared his life? Many were confused, but Feng Daochuan's fury only intensified. Bastard, you're still alive? Because of you, our Sakura Country suffered this calamity for no reason. How dare you still breathe? Feng Daochuan glared at Hanyu with murderous intent. This battle had resulted in the deaths of millions of Sakura Country citizens, with entire towns reduced to lifeless ruins. Naturally, Feng Daochuan was livid. You think I made you suffer for no reason? Are you mistaken? Hanyu frowned slightly, displeased. Feng Daochuan sneered, his eyes brimming with killing intent. You still dare to lie? Do you really think you can hide the truth from the scrutiny of a saint? Han Yu shook his head and quickly clarified. What I mean is, it wasn't for no reason. I did it on purpose. It was targeted, planned, and organized. I wanted them dead. Got it. All the martial kings trembled inwardly upon hearing these words, staring at Han Yu with disbelief in their eyes. They had heard stories about Han Yu and knew the guy was arrogant, but they never expected him to be this brazen. Maple Island Chuan's mind reeled with shock. He never imagined Han Yu would openly voice such thoughts without restraint. He had always believed that his own Sakura clan was the most ruthless and brutal race in existence. But now, faced with Han Yu, he suddenly realized, compared to this demon, he was as inexperienced as a rookie soldier. The Sakura kingdom always cloaked its executions in grand justifications, never daring to openly admit their cruelty. But Han Yu was different. He owned his actions without hesitation, with no intention of masking his intent. For a moment, Maple Island Chuan even felt a pang of jealousy. How he wished he could act as freely as Han Yu. But he didn't dare. Thinking this, he spat out bitterly, "You butcher! You deserve to be torn apart 1,000 times. You must face the human tribunal and atone for the innocent lives lost in my Sakura kingdom. Atonement? Go fuck yourself." Han Yu had no patience left for this fool. Lightning flashed under his feet as he lunged straight at Maple Island Chuan. He didn't even bother activating his full talents. He only tapped into a fraction of his innate power. Seeing Han Yu charge at him, Maple Island Chuan let out a scornful laugh.
Arrogant brat.
I am a dual-crowned king. Did you really think breaking through to Martial King would let you stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Maple Island Chuan unleashed his full combat power. Twin crowns materialized above his head, spinning briefly before merging and settling. His aura surged dramatically. Dual-crowned king? Ha! I've already killed plenty today. What makes you special?
Boom.
Han Yu's aura erupted in an instant. A martial emperor's domain unfurled, swallowing Maple Island Chuan whole. Boom! The surrounding space transformed into Han Yu's sovereign territory. With a casual punch, the entirety of the world's energy coalesced into his strike, smashing directly toward Maple Island Chuan. Maple Island Chuan's mocking grin froze. His eyes flooded with sheer terror. The moment Han Yu unleashed his domain, panic seized him. This wasn't a martial king, but a ING martial emperor. Damn it! The intelligence provided by Heavenly Secrets diviner claimed he was a newly ascended martial king. Since when is this a newly ascended martial king? Regret flooded Maple Island Chuan, but it was already too late. Han Yu's effortless punch arrived.
Boom.
Maple Island Chuan's body exploded into a mist of blood. Witnessing this, the remaining martial kings shuddered. In that instant, they realized one undeniable truth. Han Yu was alive not because Hao Tian, the martial saint, had spared him, but because even Hao Tian couldn't kill him, a terrifying monster like this. And Maple Island Chuan had actually provoked him? He was practically begging for death. The remaining martial kings eyed Han Yu warily, fearing he might lash out and obliterate them next. But Han Yu merely swept them with a disdainful glance and uttered 2 words. Insects. The insult sent a wave of bitter humiliation through every martial king present. They yearned to retaliate, to prove they weren't mere insects, but then they remembered Maple Island Chuan's fate, and fell silent. Even those who despised Han Yu dared only to curse him inwardly, too terrified to act. After dismissing them, Han Yu glanced at his system panel. Ding! You have received plus 990,000 points of malice from Martial King Tom Hansen. Ding! You have received plus 990,000 malice points from John the Ox, the Martial King. These people, certain foreign martial kings present, had begun to harbor ill intentions toward him. Noticing their hostility, Han Yu's lips slowly curled into a smirk. Seems there are some bad apples among you. You actually want to kill me? His words sent a shock through every martial king present. Many revealed guilt in their eyes, though they quickly suppressed it. Among them, quite a few genuinely wished they could kill Han Yu on the spot, each for their own reasons. For one, many were foreign martial kings who didn't want to see Longxia nation produce such a powerful genius. Secondly, Han Yu was simply too arrogant, having accumulated too much enmity. If these people had the strength to kill him, they wouldn't have stayed silent. But for now, they could only entertain the thought in their minds. They inwardly scoffed at Han Yu's words. What's wrong with wanting to kill you? Is it a crime to think about it? Yeah, I thought about it. So what? Can you even tell? Unfortunately for them, Han Yu could indeed tell. And so, referencing the system's list of malice values, he began calling out names like the King of Hell marking souls for death. Those whose names I don't call, move aside. Tom Hansen, John the Ox. The martial kings whose names were called stiffened, a dreadful thought dawning on them. This kid. Don't tell me he's about to.
Boom.
Before they could finish the thought, Han Yu had finished reciting the list. The moment the last name left his lips, he unleashed his full combat power, instantly activating multiple S-rank talents.
No.
Damn you, butcher. How dare you attack us? I am a martial king of mankind. I've spilled blood and made outstanding contributions for our race. How can you kill me? O sages above, save us. Han Yu charged into the crowd of allied martial kings like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering at will. As they realized his murderous intent, their malice toward him skyrocketed. Each martial king now provided over 1 million malice points. Those who seek to kill shall themselves be killed. Han Yu was no delicate protagonist. He had the means and the strength to deal with these enemies. Meanwhile, back in the Sage Hall, the news had already spread, leaving the sages stunned. No one had expected Han Yu to break through mid-battle, advancing from martial king to martial emperor in such a short time. How the hell is this even possible? Every sage here had been a peerless genius of their era. Yet, none of them had ever broken through an entire major realm this quickly. This kid's speed of advancement is utterly terrifying. I see the potential of a great sage in him. Humph. Early brilliance does not guarantee later success. Such rapid growth likely consumes his future potential. At best, he'll stop at the Emperor realm. Indeed, moreover, this boy acts without restraint. His bloodlust is excessive. If he grows unchecked, he may not be a blessing for mankind. Opinions on Han Yu among the sages were sharply divided. Even knowing Han Xiaotian was his grandfather, they spoke bluntly without hiding their thoughts. They knew Han Xiaotian's temperament well. He judged matters objectively and wouldn't hold it against them. As they debated, the Sage of Heavenly Secrets received another urgent report from his subordinates. His expression tightened. Disaster! Han Yu has started massacring again. Most of the martial kings sent to reinforce Blue Star have been slaughtered. Hearing this news, the assembled martial saints were once again stunned. Upon learning that some of the slain martial kings were from their own nations, many of them couldn't help but show anger. Xiao Tian, isn't your descendant going too far? Those martial kings were the backbone of our Blue Star's human race. How could he just kill them so casually? Many began to direct their anger at Han Xiaotian. The death of a martial king was no trivial matter. For any resource planet, martial kings were indispensable forces. Currently, the human race of Blue Star had only conquered a few thousand resource planets, with an average of fewer than 2 martial kings guarding each. This time, over 100 returning martial kings had been slaughtered by Han Yu, with more than half killed. The losses were undeniably severe. Even Han Xiaotian, upon hearing this, felt a ripple of emotion in his usually calm eyes. This grandson of mine is really something else. He cursed inwardly. These past few days, Han Yu had stirred up so much trouble that Han Xiaotian had been constantly cleaning up after him. But now, the mess only seemed to be growing bigger. Damn it, will this ever end? Despite his internal complaints, Han Xiaotian maintained his composure. As the chief martial saint, he had to uphold his dignity. With a measured tone, he said, "He's still young and doesn't know better. He'll grow out of it. As martial saints, you shouldn't hold a grudge against a child." The moment these words left his mouth, Many martial saints turned red with fury, their faces flushing like boiled shrimp. What the hell? That's the kind of excuse you'd hear from a parent spoiling their brat. Xiao Tian, Han Yu has slaughtered so many of our human race's martial kings without reason. If this isn't thoroughly investigated, it will surely demoralize our warriors.
Han Xiao Tian noded.
You're right, it should be investigated. All right, I'll go and scold him a little. The moment he said this, the faces of the martial saints twitched uncontrollably. Are you fucking kidding me? Could you be any more blatant with your favoritism? Just as they were about to voice their outrage, Han Xiaotian casually waved his hand. The space before them rippled, and a spatial prism materialized before the martial saints.
Godslaying technique.
The term flashed through their minds, sending a shock through their hearts. They were all top-tier experts, each starting with an S-rank talent. Skills developed from S-rank talents were called divine techniques. But these martial saints had long since refined their S-rank talents to SS rank, granting them super divine techniques. And beyond that, SSS rank talents unlocked abilities known as godslaying techniques. This Han Xiaotian was merely a clone, yet he could casually manifest a spatial prism to project real-time images of Blue Star from countless light years away. Only a god-slaying technique could achieve such a feat. So the rumors are true. He's already elevated his talent to SSS rank. Truly terrifying. Even at the super divine rank, Han Xiaoyan's power had already surpassed the other 35 martial saints. Now that he had reached the god-slaying rank, his strength was beyond comprehension. Realizing this, the other martial saints, who had been ready to argue, promptly shut their mouths. In this world, strength was the only true authority. Within the spatial prism, a young man clad in crimson robes appeared, his aura thick with killing intent. Around him, the corpses of countless martial kings floated in midair, being refined and fused by a skeletal dragon wreathed in ghostly blue flames. In just a short time, Han Yu's cultivation had advanced yet again. One martial saint gasped. He's already reached Martial Emperor 3-star. He'll soon break through to 4-star. Once again, the martial saints were left in awe of Han Yu's terrifying rate of progression. Han Yu, however, was somewhat dissatisfied. He had already been holding back considerably, allowing those foreign martial kings to attack him with all sorts of techniques, using them to temper his own cultivation. Their varied talents had indeed provided him with ample refinement, but despite the effort, he had only managed to reach the 3-star Martial Emperor level. It was frustratingly slow. Blue Star is too peaceful, it doesn't suit me. I should go somewhere more dangerous for some real excitement. Just as this thought crossed Han Yu's mind, the space before him twisted, forming a massive mirror that reflected the imposing figures of powerful individuals. A dozen or so surviving martial kings who hadn't been killed by Han Yu immediately recognized the figures within the spatial prism and, with reverence in their hearts, bowed respectfully. Greetings, holy saints. Holy saints were the pillars of the human race on Blue Star. Had it not been for their protection since the spiritual awakening centuries ago, humanity would have long been swallowed by the dominant alien races. Yet when Han Yu saw them, he did not bow. He held no particular reverence for these so-called holy saints. A single general success is built upon 10,000 corpses. Having read the original novel, Han Yu knew that these lofty holy saints were, in many ways, no different from ordinary people. If their dirty little secrets were exposed, their grand and righteous images would crumble instantly. The survival of humanity on Blue Star was not owed to these elites but to the vast masses of the people. These so-called holy saints were mostly just lucky individuals swept to the forefront of the era. The true heroes, those who had shed blood for humanity, had long perished in battles against the alien races. Seeing Han Yu refuse to kneel before the saints, one of them couldn't hold back and snorted coldly. What an arrogant brat! To show such disrespect to the holy saints. You may disregard us, you may disregard the Hall of Saints, but the howling heaven holy saint is your grandfather. How dare you slight even him? Hearing this, the other holy saints inwardly sighed. They had to admit this guy's rhetoric was sharp. By invoking both the howling heaven holy saint and the Hall of Saints, He had pitted Han Yu directly against both his own grandfather and the sacred institution. The words echoed through the spatial prism, reaching Blue Star. All the saints turned their gazes upon Han Yu, waiting to see how he would respond.
Han är ju merely skoffed.
And who the hell are you? So what if I disrespect you? Dragging my grandfather into this, lumping him together with the likes of you. Do you even deserve to stand beside him? You want me, Han Yu, to bow to you? Tell me, do you deserve it? The surviving martial kings nearly collapsed in terror, not daring to glance at the spatial prism to see the expressions of the outraged saints. Once again, they were stunned by Han Yu's sheer audacity. His words enraged many of the saints. Never before had they been treated with such blatant contempt. Meanwhile, Han Yu's system flooded with notifications. The influx of malice points skyrocketed, reaching billions per second. It was downright terrifying. A smirk tugged at Han Yu's lips. He couldn't pass up such a golden opportunity to milk these saints for all they were worth. He didn't fear offending them. According to his plans, he would clash with them eventually, so if he was going to piss them off either way, why not do it now and rack up some extra benefits? Many among these holy saints were deeply entangled with the alien races, obstacles that would inevitably stand in his way. If they are not of our kind, their hearts must be treacherous. In Han Yu's grand design, all alien races must die. Once an enemy, forever an enemy. He wouldn't rest until they were annihilated. If these so-called holy saints dared to oppose him, then they too must die. Han Yu would slaughter his way through heaven and earth, carving out a new era through blood and steel. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. This lad is beyond insolent. Bastard. In all my years as a saint, I've never seen someone so brazen. Han Yu's words had provoked the ire of many martial saints. Even Han Xiaotian gave his grandson a serious look, silently marveling at his audacity. This kid was even bolder than him, his own grandfather. Damn it. Anyone watching would think your cultivation level matches mine.
Han Xiaotian grumbled inwardly.
He had many sons and even more grandsons, and Han Yu had never stood out much, certainly not enough to warrant the personal attention of a martial saint like him. But not long ago, the Han family's intelligence network reported Han Yu's rapid breakthrough in cultivation, leaving Han Xiaotian thoroughly impressed. To outsiders, Han Yu's actions might seem unforgivable, but Han Xiaotian had his own standards. In his view, Han Yu had never harmed or killed anyone without cause. Those who died at his hands had all deserved it. Especially those foreign exchange students from the Murim continent, like blood-sucking parasites. They had rooted themselves throughout the Dragon Xia kingdom for years. Given Han Xiaotian's status as the head martial saint of humanity, he couldn't openly act against them, as he had to uphold unity among their people. But privately, he had long wanted to purge those pests. Since he couldn't do it himself, Han Yu had taken care of the matter, and naturally Han Xiaotian would shield him. Still, he hadn't expected the mess to escalate this badly. Now, the kid was openly berating the Pantheon of Saints, the most powerful human organization in existence. Now that was insolent. But what could he do? The boy was his grandson. He had no choice but to indulge him. Besides, Han Yu's tirade was strangely satisfying. Han Xiaotian usually ignored the other martial saints, letting them mistake his indifference for meekness. Had it not been for the need to buy time for humanity's growth, he would have overturned the Pantheon long ago. At least this brat's words gave me some catharsis, Han Xiaotian mused. Yet outwardly his tone was stern.
Han Yu.
Boy, you've gone too far. These men are your elders. Such disrespect is unacceptable. Now, tell me, how do you intend to handle this situation? He tossed the problem straight to Han Yu. The brat always made him clean up his mess. Today he'd make him suffer a little. Before Han Yu could respond, a foreign martial saint intervened indignantly. Martial Saint Xiaotian. This matter is too grave to be left to him alone. The martial kings he killed spent years dutifully guarding those planets, resisting alien invasions and contributing greatly to humanity. What has Han Yu ever done? How can we let this slide? Hearing this, Han Yu smiled faintly. Tell you what, I'll take over their posts. From now on, I'll suffer in their place. How does that sound? The pantheon fell silent. On the surface, garrisoning frontier resource planets sounded harsh, and it was, but only for low-ranking warriors. For martial kings, unless an all-out war erupted against alien forces, there was no real danger. The grunt work, mining, fighting native extraterrestrial creatures, was all done by expendable low-rank warriors. Meanwhile, the martial kings skimmed a portion of the extracted resources as personal perks, turning it into a lucrative sinecure. Han Yu actually proposed guarding so many resource planets all by himself. Wasn't this just grabbing more than he could handle? The martial saints who held a grudge against Han Yu were naturally unwilling to agree. Just as they were about to voice their objections, one of them secretly transmitted a message. Everyone, why not let him guard those resource planets? Given your connections with the alien races, you can always send more forces to invade those planets later. If he fails to hold them and causes massive losses to humanity, do you really think Xiaotian Martial Saint would still dare to defy public opinion and protect him at all costs? Hearing this, the martial saints exchanged glances and nodded silently in tacit approval. Noticing their lack of opposition, Han Xiaotian instantly guessed their intentions and scoffed in disdain. He turned to Han Yu and said gravely, Han Yu, do you understand the dangers involved?
Han Yu noded.
Of course. Good.
Han Xiaotian deklared.
Since no one objects, the guardianship of these dozens of resource planets will be entrusted to you alone. With the decision finalized, the martial saints issued Han Yu a formal commission. He was now the designated guardian of multiple resource planets, granting him unrestricted access to teleportation arrays for travel between them. He also gained authority to command the human garrison stationed on each planet, mobilizing them for battle at his discretion. A few days later, Thunderclap Star, a planet perpetually shrouded in thunderstorms, inhabited by countless lightning beasts. Once conquered by the Thunder Tribe among the alien races, it was later relinquished after their defeat in the war against humanity. Among the cosmos today, humanity from Blue Star stood unchallenged as the foremost dominant race. The Thunder Tribe, though once glorious, had long faded into obscurity. To the Thunder Tribe, Thunderclap Star was their ancestral homeworld. Whether in symbolic significance or practical value, it far surpassed any of their current settlements. The humiliation of losing their homeworld to humanity was etched into the collective memory of the Thunder Tribe, and every member yearned for the day they could retaliate, to reclaim Thunderclap Star and drive out the human occupiers. However, with only 3 feeble Thunder Saints remaining, the Thunder Tribe stood no chance against humanity's might. Their only option was to endure and bide their time. Yet, the moment Han Yu set foot on Thunderclap Star as its guardian, a shadowy figure infiltrated the Thunder Tribe's sacred grounds, Thunder Saint Mountain, and held a lengthy discussion with their 3 Thunder Saints. Soon after, a decree spread from Thunder Saint Mountain, cascading through the ranks with one unequivocal command. The Thunder Tribe shall reclaim Thunderclap Star. At the Emergency War Council of the Thunder Tribe, the Thunder Emperors voiced their concerns amidst heated debates. Could this be a human trap to lure our elite forces and annihilate them in one strike? Impossible. Since the Saints themselves issued the decree, they must have secured assurances through binding contracts. We should launch our counterattack without hesitation. True enough. And just look at humanity, barely securing their position as rulers of the myriad realms, yet already tearing each other apart from within. How laughable! What race isn't the same? Once any faction ascends to supremacy, its greatest enemy becomes itself. Weren't we the Thunder Tribe just as arrogant in our prime? After settling the debate, the Thunder Tribe mobilized their finest warriors. Shortly afterward, 3 figures soared from Thunder Saint Mountain. With their emergence, thunderclouds swirled across countless miles, lightning crackling with apocalyptic fury, as if the heavens themselves would split apart. The 3 Thunder Saints concentrated their power, bending space before tearing open a colossal rift, a gateway for their elite forces. One after another, Thunder Tribe elites marched through the portal, radiating an indomitable aura. Their forces totaled 100,000. Among them, a Thunder Emperor, 10 Thunder Kings, and over 100 Thunder Lords. Had dimensional travel not been so taxing, they could have deployed even greater numbers. Every warrior brimmed with determination, sworn to seize Thunderclap's star and make humanity pay for its transgressions. Yet, when they arrived on Thunderclap's star, their confidence shattered in an instant. Awaiting them was not humanity's garrisoned legions, but a single figure, a youth clad in crimson robes. Before Han Yu even entered the Thunderstar, he had already received messages from the powerful experts of the Han family. Upon learning that Han Yu's cultivation progress was so rapid, reaching the martial emperor realm at such a young age, all the higher-ups of the Han family were astonished. When they further heard that Han Yu, after discussions with a group of martial saints, intended to single-handedly guard dozens of resource-rich planets, they all wished to mobilize the Han family's forces to share his burden. However, without exception, Han Yu rejected every offer. The reason was simple. Every Han family expert was stationed to protect resource planets belonging to the Dragonxia nation. If they left, any unforeseen circumstances on those planets would result in a massive loss for Dragonxia. Receiving Han Yu's refusal, the Han family's experts grew deeply concerned, fearing he wouldn't be able to manage the crises across those resource planets. The hundreds of martial kings in the Han family knew full well how exhausting it was to guard even a single resource planet, running around daily to deal with disruptive native creatures. Managing one planet alone was overwhelming, let alone guarding dozens single-handedly, as Han Yu intended. The Han family's higher-ups buzzed with discussion in their interstellar group chat. This time, Han Yu taking on dozens of resource planets alone is bound to cause problems. Given the dirty tricks those foreign martial saints are known for, they'll definitely stir up trouble, right? Those foreign nations have long allied with alien races, their interests deeply entangled, and the martial saints themselves allow it to persist. Now that Han Yu is guarding those stars, those bastards will undoubtedly cause chaos. After discussing amongst themselves, the Han family's elders initially planned to assist Han Yu through other means, until the family's martial saint, Han Xiaotian, intervened. Once their saint ancestor spoke, the higher-ups ceased their worries. With their saint ancestor watching, they believed no martial saint could scheme successfully. Somewhere in the void beyond Thunder Star, a clone of Han Xiaotian sat cross-legged in space, his gaze piercing millions of miles to observe Han Yu's figure. Humph, this brat. Those guys have already contacted the Thunder Clan to teach him a lesson, yet he doesn't even flinch. Let's see how you handle this. Will you get beaten into submission, you little rascal? His clone had already reached the martial emperor level, confident in protecting Han Yu. Yet he wouldn't intervene immediately. He intended to let the Thunder Clan experts rough Han Yu up a bit before stepping in. No choice, this kid acts far too arrogantly. If not for my protection, he'd have died 1,000 times already. Such reckless behavior needs correcting. Unbeknownst to Han Xiaotian, however, Han Yu, having lived through 9 lives, knew his ancestor's temperament all too well. His boldness was entirely calculated. Next, those bastards will likely contact alien races to attack Thunderstar. Given the martial saints' strength, if they truly exert their influence, the strongest invaders might even reach the emperor level. Han Yu clearly understood the dirty tricks of the human sacred hall. Colluding with outsiders, they could easily smuggle in emperor-level alien reinforcements. At his current strength, Han Yu was unmatched against martial emperor tier foes, but facing an actual martial emperor would be a near-certain death sentence. As overpowered as his system was, it couldn't make him invincible. If an attack far beyond his limits struck, he'd be finished in an instant. His rapid growth was still progressive. He wasn't yet ready to face an emperor head-on. The only way to quickly boost my power now is to enter the King's Trial Tower. A glimmer of hope flashed in Han Yu's eyes. The King's Trial Tower, a mysterious, universe-level arena from the original storyline. Inside, all participants were suppressed to the Martial King level, facing opponents of the same rank. The more enemies one defeated, the more crowns they earned. Defeating 10 foes granted 1 crown. Defeating 100 granted 2. And so on. In the original plot, the record was held by the protagonist Tang Chen, the 9-crowned king. However, he also progressed step by step, only achieving the 9-crown coronation after reaching the martial emperor realm. One must understand that to earn 9 crowns, one must defeat a staggering 1 billion king-level enemies. A feat so daunting it's almost unimaginable. Yet, the protagonist, Tang Chun, accomplished it nonetheless. His combat prowess at the same level had already become legendary. I'm only at the martial king realm now. I wonder how many crowns I can earn? Han Yu's curiosity was piqued. He began communicating with the king's trial tower, and suddenly his vision transformed. In the vast cosmos, he saw a towering pagoda that seemed to pierce the heavens. Each floor of the pagoda was as expansive as an entire world, brimming with boundless mysteries. Han Yu's figure vanished from Thunderstar. Han Xiaotian, who had been observing him all along, narrowed his eyes. I knew this kid would enter the king's trial tower. I wonder how many crowns he'll obtain. He previously killed a 3-crowned martial king, so he should at least earn 4 crowns. If he hones his skills for a few more years, 6 crowns would be effortless. And if he reaches the martial saint realm, he might even break the limit and earn 7. A glimmer of hope surged in Han Xiaotian's heart. He was the current record holder for the number of crowns earned in the king's trial tower, 7 crowns. Other saints had only managed 6 at most. As the primary antagonist in the original story, Han Xiaotian's prestige in the early stages was unparalleled. Unfortunately, in the original plot, this record was successively broken by the protagonist's family and friends. The protagonist's father and close companions effortlessly earned 8 crowns, completely overshadowing Han Xiaotian. The moment Han Yu disappeared from Thunderstar, other martial saints also received the news. They had already guessed that Han Yu would enter the king's trial tower, so they weren't particularly surprised. A martial king who relied on unorthodox methods to advance quickly, for crowns would already be his limit. Even if he somehow earned 5, he'd never be able to challenge an emperor-level opponent. They were well aware of the vast chasm between the emperor and king realms. Moreover, the elite forces preparing to enter Thunderstar all had crown enhancements. At least 4 crowns each. The leader, Thunder Emperor, had a staggering 5 crowns. A 5-crowned emperor was already among the elite of elites across all races, with a high chance of advancing to the Saint Realm in the future. Sending such a powerhouse to kill a mere martial king was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. While these martial saints brimmed with confidence, certain of Han Yu's demise, he had already arrived in a boundless void. Challenger, welcome to the King's Trial Tower. Based on your aptitude, suitable opponents are being selected for you. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the space. Han Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the void ahead. Soon, space trembled and 10 figures materialized before him. Among them were ferocious beasts and humanoid beings, but their eyes held no trace of sentience. They were like mindless puppets. Han Yu knew these were enemies conjured by the King's Trial Tower. This cosmic-level treasure played a pivotal role throughout the original novel, even in the 5th installment, Rebirth of the Divine King of Yuanwu Continent. When the time comes, I must refine this treasure in advance and cut off the protagonist's advantages. As this thought crossed Han Yu's mind, the 10 king-level figures charged at him. Han Yu remained indifferent. With a casual wave of his hand, a torrent of king-level intent surged forth. He uttered a single word. Perish. Boom. All 10 king-level enemies instantly disintegrated, exploding into clouds of blood mist. A single move, 10 kings annihilated. Although Han Yu's current cultivation level is suppressed to the king rank, with the Jiachi enhancement of several S-grade talents, he can one-shot ordinary king-tier beings effortlessly. After obliterating those 10 king-rank figures, a voice echoed through the vast expanse, resonating across the trial space, spanning the 100,000 mountains and million marshlands. First trial cleared. Time 1 second. Historical rank. First. Reward 1 Emperor's Crown. Wearing it will end the trial. The second round begins after a 1-minute countdown. As the voice faded, a radiant golden crown materialized midair. Han Yu froze momentarily, stunned by the overwhelming majesty emanating from it. An emperor's crown? Damn. Starting off with top-tier gear right away. Hanyu knew the king's trial tower typically crowned challengers with a king's crown, which doubled a king's power but offered diminished returns for emperor-tier beings. To upgrade it further, one had to repeatedly enter the tower, slay enemies for points, and strengthen the crown. First into an emperor's crown, then beyond. An emperor's crown buffed emperor-tier combatants tremendously. Rumor had it that 5 such crowns could let one challenge a saint-rank opponent, provided the saint wasn't wearing any crown themselves. In short, obtaining an emperor's crown demanded immense effort. For Hanyu to receive one outright after a single trial was virtually unheard of. Even the original story's protagonist had to painstakingly upgrade from kings to emperors, and eventually to saint's crown. Nice. Very nice. Grinning widely, Hanyu turned his gaze forward. There, 100 king-tier creatures were already lurking, poised to swarm and tear him apart the moment the countdown ended. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Second trial begins. Roars erupted as the monstrous legion charged. Perhaps due to Hanyu's diverse talents, each beast was uniquely grotesque. Shadow-wreathed demons, flame-spewing fiends, titanic brutes. This was the King's Trial Tower's essence. It didn't exist to kill challengers, but to temper them by spawning foes mirroring their strengths, maximizing growth. Every battle here was a chance to evolve. Each king rank, or higher, being across the multiverse, got only one shot per year. Death here wasn't permanent, but the agony was indistinguishable from reality. Hence, trial takers fought recklessly, unlocking their utmost potential. Facing the onslaught, Hanyu merely flicked his wrist, unleashing torrents of hellfire and black lightning that drowned the 100 beasts instantly. He hadn't even gone all out. Just a casual strike breached their limits. The trial ended in 10 seconds, clinching another historical first rank and a second emperor's crown. Hanyu sighed and addressed the void. Piecemeal challenges are a waste of time. No tempering at all. Just bundle the trials. Let's go big. How about 1 million at once?